Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to jump right into the media analysis. Let's go ahead and get into Trump's gaggle with the press, because we've got a whole lot that's going on, especially when it pertains to the Strait of Hormuz. So let's get right into it, guys. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Have it down. I think we'll get it above 92% down. We took 5,000 career criminals, people that were really, really bad. They came through the open border. I'm sure you guys love open borders. I don't think so. But they came through on the open borders. They came out of prisons and mental institutions, and they came all over the place. And it is horrible what happened. And they allowed this to happen to our country. But we got them out, and we had 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. We got them out. We got many of them out. We're looking for quite a few, but we got many of them out. And the crime rate is, as you know, the murder rate in the country is down to the lowest it's ever. It's down to, in 1900, 125 years, lowest in recorded history. And that's good. So we're very happy about that. And that goes hand in hand with fixing things up. So as Doug said, I heard 19, or a lot of thousands, about 19, maybe more than that. Lafayette Park is beautiful. I made that contribution. It's a pretty significant contribution. And Lafayette Park is being rebuilt. We have tremendous amounts of things going on around Lincoln. I think, to me, the most exciting of all is going to be the Triumphal Arch. We're going to build one of the most beautiful arcs in the world. If you look at Paris, in Paris, they have the Arc de Triomphe. It's their #1 tourist attraction, even more so than the Eiffel Tower. And we're going to have one that's more grand, even more grand, because that's one of, I would say that's the best right now. There are 59
getting our own Eiffel Tower
throughout the world, and this will be number 60. Many of them are very old. Some are 600-700 years old, and they represented triumph. They were usually a victory, a military victory. But we are going to have one that's going to be, I think, superior to anybody else's. It's going to be a little bit larger, and I think a lot more beautiful. So, and that's going to start, I would say, very soon. It was supposed to be built. You know, the circle by the bridge, by the river. It's going to be. I think it's going to be something that will be so special. It's been there like that. It used to be a dirt path, and it wasn't built because of the Civil War. Civil War got in the way. The Eagles are up, They were built later, but the Eagles are up, but they haven't been. It hasn't been built, and people a lot of times they'll be going over the river, the bridge, and they'll be saying, "Why isn't this built?" And they've been saying that for way over 100 years. So you're going to have something built there. So we're really fixing up Washington, D.C. on a bigger front, even bigger front worldwide. Our military is unbelievable. They're doing an unbelievable job. We're negotiating with the Iranians. We have, you probably heard, we took our 3 destroyers and we rammed them through some pretty big stuff today, and we knocked the hell out of them. The destroyers weren't hurt in any way. The people weren't hurt, but they were firing at us, and we were firing back at them.
And guys, let's remember the only reason why Iran is firing at us is, well, one, because we try to transit the Strait of Hormuz, well, without their permission. We sent speedboats at them. They destroyed the speedboats. And then here's the crazier part, guys. Like, Iran claimed that they hit us with a cruise missile. And of course, the U.S. is going to deny it. But here's the problem. I'm not saying that I believe it outright. What I'm saying is that, well, when you're in the Strait of Hormuz, and that's right off the coast of Iran, they can hit you with drones, missiles, just send a complete volley of them and completely overwhelm our ship. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. And also, Operation Freedom was a complete failure because there was no way assuring the safety of any vessel going through the Strait of Hormuz without Iran's permission.
And our firepower was a hell of a lot stronger than theirs, and they knocked the hell out of them. They took down a lot of small boats. We call them small boats or fast boats. They're both small and they're fast, with some weaponry on the front. This is what. So this is now replacing the Navy. They had a Navy 159 boats. They have none. Okay, they're all at the bottom of the sea. So they replaced that with what they call the fast boat. It's a fast boat, big deal. It's fast. It's got a machine gunner in front. They've been knocked down. They knocked down quite a few of them today. Yesterday they knocked down 8. They average 8 a day. This is some group of people we're dealing with. So it's very simple. Somebody said, "What's your plan?" I said, the plan is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have a nuclear bomb, and it's not going to have. And
never had one.
Really at the end of the line. Really are at the end of the line. Now, unless you guys feel differently. Now, these guys, I think, will say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Would you say? We wouldn't feel very good if they did, because this is what you're doing and all the work that you do and that we do. It wouldn't look too very good after a while with these characters. We're not going to give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. There's zero chance.
Here's a problem with that. Iran was never going towards a nuclear weapon. They don't have a nuclear weapons program. They had a whole religious law saying it's forbidden to have a nuclear weapon. So if this was about, if this is about them going towards a nuclear weapon, trust me, that was never a threat. And that's the problem. Now, if this is about their enrichment, okay, cool. But Obama solved that back in 2015. So Trump, if this is about enrichment, why did you rip up the JCPOA, which had them at 3.6% if it's about enrichment? But now he's moved the goalpost, and now it's about zero enrichment. And Iran is part of the non-proliferation treaty, so they are allowed to enrich. They do have a right to enrich. And they're not giving it up. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
They know that, and they've agreed to that. Let's see if they are willing to sign it. So do you have any questions, Liz?
This President, you talked about your meeting with President Lula earlier. Was there anything agreed on?
Yeah, I will talk about it, but you have some of these construction workers that I love. I love them because they all voted for me. I would say 100% or 99. I think 100. I think about 100.
Yes, sir.
Can we get those guys over here so they're not standing? We're on. Oh, there they are. I'll show you over there. There's no way I'm leaving you out there, fellas. So who didn't vote for Trump? Anybody? Thank you. I think
We're from Oklahoma.
I would say that's right.
We're from Oklahoma.
We love you guys. We
Yes,
just
sir.
said, you agree, Iran cannot have. Yes, sir. I love that guy.
Did you know that?
Are you from Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
So Trump won Oklahoma 77 counties.
Yes, sir.
I won all 77, right?
did.
I won it in a landslide, like the election. But you know who second was? Ronald Reagan. was at 56. I was at 77. And by the way, you have a very good basketball team.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I may try and come to one of those games. I like your basketball team. These guys are fantastic. So they're doing the job. They're working hard. And does anybody think Iran should have a nuclear weapon so they can blow you up?
I'm weak.
It's a very important thing.
You know, bro, one of those workers would be the realest. They'd be the realest person ever. They was like, but they don't got a nuclear weapon. Bro, Trump would be like, yeah, get him out of here. Like immediately, get him up going.
Oil is coming down, and the stock market today just hit an all-time high. You know, I was reading about doom and gloom. We had to do what we did. We took a little U-turn. We just hit the highest number in the history of our country, the stock market. I said to my people,
yeah, we hit the highest number in the stock market. But you want to know also what else we hit a high number in? Yes, a higher number of unaffordability. Yeah. I mean, we're also dealing with that as well, from higher gas prices that are going to translate over to higher food prices, because this whole war is about to lead into a fertilizer problem that nobody's really talking about. So, yeah, that's not anything to look forward to. Just because the stock market is doing good and billionaires and millionaires are turning a profit, I mean, God bless them. But that doesn't translate over to the affordability that the everyday American faces. And it's only going to get worse if this war continues and gas prices continue to tick up, which is definitely going to carry on into other essentials or other products. And, well, Lord knows we don't want to deal with that.
We're going to have to take a little U-turn and go to the lovely country of Iran and blow them up a little bit, because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And then we're not going to ruin you. These guys work so hard to make things beautiful. We're not going to let a nuclear weapon ruin it. So, thank you, guys. Are you all from Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
How did that work out? They wanted super quality, right?
That's right. Yes, sir. We bring quality. Oklahoma breeds quality.
We love it. He's doing a good job, Mark Wayne. You know, Mark Wayne could have been a senator for the rest.
And I'm sorry, though, but we do got like an idiot in the chat who pretty much says, stop being a victim, dog. I'm not being a victim. I'm good. I'm just speaking for the average American. And it's kind of crazy how the guys on the left who voted for Trump to pretty much help out with affordability, who voted for Trump to bring in a better economy for Americans, not just the billionaires, all of a sudden we're calling it out and now we're being victims. Like, no, we're calling out the failures of the administration, and you guys are not willing to, honestly, you're just not willing to deal with it. And guys, I'm somebody who voted for Trump, and I'm willing to call out the bullshit. I've been new since we got into this war. It was going to screw up everything that he was pretty much working on. And what happened? Inflation went up. Gas prices went up. I mean, the only good thing so far, I mean, the job numbers look good, but that inflation report's about to look terrible.
Like, maybe he could have been president. Who the hell knows? I don't recommend it. But he was your senator, and he wanted to do this. He wanted to work with a man named Tom Homan, who I'm sure you never heard of. But he's done a job. So, Tom, how good a president is Trump?
Greatest president of my lifetime.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. Are you all
Blaze.
Yes. You know what? Actually, from Oklahoma, the answer is probably yes.
It is. Yes, sir. Talk to y'all.
So you here pretty much until this gets finished?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Are you with the company, with the contract?
I'm with those two men behind you. Yes,
That's
sir.
good. That's good. You got a good-looking crew back there, fellas, huh? Yep. Thank you, sir.
I'm from
President,
Plain,
you are
Oklahoma.
here against the backdrop of war in Iran.
Yeah.
Why focus on all these projects right now?
You know why? Because I want to keep our country beautiful and safe. Beautiful also. This place
With
was
the
a
ballroom?
disgusting place. It was Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and we had a terrible disgust. I don't know. You probably don't see dirt, but I do. And you walk down this pond. If you would have walked down, they'll tell you better than anybody. They had to take 11 or 12 truckloads of garbage out of that lake, out of that water, and it sat there for years like that. And that's not what our country is about. Our country is about beauty, cleanliness, safety, great people, not a filthy.
Yep, and big ass ballrooms for the corporate elites to hide in their bunkers. Yep, that's what our country's about. Sure is. All right, I'm just playing, guys. And let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Well, let's go.
Capital. It's such a stupid question you ask. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? Because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC Fake News, and she's a horror show. She's saying, why would you bother fixing this up? Why would I bother taking 11 or 12 truckloads of filth out of the water in front of the Lincoln Monument? That's what made our country great. Beauty
Can't be
made
mad
our
at that.
country. People made our country great. A question like that is a disgrace to our country. Any other questions?
Mr. President, I'm also with ABC News. Can I ask you
Fake
about
news.
the hantavirus? Have you been briefed on the virus?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us what you've learned in these briefings?
Well, I think you're going to be told everything, and you already have. It's very much, we hope, under control. There was the ship.
Yeah, apparently we might be looking at a coronavirus like part 2, guys. So what was it? A virus that was on this cruise ship. They already got like 6 victims. I think there's 5 confirmed cases in the USA. So guys, look like we might be going through another coronavirus. And don't fall for it, okay? Don't fall for it this time, okay? Actually go outside, get some sunlight. Don't let them lock us in like last time. They got us last time. Let's not get God again. Well, shoot, I didn't get God. I didn't take no vaccine, and I was out all the time.
And I think we're going to make a full report about it tomorrow. We have a lot of people, a lot of great people are studying it. It should be fine. We hope.
Should Americans be concerned that it's going to spread? And how are you
I hope
looking to
not.
get
I mean, I hope not. We'll do the best we can, yeah.
get the Americans that are on the
Go ahead.
Mr. President, detail your meeting with President Lula today. Was there anything agreed on between the
No,
two?
we had a great meeting with the president of Brazil. We're doing a lot of trading, and we're going to do some increased trading. We talked about tariffs. We talked about, they would like to have some tariff relief. But we had a very good meeting. He's a good man. He's a smart guy.
Mr. President, after these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. It's they trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
Yes, could you give us an update on what is the latest in those talks?
No, it's going. The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain. They're going to have a lot of pain. They want to sign it. I will tell you, they want to sign it a lot more than I do. I think that's what you want to hear, fellas, right? Or do you want to hear a different tone? That's the only thing they understand. They don't understand it. We had 3 world-class destroyers go through the strait today.
And got
Any
shot
other
at.
country, under the circumstances, wouldn't have.
And got shot at. And that's the problem. We cannot secure no vessel safety through the Strait of Hormuz. So Operation Freedom was a failure. And then now you're talking about, if they don't give it up, we're just going to make Iran start glowing. Like, I mean, first off, what's up with this whole, destructive language? I'm not going to say genocidal, but I'm going to say destructive language. But here's the main problem here, guys. The fact that Donald Trump think that the Iranians are just going to bend to his whim is actually pretty damn delusional. Look, the original deal is it's going to be a 10 to 20 year memorandum for sanction relief. So if Donald Trump takes this deal, he's basically doing the same thing as Obama's doing. And here's the thing. I'm not even sure if that's the deal that's being proposed. I'm just going off the deal that I've been reading on X. So we don't really know what the actual deal is. And I'm pretty sure, once again, we came with our maximalist demands and Iran's just going to tell us to kick rocks. But we'll see in the upcoming days. Because what I've also been hearing down the pipeline is within the next 48 hours, we may start connect strikes back on Iran. But like I said, we'll see, because they have about 48 hours to accept this deal. And if we're still doing the same maximalist demands, like no enrichment, no ballistic missiles, which they've already said that, look, we're not even going to talk about our enrichment until we just stop the war, until we get the strait open. Then we can sit there and talk about that. But Donald Trump's not willing to do that. He's saying, oh no, we're gonna keep the strait closed until you guys get into a non-nuclear treaty. And that's just not happening with Iran as of now.
Shot missiles at it and drones at it, and these stupid boats that came at it.
Shout out to my dog, Yes Dude. Appreciate the support, my man. He said, new rule, no one over 65 as POTUS. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We need new blood, guys. We need new blood in the presidency because this is starting to get too much. These old guys are self-destructive and they run the presidency like there's going to be no tomorrow, literally. So, yeah, I think we need to go ahead and keep it between that 35 and 55. I think that's fair. I think a guy should be pretty developed in his ideas at that point.
They got blown away in about 2 minutes. Their tanker got blown. You know what we did with the tanker? We didn't want to create an environment, so we shot out the rudder, and the tanker's going around, spinning around in circles. They should not have done that today. We thought they might. We didn't know, but we were prepared. They shot missiles. Every missile was knocked down. Every drone was knocked down, and the people that shot it are no longer with us.
President has Iran officially responded to the one-page offer?
Well, it's more than a one-page offer. It's an offer that's basically said they will not have nuclear weapons. They're going to hand us the nuclear dust.
Now, America did strike 3 bases on the Iranian ports. So, yeah, 3 bases were struck as a retaliation from the missiles and drones that were fired at our carriers.
And many other things that we want.
Have they triggered that so far, Mr.
Yeah,
President?
they have agreed. But when they agree, it doesn't mean much because the next day they forgot they agreed. And, you know, we're dealing with different sets of leaders. When you talk about regime change, you know, they keep talking about regime change. Well, we got rid of the first regime. We got rid of the second regime. We got rid of most of the third regime. And then they say, oh, is that regime change? I think it's the ultimate regime change.
No.
You say that you are to a deal right now.
I'm sorry, Trump, but if the crazy mullahs who are still executing protesters in the street are in charge, that's not regime change. If we took out the Ayatollah and his son's now running the joint, that's not regime change. And just because we took out one crazy mullah for a crazier one, oh, but that's really not regime change. So I don't even know why he even trying to push this. And then the funny thing is, though, he did go into this war going, oh, no, that's not a goal. We're not trying to do regime change. Then here he is talking about, yeah, you know, I actually think we got regime change. We killed like 3 successions, even though that doesn't really matter when it comes to Iran's fighting ability because they have a mosaic defense, AKA they don't need leadership to start firing off missiles and drones.
Could happen any day. Could, and it might not happen, but it could happen any day. I believe they want the deal more than I do.
Are you aware of the FBI raid on Virginia State Senator Louise Lucas's house yesterday? Virginia State Senator Louise Lucas, she's a Democrat.
I'm not aware of it.
It was yesterday, not aware of it.
No.
Mr. President, is your trip...
Oh, guys, make sure to like that video, guys. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video or smash like button, depending on how you're watching. Appreciate the support, guys.
With China still going ahead,
Yeah,
which companies you
I have a very good relationship with President Xi. We've had a great economic time. China's been great for us economically, but not for other presidents. But we've done very well with China. We're going to have a meeting with President Xi. It's going to be, I think, quite amazing. He's been a friend of mine. I've gotten along with him very well over the years. We have had no problem, and we've had no problem with China and Iran. You know, everybody said, oh, China, China. We've had no problem with China and Iran.
Oh, yes, we have. Oh, we sure do got a problem with China. First off, China's giving these guys weapons even though you told them not to. China and Russia is giving these guys satellite intelligence so they're able to hit our bases and our radars precisely. Actually, that's how they end up destroying our U.S. bases and making them inhabitable because of China and Russia. So I'm sorry, but to sit there and play like these two don't got a hand in it right now is ridiculous. And he's just afraid to call out the big dogs right now. Why? Because he already know he's in a vulnerable spot when it comes to China and this trade position. And then, of course, he wants to get this deal. Well, he wants to get this war over with in Ukraine and Russia, with Ukraine and Russia. So he's not really trying to push on these guys too much, even though he should. But I get it. I get it.
Since his meeting with Pope Leo, and did you ask him to pass on a message?
I spoke to him. I just said, tell the Pope very nicely very respectfully, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
They
so when
don't
he
have
comes
one.
to their defense, also tell the Pope that Iran killed 42,000 innocent protesters.
No, they didn't. Iran did not kill 42,000 of their own protesters, guys. I'm sorry, but as soon as you sit there and say, oh, they killed 40,000 plus, I'm like, no, guys, they didn't. Why? And you want to know how I know this? Because I tracked the information down. And you want to know where we're getting this 40,000? Because it came from Iran International. It's well, they claim to be an Iranian news publication, but really they're based in the UK. So I know you can take that out your mind. But these guys are pretty much claiming that they had secret documents, secret medical documents out of Iran that claim that 30,000 people died, not even 40,000, but 30,000. But they never provided those documents, nor did they prove that they even had it in their possession. So they never really showed their work for that, and everybody's kind of just going with it. Also, what Iran's reported is 3,117,000 people. Yes. So yeah, those are how many people that actually died, that we had the names of, birthdays of, and all that good stuff. And here's the thing. I mean, if you guys want to talk about 42,000, please show me the names, because there are none. If you guys want to sit there and send me videos of the body bags, please go ahead, because I promise you I ain't going to count 3,000 bodies. So shoot. And y'all are claiming 40,000. So please. And here's a problem too, guys. 40,000? Are y'all dumb? I'm sorry, but you literally need to bomb that place. You need to bomb the place to get 40,000. I mean, bro, it took Israel like 2 years to get to 70,000. Like, to sit there and shoot 40,000 people in 2 days. Yeah, you guys aren't really sounding real intelligent right now thinking that that's true.
Didn't have guns, who didn't have weapons. Tell that to the Pope.
Mr. President, there's a Christian pastor in China that's been in prison since October. I know that members of your administration have pushed to highlight the protection of Christians.
What's his name?
His name's Ezra Jin. Are you going to press President Xi on his release?
I've heard about it, but I will certainly look into it. Yeah, okay. I'll look at it. I'll bring it up. Yeah.
The Court of International Trade.
I've gotten a lot of people out. You know, I've gotten a lot of people out of different countries, including China. People that were hostages or held. So we'll take a look at that, including Pastor Brunson, as you know, from in that case it was Turkey. So we've done a lot of that. I do a lot, and I don't pay $6 billion to get somebody out like Biden used to do, and Obama. They give $6 billion to get some person out.
Oh, guys, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can be like my man, guest student, just send in a super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Doesn't, like I said, don't really matter if you're just commenting or you have a disagreement. It is what it is. But all right, guys, let's get back to it. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Sir, the Court of International Trade ruling against your 10% across the board tariffs.
Well, we were surprised. We had one very positive vote. We had two.
So, and if you're pretty much, yeah, so what was it? I believe it was the Court of International Trade, so the CIT court, pretty much took down Trump's 10% global tariffs that he put through the, what was it, Section 122, that pretty much says he's allowed to impose duties up to 150 days. And they're striking those down, and the businesses are saying, yo, hold on, please, can you help us strike these tariffs down, because we're supposed to be getting a refund back, but we're still paying tariffs. So yes, guys, yeah, they're actually still currently paying tariffs. And even though the International Trade Court struck it down, of course, they appealed it. And here's the problem. I'm not sure if that's gonna, I think it's gonna get stopped in appeals, because you got to remember, Trump already went to the Supreme Court over this, and they already green lighted Trump to use tariffs through the Trade Act and the Trade Expansion Act. So I'm be real with you, they might just be hitting the dead end with this one, because you can't really stop this. Why? Because it was already handled by the Supreme Court. And through the trade, I believe it's the Trade Act or the Trade Expansion Act, one of those two. But through that Section 122, he is allowed to invoke those tariffs up to 150 days. And it is what it is. And he's only doing it to build an investigation to actually solidify the tariffs. Through other
radical left judges that voted against it. So nothing surprises me with the courts. Nothing surprises me.
Oh, and shout out to my man Guest Dude. He says CIA said Iran has 75% of their missiles left. We buried we buried through 50 to 75% of our arsenal. Our destroyers couldn't even handle convoy ops. Jeez. Well, all right then. You know what? I actually did also hear something else that came out of our intelligence, because apparently CIA has just been leaking all over the place. They're pretty upset with Trump. Our intelligence agency actually is pretty furious with Trump. And why? Because he took the Israeli side, or the Mossad side, over their side. And pretty much he listened to what the Mossad intelligence was telling them over what the CIA intelligence was telling him. And here's the problem. The CIA was right. The CIA told Trump, yo, this is not going to be no 4 days, no 2 weeks. This is going to last a while, because they're going to low-key close the strait. It was the Israelis that was telling them, oh, no, they'll fall in 4 days, probably in a week or two. We'll hit them so hard they won't even be able to close the strait in time. But look what happened. So I'm not going to lie. I think our intelligence is kind of going rogue right now.
So we always do it a different way. We get one ruling and we do it a different way. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars from tariffs. And we're taking it away from countries, frankly, that have ripped us off for years, and now they're not ripping us off anymore.
Why was that suspended? Administration official
Because the really wonderful leadership at place, as you know, Pakistan has been fantastic, and their leaders have been fantastic. The field marshal and the prime minister. And they asked us not to do it. We'll go back to it if we have to. They asked us not to do it during the negotiation.
Are you considering maybe going back to that now that gas prices are?
It could. Well, no, gas prices have come down today. Have you looked? They've come down very substantially today. The gas prices. You know what's happened today? Gas prices are way down.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, but yeah, no. The CIA already gave, well, actually, it was the DNI. It was Tulsi Gabbard already gave Trump the intelligent assessment of Iran. And if you don't know what that intelligence assessment is, it's like 18 branches, 18 or not 18 branches, 18 different agencies, intelligence agencies, pretty much all coming together to give their analysis on Iran. And they've concluded that Iran was not going towards a nuclear weapon, nor do they have one. So no, actually, no. The CIA has actually always been against this war. Why? Because they've already had the information that Iran was not an imminent threat. And the fact that the Israelis were able to trick Trump into it, I'm pretty sure that pissed Ratcliffe off. If anything, he's probably just sitting there like, wow, now we're in a war that I literally warned this man about. And now here I am, got to go full steam ahead with him, crashing out like everybody else.
And the stock market is way up today. So gas prices have come down. And I saw today that they broke negatively. In other words, to our positive position, they broke our way very substantially. And when the war is over, gas will fall down at levels that you've never seen before. You'll be down to where you were, maybe even lower. We had it down to, I was in Iowa, and we were at 85, about 85. What did you say? Yeah, we broke it. We had numbers that nobody's seen in a long time. So you had $2 a gallon. We were down, I think you were $1.85, $1.90 in Iowa and a lot of other places outside of California, where California charges such a high tax on.
I mean, bro, it's not even outside of California no more. We got people in red states at $4. Shoot, actually, the national average I think is at $4.50. So no, it's not just California. Actually, California, they damn near at $7. So everybody's going through high gas prices, not just the blue states anymore. Okay, that's just the reality of it. And we do know these blue states be putting on gas tax and other taxes to make their products and essentials more expensive. But I'm sorry, but that has nothing to do with what these high gas prices. They're only going up because the Strait of Hormuz is closed or restricted.
Gasoline, when you take that tax off, but California has a tremendous, I don't know if anybody knows, California was the third largest area for oil, and you would tell.
Yo, and shout out to my man Guest Dude coming in again. He said we wasted time hitting civilian targets while Iran was hitting military targets with extreme accuracy. Yeah. I mean, like I said, a lot of people still don't know that, bro, they destroyed our bases. They destroyed multiple bases throughout the Middle East. They are uninhabitable, but they destroyed multiple radars with the help of Russian and Chinese intelligence. So, yeah, that's a major problem. And yeah, you're right. We're over here like hitting everything that moves, hitting civilian. Well, we hit about 100,000 civilian targets, guys. 100,000 civilian infrastructure homes have been destroyed in Iran. Probably more, but those are the numbers that I've received. So I'm gonna just tell you this right now. If we go back into war with Iran and we start striking civilian infrastructure, they're going to lay waste to energy infrastructure and water infrastructure in the Middle East. And you're really going to start seeing some high gas prices. Gas, I mean, bro, the price per barrel might actually go up to $200 per barrel. That might actually be a possibility if we continue escalation with Iran.
Telling me, and Chris was telling me before, we're talking about California oil. California is like an oil, it's rich with oil. But stupidly, 15, 16, 17 years ago, people stopped drilling. It was third to Texas and another state, probably Oklahoma. But when this is over, I think you're going to see oil prices drop down to the levels where they were, and maybe lower. There's a lot of oil out there. And the stock market hit a new high. Nobody thought that was possible. Stock market today, for the 59th time since I'm president, hit a new high. And people that have 401ks, you guys have 401ks? Because you got to like me. Does everybody have a 401k? Because you got to like Trump if you do. Your 401ks, right? Your 401ks are through the roof. All right, one or two more. I want to look at the surface because I like the surface better than I like.
You endorse either John Cornyn or Ken Paxton?
I'll make a decision. Yeah, I'll make a decision.
When will you make your decision?
Maybe relatively soon.
Would you consider
I like them
on
both.
oil export?
I like them both.
So
Yeah.
would you consider export curbs on oil or jet fuel if supplies get tight?
I don't need them. We don't need them. And we have tremendous amounts of oil. We are not suffering oil. And again, ships are coming all the way where they used to go to Hormuz. They're coming all the way up. And we have hundreds of ships coming up to Texas, coming up to Louisiana, and coming to Alaska, filling up, and they're going back and making a lot of money.
With another project, you have repeatedly said that taxpayers could not pay for the ballroom at the White House. Why should taxpayers now be on the hook for $1 billion?
Well, they're not, because that's for many other projects. That's for projects having to do with safety in a certain section of the White House grounds. That's not all for the ballroom. And we're putting up $400 million to do the ballroom section of the ballroom. We are putting that up privately. I am doing it along with other patriots that love our country.
Yeah, hopefully you do that, because a lot of people did not like the fact that Trump was apparently Trump was asking for $1.5 billion of taxpayer money to, get the ballroom going. And yeah, a lot of people just got completely outraged. Their approval for the ballroom completely plummeted. But for some reason, and this is the weird thing, like, so after that whole, attempted assassination with Trump, why did everybody come out about a ballroom? Like, that was really supposed to help anything. Like, how about making sure the Secret Service is better? I don't know. How about providing better security when you do these events at a hotel? Because the president is going to be doing events outside of the White House always. He's not just going to sit there barricaded in the White House. I'm not really sure what this whole push for this, ballroom/bunker is, but I mean, y'all got it.
But they want to do certain things militarily with respect to the ballroom, having nothing to do with us or having to do with the safety of the president. So having to do with a lot of things. But we are going to have a safe ballroom. It's under construction. It's ahead of schedule. It's right on budget. It would be 300 to 400 million that we're putting up, and a lot of that money will be going to safety also. But the House approved, or the Senate approved, I guess, or they're looking at approving. I don't know if we got approved yet, but they're talking about putting up a certain amount of money having to do with security at the White House and the East Wing. Yeah.
Will you commit to publicly releasing the amount of money that the private donors have?
Well, I have no problem with it. You're not supposed to, because it's done under a way where you don't have to do that. But I have no problem. They're unbelievable people. These are great patriots. They're putting up, it's the only place in the world you can give a $400 million ballroom. You put up the money and they're unhappy with it. They think the taxpayers should.
Yo, shout out Guess Dude. He said, depreciating asset. Take your boomer ass back to bed. Maybe you can dream of being on your knees for Trump tonight. Damn. All right, he cooked you on that one. Damn.
Pay for it. So this will be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, and it'll be the safest ballroom by far anywhere in the world. And you won't have a fiasco like you did Saturday night 2 weeks ago.
Are you expecting to have this already set by July 4th?
By July 4th, yeah, we think we're going to have it. Yeah, we do think we're going to have it. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, press.
very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. This way.
All righty, now let's go ahead and get into the next video here because we're going to go through a complete media analysis. All right, let's get right into it. Double tap that screen, guys.
Remember where we started on Monday? That's when the president launched Operation Project Freedom. That idea was to help the U.S. Navy to escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. But later on that
day, the funny thing about Project Freedom is that we just told these ships, like, so yeah, we cleared out some mines and you could just go ahead and go right through. And they was like, so you're not gonna like guide us through? Oh, no, we're not gonna do that, bro. You could just go on through. But wait, hold on. What about the Iranians? What about the missiles and drones? Oh, no, you're good, bro. Trust me, bro. You just pray to God on a good faith that, you know, nothing's going to get shot at you. And that's why Operation Freedom failed, because, yeah, we could not provide real security for those vessels. I mean, we could barely provide real security for our own. So why the hell are we out there thinking that we can protect these vessels that have product on them? Like, I'm sorry, but all Iran got to do is overwhelm our defense system. And here's the thing. We can most likely defend our vessels. But if we got another one with us, they're cooked, especially if they're just a ship we're guiding through.
Is when the IRGC launched the drones and the missiles at U.S. naval assets. So then by Tuesday, that was put on pause. And then on Wednesday, the U.S. responded by hitting some of those tankers, these empty vessels we showed you yesterday, is more than 1,000 feet long on the open seas. You had that F-18 with the Gatling gun on the nose of that plane go after the rudder for the ship, and it rendered it useless there on the sea. And then you've got Thursday, where the U.S. launched the self-defense strikes at Iran that Lucas was just showing us. We'll show you right now. Jimmy's showing the back wall here. And the map that Lucas was referring to is right in here in this elbow of water. You see it stretch around here in the Strait of Hormuz. You had 3 U.S. naval vessels that were here in the Persian Gulf and through the Strait of Hormuz. They were the ones that apparently were the targets of the Iranians. Here at Bandar Abbas, there was a reaction, naval checkpoint at Kragan here, and also the island of Qashem that we've been watching for some time. Keep in mind, the blockade starts down here, okay? It stretches from Oman to the border where Pakistan meets Iran. That's where it's been, and it's been very effective, stopping more than 70 vessels from going in and out of Iranian ports. Want to bring in Dana and Michael out?
Yeah, but guess what? According to our own CIA, they're saying it would take about, Iran could literally last like 6 months with this blockade. So they got all day. And what Fox News been telling you, they got like what, 48 hours. When 48 hours passed, they told you a week. Now when a week's passed, what they're going to tell you, a month? Well, don't worry. The CIA got you. It's going to take an entire half a year. So there you go.
With us, former National Security Council Senior Director. Michael, welcome back to our show today. Marco Rubio earlier today said he expects a response from Iran on the latest peace proposal or peace idea or ceasefire or end of the war. We haven't seen it yet. Now it's in the evening in Iran. What would you expect, Michael?
Well, I think they'll get back to us, but I'm not sure that we should expect that it will reflect the kind of concessions, the kind of compromises that President Trump says he needs. I think President Trump's blockade of Iranian ports is the right thing to do, but it has a longer fuse. It's a slow burn. And I think what the president ought to do is resume what he was doing Monday, which is helping by way of the U.S. military, commercial vessels to get through the Strait of Hormuz.
Bro, are you dumb? They're not going to be able to do that. Iran's just going to start firing off at them, and we won't be able to protect them. These vessels are going to get destroyed in the process, and our ships might get damaged. So that is a very dumb idea, and that's why they stopped it. And these guys are dumb enough just to keep it going. They're like, and you know what? The only reason why they want us to do this is because they know it's going to drag us into a kinetic war. We're going to get right back to kinetic strikes with Iran because they know Iran's going to shoot at us. Iran's eventually going to hit us or the ship, and we're going to have to fire back. Just like we did when we hit the three, what was it? I believe the three port bases. So I'm sorry, but what Fox News is doing is disgusting because they're literally trying to push Trump to go back into war. They're trying to get him to say F the ceasefire. No, we just need to strike him and make him submit instead of actually trying to bring him to the table. And as we watch Fox News, you're going to see a lot more people than just him pretty much reflect that opinion.
It will be costly. It won't be costless anyway, and it is more risky, but it is the most direct way to negate the power that Iran has over us right now by way of being able to threaten and dominate this international passageway of commerce and oil. So I think we've got to go back to that, what we did earlier this week, and break the strait open.
Okay, Michael, I have a question because obviously there's the United States and we're covering this from our perspective.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I see why guest dude call you dumb. Hold on, dog. I'm sorry, but you are kind of dumb. First off, they got cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles. Iran actually has one of the most sophisticated missile systems in the world. They also have underground missile factories where they built the missiles inside of mountains. They also have some of the best drone technology because Russia was out there buying it. We decided to take it and re-engineer it. So what are you talking about? And I'm sorry, but how dumb are you to say that when they were able to strike Israel and get through an Iron Dome? Like, I'm sorry, but you just proved how much you don't know shit just by saying that. Like, they were able to get through an Iron Dome farther away than the Strait of Hormuz. Like this guy.
I'm curious, though, about the UAE, the Emirates, what they're thinking, because they have civilian targets who are being hit by Iran, or Iran is attempting to do that. And then you have a Saudi Arabia situation where they want the strait open, they want it back to normal, but the clocks are very different here. And I'm wondering if you could give us, from your perspective, how they're looking at this and how we try to help them.
Yeah, I think they're seeing this as the grave threat that it is. Iran is their neighbor. I don't think they wanted us to do this in the first place, but as long as we were getting involved in military action against the Iranians, I think they wanted them to be neutered to a degree that they couldn't threaten the Gulf Arabs. And so I'm not sure we're there yet. I know the UAE is thinking about its own retaliation.
Hold on, guys. I think the boomers came out. Hold on. Did somebody say if they can get through the Iron Dome, why haven't they? They already did. They already got through the Iron Dome. Shoot, they got through the Iron Dome in June and during the 12-day war. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, some of y'all really don't know anything. I mean, you know what? At this point, bro, just super chat in y'all disagreements. I'll be happy to dismantle them one by one because I'll be happy to dismantle all of your arguments, but at least super chat it in like what, $2 you should be able to get a sentence in. I just can't answer all the stupidity at this point because, bro, I'll just tell you throughout the show if you don't want to super chat it in. I'll inform you.
Retaliatory actions against the Iranians, but I think they want us to stand in, finish the job, and help protect them because that's sort of the tacit or explicit arrangement that we have a lot.
Yo, bro, are you really bragging about 2 ships? 2 ships. Do you know how much ships was going through the Strait of Hormuz on a daily basis? Over 100. Letting 2 ships in is nothing. I'm sorry, but that's like a drop of water in the bucket. Like, you sound really uneducated even saying that. Like, oh, well, we got 2 ships out. Bro, it was 100. It was over 100 going in and out before this war. That means absolutely nothing. Oh, and guess what? If you're bragging about that, you want to talk about the 20 Iranian shadow fleets that made it through the strait. If you're oh so oppressed about 2 ships, bro, impressed about 2 ships. But okay, but well, you're really gonna be impressed with Iran then because they got 20 shadow fleets through.
With a lot of these countries in the region.
Michael, So we'll see if the president addresses this. He's going to be in the Rose Garden at noon Eastern time. So 2 hours from now, we'll cover that obviously live when that happens. And maybe we get some commentary on what we've been reporting on. But in the meantime, a week from today, the eyes of the world are going to be on.
Yo, and shout out to my man, Guest Dude. He said, look, depreciated brought up Vietnam. How well did Rolling Thunder work out? If Rolling Thunder couldn't defeat the Viet Cong, why think this will beat Iran? Because he don't know anything about Iran, obviously. He doesn't even know about their their missile capability. If you don't even know about that, then I'm sorry, but you are very uninformed when it comes to this war. Like truly, like that's their. If think about it like this, if their missiles weren't a problem, then why was that one of our main focus in negotiations? If that wasn't a problem, think about what you're saying before you speak, bro. Because remember, their main problems with Iran was their nuclear enrichment, their missile program, and the third one was, the proxies. Yes, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. So, like, how did you not know that?
On Beijing, and the president was asked about that trip last night.
Mr. President, is your trip with China still going ahead?
Yeah.
Which companies you
have a very good relationship with President Xi. We've had a great economic time. China has been great for us economically, but not for other presidents. But we've done very well with China. We're going to have a meeting with President Xi. It's going to be, I think, quite amazing.
So I tried to get an answer out of Kevin Hassett. He said, I'm not going to get in front.
Oh, and here's Guest Dude coming in again. He said, Rigby. He said Rigby, those 2 Berkey class destroyers couldn't even run convoy ops because they were under so much fire. Project Freedom was an abysmal failure. It's like it was that bad. Like, you guys got to understand, like, it just did not make sense. And if you actually knew Iran's capabilities, you would understand why that made 0 sense. And a lot of people, who are for Trump, behind him on this war, don't really know anything about geopolitics. They don't know anything about Iran's military, nor the culture. So, of course, they're walking into this blind, believing everything that the administration tell them. Bro, they thought that we won the war just because Trump said it while strikes were still going on. Like, people think we're in a ceasefire while, like, missiles are being fired. It's hilarious. Like, they truly believe this.
The boss. So I will ask you, what would be the expectation out of Beijing in a week?
Well, I think there's some commercial deals and trade-related announcements that the White House is going to make. But I think in general that the Iran war will be the dominant story as we have this historic summit. I think.
All right, let's get over to the next video real quick. Let's get over to Fox Business. Let's see what they're talking about.
CIA station chief.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's make sure you double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys.
Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman. Dan, good to see you tonight. Thanks for being with us. Right now, the big issue is the timeline. Does Iran come back on the peace proposal? If they do, what do they come back with? And then what does it lead to over the next 2 weeks, 30 days? What do you think?
Yeah, those are the big questions that we're asking. I think Iran will come back with some sort of a proposal, a counter proposal, because they don't want the United States to restart our kinetic strikes, which have been so damaging to their military infrastructure. But the Iranians are known for being tough negotiators. I very much doubt that whatever they send us will be the last iteration of this peace negotiation, of a deal. But it may be a step, albeit a small one. And the Trump administration will need to determine, based on what Iran gives us and behind-the-scenes intelligence reporting, whether we should proceed with further negotiations or whether it's time to dial up the military pressure, keep up the blockade, and induce a better response from the Iranians.
Were the Iranians anticipating the rest of the world putting pressure on the United States because other countries are in need of the oil and resources that come out of the Persian Gulf? Because with, say, West Texas Intermediate falling again today slightly, and it's below $95 a barrel.
Yeah, actually, what is it right now? Let me go ahead and check for you guys. Actually, it is at $95 a barrel, and Brent crude is over 100. Here it is right here. WTI 95, Brent crude 100. And that's tough. That's tough. Now, and here's the thing, before this war, guys, it was at like what, $67. If we can get back to that 50 to 60 range, gas prices will fall. But if we don't get back to that, then they'll either go up or stay stagnant. We don't need that.
And so much is actually flowing out of the region. There was a report that Saudi Aramco and then the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company are actually sneaking oil through the Strait of Hormuz in a way that has been happening in recent weeks, and that even China has helped balance the oil market by cutting its
and shout out to my man Guest Dude. He says the issue is Civics thinks the whole military is tier 1 operators. Reality is most are clerks and janitors and office bunnies most of their career. Well, damn. Well, here's Guest Dude with that reality check for some of y'all. Shout out Guest Dude
from
Appreciate
Iran,
the support, bro.
And really kind of easing prices globally.
Well, I think Iran was banking on the damage to the global economy that closing the Strait of Hormuz would cause. They wanted to offset the benefits to the United States of the blockade, which is pressuring Iran. And I think they're doing that not only to influence our allies in the region and beyond, but I also think they want to influence U.S. domestic politics. We're heading into the midterms, and both parties are talking about affordability and oil prices and where you're going for Memorial Day weekend. So I think Iran wanted to get into that game and seek to influence U.S. foreign policy by playing with our domestic discourse on the economy.
There's a lot of
but none of this would have happened if we just didn't, strike Iran, and if we just got into a deal with them instead of fearmonger on their uranium that they were never going towards a bomb. And guys, if you don't know, they had 60% of uranium since 2021. So they had about 5 years to build a bomb and have not stepped anywhere outside of that 60%. So we can't even really say that they were going towards one. And we can't even say that they were an imminent threat, but for some reason, some people do believe that.
Debate about how long they can last. And I guess you have to define what last means. But there are some estimates from the administration. Look, they're a week or two out from having to shut in wells, and they're going to, that's catastrophic for their oil industry. Other people are saying, it could be a heck of a lot longer than that, Dan. What's your read on what does last mean, and how long can the regime last here?
The regime can last a long time with this blockade. Our intelligence already came out and said it could last about 6 months. And the reason why is because if you look at a map of Iran, you look north of it, you realize there's a big old body of water called the Caspian Sea that they can transport their oil and other goods, to Russia. And they also have a railway that goes to Kazakhstan to China. So they have 2 ways that they can still get their goods to their biggest buyers, which is Russia and China. That's why they can sit there and last for weeks, because those may be longer methods of travel, but they can still get it done.
Yeah, so let me preface this by saying that's a great question that President Trump's intelligence community should be answering. I have no doubt that Director Ratcliffe has given the president his best assessment, along with Secretary of Treasury and Commerce and the entire national security team. I will tell you that those with whom I've spoken have said that Iran could last, a month or 2, maybe even 3 months. They also have a super high threshold for pain when it comes to their own citizens. They just don't care. And they've got a lot of guns, so that in the event of any public
to be honest with you, it's not that they don't care. Is that they gotten too used to it. They gotten too used to living, the sanctioned lifestyle. They're one of the most sanctioned countries in the world. So when you're used to living like that, you're able to take a lot of pain. It's just the way it is. Like, you're able to take a lot of economic pain because that's what they've been living under and had to deal with their entire, pretty much damn near since the start of the regime. So they're pretty much used to it.
The IRGC and the besieged military force will take those weapons out and shoot their own population. We know that. And that's the challenge that we face with Iran.
Yeah, we know that. But we still got people like Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, General Kellogg talking about we should put guns in the Iranians' hands and try to see if they'll take back their government. when we tried that during the protests, and that failed abysmally. Like, that was terrible. It's like we put guns in these guys' hands, and they end up and they shot at the police, and the police shot at them, and then innocent protesters end up getting sandwiched in the middle. And now we got like what, over 3,000 people dead. Not the best plan. Oh, and that was crazy. Yo, Israel admitted to it, bro. These guys literally admitted to put a Assad in the protests. They admitted to using different ethnic groups and giving them guns to go inside the protests and cause a ruckus, to start burning down mosques and vandalizing civilian infrastructure and property. So, yeah. And that's why a lot of people actually call it executions, by the way.
In terms of the leverage that we seek to impose upon them. And the question, again, that lays in the background, whether we need to dial up strikes on Iran's leadership, they'll understand that if we take another series of strikes against their leaders who are maybe not coming to the negotiating table in good faith.
Well, that would certainly get Xi Jinping's attention.
Now, in good faith means that they haven't bent the knee to our maximalist demands. No, they're coming in good faith. The problem is, good faith to us is that, oh, no, you accept all of our maximal demands or you're acting in bad faith. Well, hold on. Are we supposed to be in the middle? No. Good faith to America means that you bent the knee. That's good faith to us.
Communist China's attention, because this time next week, President Trump will meet with Xi Jinping. And Dan, just China's, what will China pay attention to? Because China's role in all this, Iran an ally, China still supplying drone factories in Iran and Russia despite U.S. sanctions. But China, as I mentioned, has also pulling back on its oil exports. The swing in its oil exports has been so significant. It equals the total consumption of Japan. It's double the amount supplied by the United Arab Emirates pipeline. So that has actually helped give the United States more time, if you will, by keeping oil prices in check. So where does China stand here and now in all of this?
Well, I think this is a part of the overall U.S. bilateral relationship with China. The Chinese want leverage over the United States. They do an inordinate number of nefarious things to us, stealing our intellectual property, militarizing the South China Sea, conducting massive espionage operations just last week.
Yeah, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like an imminent threat. We ain't bombing China. I mean, shoot, China sounds like more of an imminent threat than Iran. Am I lying? Am I wrong? Of course not. Of course not. Come on now. If you don't think China's more of an imminent threat than Iran, you're tripping.
Beijing police station set up in New York City to find dissidents and local ethnic Chinese and put the hurt on them. That the guy who was running that police station is.
And shout out to my man Guest Dude. He says, for the record, a bird class, a Buraki class destroyer only has 100 or so missiles and 2 CIWS mounts. That is extremely vulnerable to sustain a swarm attack. I mean, yeah, and that's a problem. Iran can send these swarm attacks just like they did at the UAE, and missiles still got through. And yes, the UAE also has a missile defense system, but Iran overwhelmed it. What makes you think they can't do the same to our destroyers? What makes you think they can't do the same to that when they were able to do the same thing to the Iron Dome in Israel? And there was somebody who didn't even know they made it through the Iron Dome.
Going to go to jail. There are a host of things we've got to be concerned about. The Iran issue is certainly one of them. Iran was 90% of Iran's oil exports were going to China. China was providing Iran with engines.
See, it's like, bro, I mean, look, bro, I'm glad you're out of here because you're too low IQ for the conversation, Michael Thomas. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're too low IQ. Like, bro said, well, we're jihadists. We're jihadists for telling you the truth on how the war's going, bro. We're jihadists. And that's what I'm saying. Is like, bro, MAGA's turned into leftists. That's what y'all have done. As soon as somebody tells y'all something y'all don't like, you're a jihadist. So you tell a leftist something he don't like. Oh, you're a Nazi. You're a racist. It's like y'all one and the same now. So quit being such babies. And actually refute my arguments here and stop trying to tell me that I'm wrong without really saying anything.
That powered those Shahed drones. So there's a lot to get at here. China would like to reduce or eliminate altogether U.S. influence in the Middle East. Iran is their ally, and we have to take that into account as the president goes to Beijing and begins these painstaking negotiations on a panoply of issues, including trade and arms control and AI, a host of issues. This is going to be an incredibly important summit.
Dan, always great to have your expertise. Thanks for being with us.
All right, now let's get over to the next guy here.
When the destroyers weren't hurt in any way, the people weren't hurt, but they were firing at us, and we were firing back at them.
Yeah.
And our firepower was a hell of a lot stronger than theirs, and they knocked the hell out of them.
All right, there you go. U.S. forces striking back in the Strait of Iran, straight at Iran after 3 of our Navy warships were targeted yesterday. Officials telling Fox the conflict is not a restart of the war and is not an end to the ceasefire. And Tehran is still reviewing the peace proposal as the Trump administration is reportedly looking to restart, quote, Project Freedom. Remember, we were going to get the Oman side of the strait, all while U.S. intelligence reportedly believes Iran could outlast the American blockade because they can sustain themselves for months. According to our CIA. Here to discuss this, retired.
I mean, hey, shout out Fox News. I mean, yeah, U.S. intelligence says Iran can outlast Trump's Hormuz blockage for months. And didn't I just tell you that? Like, shoot, an hour ago? Oh, God, let's make sure we double tap on that screen, liking the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Appreciate the support, by the way. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
Because they can sustain themselves for months, according to our CIA. Here to discuss this, retired 4-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, you're all for restarting Operation Freedom, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, let me just to draw back on where are we. I mean, give President Trump the credit for starting this operation after October the 7th, when the Israelis were obviously devastatingly attacked. It was a recognition that this region, it's got to change, and we're going to have to force that change. And
I'm sorry, but hold on now. You're trying to relate October 7th to why we're here now? I'm sorry, but October 7th, as bad as it was, has nothing to do with why we're here today. We did not get into a war with Iran, honestly, because of their proxies. We're getting into it because we're fearful of their enriched uranium, and we believe that they're going towards a nuke with no proof, no evidence, no intelligence on it. It's just a huge trust me, bro, that we're giving to the American people. But I'm gonna be real with you guys. Israel credited Hamas. They funded Hamas to undermine the Palestinian Authority because they wanted a radical regime in there, because they wanted to stoke tensions. They let October 7th happen so they could have a reason to pretty much ethnically cleanse Gaza with the world's approval. And they got it. They definitely got it. And yes, you can look this up. Yes, the Israelis did support Hamas, sending billions of dollars to them as they built the tunnels that they like to fearmonger on oh so much. But guess who gave them the money for these damn tunnels? Israel. And they knew it. And they knew they were making these tunnels, but they still did it. And you know what they even did too, to cover it up, because you could actually look this up because Qatar got it in writing. Bibi Netanyahu sent Hamas $1 billion through Qatar. But oh my God, October 7th. Trust me, Hamas is fucked up. They're evil. But let's not pretend that Hamas isn't something that the Israelis created to try to pop off a war with Gaza so they can ethnically cleanse it. It's obvious at this point.
Iran is behind everything that's happening there, and this president acted on that. Other presidents, admittedly, the threat wasn't quite as bad as it is now, but largely ignored. So that's number one. Number two, we went to a ceasefire about a month ago. From the Iranians' perspective, that's what they wanted to achieve, stop the war. And we were supposed to get a negotiated deal in a couple of weeks. It did happen. They have purposely dragging this out. It's now been a month, and we still don't have much to show for it. I think the prospects of a good deal are likely slim. And even if we do get a deal, here's the problem with any deal that we make, assuming it meets all of our objectives. To get a deal, we will have to provide some funding for the Iranians, admittedly condition-based, and also sanction relief. So when you draw back from that, even after a negotiated settlement, what do we have? We have a regime that survives and also ability to recover.
Rigby, since you wanted to be, well, I ain't going to call you dumb, but I'm just going to say you misunderstood what I was saying. When I said, I didn't say that they founded Hamas. I said that they funded Hamas, not founded, but funded. And actually, you know what? You can damn near say they created Hamas as well through their reckless treatment of the Palestinian. You know, the Nakba, or about what 750,000 Palestinians were ejected from their homes to, to create the Jewish state of Israel. You didn't think that was going to do anything? Oh, and the fact that y'all kind of put them in an open air concentration camp in Gaza, and even the ones that live in Israel is segregated and abused. Oh, and then the ones in the West Bank, you guys are killing them and pushing them out the West Bank to take their homes. And you didn't think that was going to, cause any problems? Or are you just that dense?
And I think that is fundamentally flawed. That's not where we started this operation to achieve. We want Iran back on its heels, suffering significantly and susceptible to resistance from their own people, internal pressure. So in my judgment, I think we got to see reality for what it is. We should go back and execute Project Freedom.
I'm sorry, but this logic is crazy. Bro, what I got to say to that was, it's only a genocide when the population is increased, by the way. No. I heard that argument back when October 7th was like really getting out of control. And they were saying, well, the population increased, so it's not a genocide. And I'm just like, so if I got together, I don't know. Well, F it. Let's say Asians. Sorry, Asians, I got to do this to y'all. But let's say I got together 1 million Asians and I exterminated them all, each and every one of them Holocaust style, right? But 1 million Asians were born the next day. Or my bad, let's say 1.1 million. Wouldn't it be kind of reckless for me to say, oh, I didn't genocide them? What you mean? 1.1 million was born the next day. If anything, I just prepared. I just left slots open. Okay. I was preparing for the next generation. You would look at me like I'm fucking crazy. So it's kind of crazy how y'all can make that argument.
Moves away from the Iranians, secure it and open it for navigation, and also at some point get some assistance in doing that. And then we have to unleash the Israelis. They have a very comprehensive bombing campaign that they're going to conduct that deals with leadership, it deals with energy, it deals with all the weapon systems we still have to go through. Remember, from the outset, we don't talk about it very much, but it is a fact. The Israelis have always had more air power in this fight than we've had, and they still have more in it right now. So what they can do comprehensively here in terms of air power is significant. Remember, when we went to the ceasefire, we only had 2 weeks left. That was a month ago. And the U.S. can do limited bombing. The Straits of Hormuz, it doesn't look like a complicated operation when you just draw it on a map and put a circle around it, because it's a relatively small geographic area. But the layered defense extends well into Iran at some distance to be able to protect the Straits of Hormuz. So there's huge resources tied up in that. So we would be able to do some selected bombing in support of returning to combat operations, while the main effort for the United States would be to open up the Straits of Hormuz. The Israelis would take up the majority of the bombing campaign.
I'm sorry, but man, some of y'all just sound a little bit too dumb. Like depreciating asset. I'm sorry, but it's not. I don't even know why you're using that language towards another male. I don't know. It's kind of gay, but you go ahead. But anyway, though. So how is it going for Islamic? I'm sorry, but bro, you sound like such a leftist. Islamic Nazi propaganda. You sound like such a fucking leftist, bro. Like, bro, I'm sorry, but grow a pair. But anyway, all right. So you're pretty much saying I'm swallowing Nazi Islamic propaganda, but I'm just telling you the truth of what's happening. Was there regime change? No. Does Iran still have the Strait of Hormuz closed? Yes. Have we been able to destroy all their missiles? No, we have not. Oh, and they still have 60% of their Navy, which comprise of kamikaze speedboats and those little speedboats you've been seeing with the missiles on top, with the missile launchers on top of them. So how is that propaganda when I'm literally just telling you what's going on? Here's the problem. A lot of you guys just don't want to hear the truth. All you want to hear is that, oh, the U.S. is winning. Oh, everything is going our way, but it's not. I mean, look at the gas price. Look at inflation. Look at the fact that we've not completed anything and it's been over 60 days. Like, how long are you going to hang on to this delusion?
To bring us to an endpoint that I think makes a lot more sense in terms of where we're heading now.
So the Saudis did not want us, according to the Wall Street Journal, did not let us use our own bases, either the Kuwaitis, during Operation Freedom. They were concerned that they were going to be targeted, that like the UAE was targeted, and we wouldn't come to their defense. I'm really not sure why they would think that. And that was part of the pushback, then why they stopped it after 2 days.
Really?
But the president says he's willing to put it into place.
All right, please tell me, Michael, please tell me how I'm wrong, because you haven't said anything but I'm wrong. So trust me, I've already cooked appreciated assets and shown how he don't know anything. So please tell me how I'm wrong, and I will proceed to show you how you're an idiot and don't know anything. Who else? I mean, please, I'm taking all takers here. USCM, please, because some of you guys really don't know anything at all. He's like, no, you just don't want to tell the truth. Dog, I'm sorry, but the administration is the one not telling you the truth about this war. I'm the one keeping it real with you. And the crazy thing is, it's going to be like a month down the line. You're going to be like, damn, that man S.E.T was right. He was right. I was being a sucker. Yeah, I know you are. For a war in the Middle East that has been proven over and over again to be a bad idea. It's almost insane for you guys to support this when every intervention in the Middle East has not gone our way. But all right, man, keep making that insane move, expecting what? You keep doing the same thing, expecting different results? Insanity, huh?
I also think we should use Karg Island as a point of leverage. You attack us, you lose the entire thing, all your oil-producing facilities.
Yeah, well, one of the concerns that people in the administration have, and it's a legitimate concern, is that Iran has already demonstrated, obviously, they have the capability to hit oil infrastructure and energy targets of our allies and partners in the region. They did it at Qatar and in natural gas, and they've also have done it with the UAE and Saudi Arabia. But we have an ace here up our sleeve, so to speak. It's Karg Island.
See, look, dumb comments like this, too. You're telling us what you think is true. No, I'm giving you our own fucking intelligence. I'm giving you what articles are saying from around the world. That's where I'm getting this from. I'm not just spewing this off the top of my head. Actually, I was literally telling you guys about how it was a failure. Bro, actually, oh my goodness. They was proving me right in the beginning of the video when they was bringing up I think it was the Washington Post that came out with the article that was pretty much proving that, oh yes, Iran collapsed for months, even though we got a blockade. And I was telling you that at the beginning of the stream, you were calling me a liar. Then 2 articles shown by Fox News themselves pretty much proved me right. So where do you think I'm getting it from? Let me know. Or you can just look it up and you'll find the article yourself. You wasn't such a lazy bastard. Some of y'all are just lazy. But all right, though, let's get back to it. And guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, guys.
And we're obviously blocking it now from any transport coming out of there. And that represents 90%, of their oil resources. So clearly the blockade over time will force an economic collapse. And I've said for me.
Nah, here's the thing, though. Like I said, if you got a map of Iran, you'd understand that the Caspian Sea is north of it, and they can still transport their goods through there. And then they got a railway to China that they could also transport their goods to. So they can still get their goods or their oil to their 2 biggest buyers, which is Russia and China. That's why they say they can last for months. That's why.
The outset that they are willing to.
My bad. Shout out to my man. Guess dude, he says, "Set too many goy slop consuming boomers in the chat tonight. Getting real old having to constantly debunk their trash, bro. I mean, they just eat it up. They just eat the Fox goy slop up like it ain't nothing, man. I mean, the shit must be like filet mignon or something, seasoned right and everything, fall off the bone, because y'all just eat it up like it's that good. And here's the thing, then y'all come to these chats and get your ass roasted and then prove that you don't know anything. And you just been listening to what Fox News told you? I'm sorry, but if you're listening to what Fox News tell you about this war, you were the most uninformed about this war. I'm watching it just to debunk it for y'all.
Stand economic peril and even suffering to their own people, much more than what we look at through our values in terms of what's reasonable. Right. They are not reasonable. They don't care about their people. But we can hold Karg Island hostage. If you're going to attack Qatar's natural gas or the Saudis or the UAE's oil fields, we're going to begin to take Karg Island away from you. in terms of physical destruction. Right. And we communicate that to them very, very clearly, unequivocally, what the intent is here. Yes, we still hold all the cards, Brian.
Right. Just real quick,
you hold all the cards, but we can't get the Strait open. If we held all the cards, I mean, we wouldn't even have to negotiate with Iran. They'd be bending at the knee, ready to give us whatever we wanted. But, I mean, it was only yesterday where they were firing off at one of our allies. Doesn't sound like we hold all the cards. I mean, we can't even get a vessel through the Strait without it getting shot at. I mean, what cards do we hold again?
Washington Post says 75% of the mobile launchers are in place and 75% of its missile stockpiles in place.
Ooh, man, bro. Say it again for him. Say it again for this guy.
Cards, Brian.
Right. Just real quick, the Washington Post says 75% of the mobile launchers are in place and 75% of its missile stockpiles in place. That's contradictory of almost everything.
And it's not, no. Be real, Fox. It's not the New York Post that's saying that. It's our intelligence that is saying that the New York Post is reporting on. That's what you see how he's kind of misleading you, because if you go to the article itself, it'll tell you that this is coming from intelligence, inside source. So no, it's not the New York Post saying it. It's our intelligence saying it.
We've heard. Who's telling the truth here?
Yeah, that's not accurate. I don't know what the exact number, but 75% is way off the mark. Now, look at, they do have ballistic missiles deeply buried in the storage site. This was one of the reasons why the timing and urgency of this operation began, because after the 12-day war, what the Iranians recognize is how vulnerable their ballistic missiles are. So they began to put the majority of them on deeply buried storage facilities, and they got Chinese assistance in terms of the type of fuel and other things. They were putting that program on acceleration. Israel was getting more and more concerned about it, as were we. They get to the point where the numbers are so great that we would overwhelm the defenses of U.S. bases and also Israeli civilian population centers. That was a sense of urgency in moving forward. We can block the entrances to those storage sites. We can't eliminate because they're so deeply buried, but we can make it much more difficult to get that stuff out of there. What they have been doing is, obviously, during a month-long ceasefire, they're excavating and taking launchers out and also ballistic missiles out of there. We can go back in there. And
so let me go ahead and take you to the article. Like I said, since bro ain't want to give it the real, I'm going to have to give you the real. So this is the Washington Post article that they're talking about. See here, U.S. intelligence. Whoops. Really, New York Washington Post? That's how you're about to do your boy? All right. Well, let's just go to here. Washington Post. The U.S. intelligence says Iran can outlast Trump's Hormuz blockage for months. You got the Middle East Eye. CIA says Iran has 70% of pre-war missiles and can ride out blockade for months. The Telegraph. Iran still has 70% of its missiles, says CIA. And then, of course, you also got, I believe, Front Post, which is, I believe they're in India. Front Post. Yeah, Trump says Iran's missiles decimated. CIA dispute claim, though. So while Trump is pretty much saying, oh, we decimated their missiles, CIA comes right up and says, no, we didn't. No, we didn't, bro. Hold on. No, don't tell them all that now. Hold on. And then you got Hexef out there talking about we took out 90%. Nah, more like 30%. But yeah, I mean, what do we need to go down more articles? You want to see more? Like, do you really like? There's posts for days. Just look it up, guys. It's right there in front of you. I mean, don't be lazy now. I mean, you can sit here and try to call me a liar, but hey, I'm reading the articles. What about you? Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Y'all being real ones just by tuning in. So double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel.
Systematically deny them the use of those launchers and those missiles that are in those storage facilities. That is absolutely physically possible using air power.
Oza, I just showed you multiple sources, bruv. I showed you multiple sources. So what? You're just, and then, bro, here's the thing. Like, what? Do I need to show you only right-wing publication? I'm showing you centrists. I'm showing you from around the world. Not just the Washington Post is reporting this. I hope you know this. Multiple news sources are reporting this. So to sit there and just kind of put it all on the Washington Post, no, it is not. It's not just them.
Jack Keane, it's my message. I think the theme we're getting from you, they don't get that. Don't have the message yet. We got to go back. General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Meanwhile, straight ahead.
Oh, the truth is now defeat is crap. Oh, see, yeah, now y'all really acting like liberals now. Now y'all really acting out. Your sources are defeatist crap because you don't like the information. Now you're upset. Please, guys, do not act like liberals. MAGA, I beg of you. You are turning into liberals. Don't do this to yourselves. All right, guys, let's get back to it. Because this is just getting embarrassing at a certain point.
Great weekend.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full.
Like your boy can't even get a real argument. All I'm getting is you're wrong or but that source is like, can I get an argument? Can you tell me that I'm wrong and explain how I'm wrong? I'm willing to hear out an argument, but y'all don't really got anything. You just don't like what I'm reporting, so you're kind of giving pushback without really nothing to push back on. Which is, I mean, you keep doing it. I ain't tripping about it. Hey, I'm all for the pushback. But all right, go. Let's get into the left side of media and let's see what they're talking about. Showed you Fox. Let's see what they're talking about on CNN.
All right, breaking overnight. The United Arab Emirates says they are dealing with incoming missiles at the hands of Iran. Saudi Arabia is calling for de-escalation across the region after the United States says Iran targeted 3 American guided missile destroyers as they transited the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces then hit a number of Iranian military facilities in response. President Trump says it is just a trifle and that the back and forth is just a love tap.
They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
With us now is Congressman Pete Aguilar from California. He's the 3rd ranking Democrat in the House. And Congressman, we did just get a bit of breaking news. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's in Italy, says he expects a response from the Iranians today on whatever this current peace proposal is. Generally speaking, how much progress do you see?
You know, I think what the American people see is they see a war of choice. They see skyrocketing gas prices. They see a president who will go on TV and say whatever he needs to do to try to quell the crude market. They see rising costs that they're facing, 13 casualties through this war, hundreds more injured, billions of dollars have expended, and
not a single goal completed. That's the worst part about it. Like everything he listed, that's true. We've lost a lot of things, but the problem is none of our goals have been completed. Like, yeah, you're right. 13 lives lost, like over $20 billion spent, and we have not completed no goals. Regime change, not done. Missiles and drones still operational. Strait of Hormuz still controlled by Iran. But look at all we've given, and then look what we're paying. And the Republicans are still hitting you with the, oh, well, you should be happy for paying the higher gas prices. At least Iran doesn't have a bomb, even though they never had a bomb.
the administration has failed to articulate what their goals and objectives are. So that's what we see, and that's what the American people feel.
I should note gas prices ticked down 1 cent last night. They're still up over a quarter from last week, or over 25 cents from last week,
and $1.50 since the start.
I mean, and $1.50 since the war began. But do you see progress? Do you feel as if it could be winding down?
It's hard to know because the administration says there's a ceasefire, yet we're still engaging in that. It's just their effort to evade oversight and accountability with the War Powers Act that Marco Rubio says is unconstitutional now, even though as a senator he felt a different way. So that's the difficulty that we see. It's tough to know what progress is because the administration hasn't articulated to the American people what the clear objectives and what the end game is. What does the president want to see out of this war? When will it end? When can we see relief? That's on the president. He's failed to do that.
Oil prices are, there we go. You can see Brent crude up a tick. West Texas basically flat. This is after U.S. and Iranian forces exchanged fire yesterday. The UAE says it's dealing with incoming missiles. The oil, not a big move, frankly, with all the activity over the last 24 hours, indicating maybe the oil traders did not see it escalating further. With us now, CNN national and political analyst David Sanger. He's also a White House correspondent for the New York Times. Also here, former major staff director for the House Intelligence Committee, Michael Allen. David, I just want to start with you on the situation we've seen over the last 24 hours. We've seen U.S. strikes, right, on Iranian targets here and here in the Gulf. And we've seen, really, overnight, the UAE saying they're dealing with incoming missiles somewhere off the coast here. This doesn't feel much like a ceasefire with all the firing.
Bruh.
It sure doesn't. And, John, you heard the president last night say that it was just...
Man, they just don't want to run down that 60-day clock. That's really what it is.
A trifle at one point. He said the U.S. response, which was somewhat vigorous when the Iranians attacked, understandably, was just a love tap. He is doing everything that he can to keep some kind of an agreement from going off the rails. And the reason's pretty clear. Not only is this now gone on for 10 weeks or so, but he leaves on Tuesday to go to China. And China's really, that trip has really been the bookmark for him for what he hoped would be the end of the war. He wanted to show up there, having vanquished the Iranians, gotten them to give up their nuclear program, and of course, reopen the strait, which supplies 30% or so of all the oil and gas flowing into to China. He's going to show up right now, at least on current evidence, unless things turn in the next few days, with none of that accomplished.
Look, Michael, let me just ask you, since David brought it up, the president is going to China on this visit. How do the Chinese view the United States and view this situation now? David's paper, the New York Times, had a great headline today, basically quoting a Chinese official saying they see the U.S. as a superpower with a limp.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. They pretty much said, screw our sanctions. Yeah. China pretty much said, yo, screw our sanctions. We're still going to sell our oil. We're still going to do what we do. And that's the wild part, because it kind of shows how reckless China is getting when they sit there and just tell us to our face, yo, F your sanctions. That's a problem. And I mean, there's other problems going on, like the UAE leaving OPEC. And then we got also them trying to get more in line with, what was it? Pakistan? Nope, never mind. Nope, that's Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is trying to get more in line with Pakistan.
Yeah, I think the Chinese are probably looking at us struggle a bit and are...
Oh, no, that's what the UAE is doing. Yeah, they're going to start pumping out more oil, and they want to be able to dabble in other currencies. So they're going to go outside of the petrodollar, a.k.a. the American dollar, and they're going to start trading some of their oil, American dollar and Chinese yuan. So, yeah, prepare for that BS.
Are wondering what the United States' plan is to get out of this. I agree with what David said. I think the president is going out of his way to make sure that hostilities don't resume in a large way. Of course, there's some that they define as under the threshold. But honestly, I don't see how the president gets Iran to even discuss meaningful compromises unless he holds out the credible use of force and restores the safe passage mission that successfully got 2 ships through the straits earlier this week. It wasn't without cost, and it would still be a great risk, but it was the first direct attempt to negate the Iranian leverage that they have over us and the world by controlling the straits. And I think ultimately that's going to be the only way out of this.
David, Michael there is talking about this operation called Project Freedom, which was designed to get, vessels out of the straits. 2, a grand total of 2 were able to pass through there. But the costs seem to have been, and we're just learning this over the last 24 hours, David, a diplomatic rift with Saudi Arabia and with Kuwait, which didn't want any part of it. What does that tell you? Now, apparently, they're more amenable to the whole idea, but the fact that they didn't have them on board at the beginning, David, where does that leave things?
Well, the first thing it tells you is that the administration...
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and let's get to 100 likes. We got over 400 y'all in here, so we just need probably about 24 of y'all to double tap that screen and like the video.
Is having a hard time learning the lessons from even the beginning of this war. You'll remember that the Saudis and the UAE were not given notice about when the war was going to begin. And the next thing they knew, the Iranians were taking it out on them, right? Launching missiles at their sites and their bases and their oil fields or oil production facilities. So he started in on this Project Freedom, which, as Michael says, is a much needed effort to get this open, but again, didn't do full consultation, it appears, on what this would be, how they might all participate, certainly how they'd prepare for it. And all of a sudden, they pulled the plug on it. And the president came up with another excuse for halting it. Those two ships, just to put it in perspective.
All right, though, let's go ahead and get over to back over to the right here. One of the big guys, Jesse Waters. Let's see here. Let's go with the most current one, which would be this one right here. Man, came out with 2 shows today.
Fox News alert, we just hit 2 Iranian tankers in the Strait. U.S. Central Command releasing this video of F-18 Super Hornets blasting 2 Persian blockade runners. The Sea Star 3 and Sevda were sneaking into an Iranian port when they were ordered to turn around. The ships were non-compliant, and then they got sprayed with 22-millimeter machine gun fire right into their smokestacks. The Super Hornets were deployed from our carrier, the USS H.W. Bush. CENTCOM says the 2 ships were disabled on the spot and had to abandon mission. The ships are massive, but they had no crude on board. They were empty and desperate because Iran's onshore storage is nearly at max capacity. More on that later. This is now the 3rd Iranian tanker that we've love-tapped this week. On Wednesday, Super Hornets from the USS Lincoln fired several rounds from a 20-millimeter cannon gun into another Iranian tanker's rudder. It was actually the first time an American fighter jet shot at a cargo ship ever. CENTCOM says multiple commercial vessels have been disabled and more than 50 have been redirected by CENTCOM forces to ensure compliance. The Strait's seen a lot of action in the last 48 hours. Yesterday, the Iranians fired at our guided missile destroyers.
I'm actually happy they were able to get those 2 ships turned around, because the main problem is that Iran's been getting out a lot of shadow fleets. That's why I was kind of grilling the guy who said, well, we got 2 ships out. Like, yeah, well, Iran got 20 out. So, and straight to China, by the way. So, yeah, if you're impressed with 2, well, Iran did 20. And I'm actually happy that they're able to turn a lot of these ships around, because Iran was kind of getting away with these shadow fleets. And it kind of took us, it didn't take us too long. It didn't take us too long to figure it out, because this is actually the first time we actually had to focus on these shadow fleets so close up. It took us about 2 days, but within those 2 days, they was able to get through 20 ships. It just lets you know the effectiveness of these shadow fleets.
And that was a bad decision.
The point is, if there's not much seizing in the firing, because we've
well, you should ask that of the Iranians. Don't ask me. We didn't fire. They fired on us. My point is, if you fire at a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, there's a ceasefire. We're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at. And we're not a stupid country.
The president says if the Iranians think that's bad, then get ready.
Is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. It's they trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
The Iranians are talking a lot of smack. Their foreign minister says this, quote, every time a diplomatic solution is on the table, the U.S. opts for a reckless military adventure. Whatever the cause's outcome is the same, Iranians never bow to pressure. Sending 18-year-olds on Boston whalers at American missile-guided destroyer, that's a reckless military adventure.
I mean, well, what are we? Never mind. I ain't gonna judge. I mean, like, well, hold on, bro. What you think we're doing? But all right, never mind.
Fire when fired upon. And today, the Iranians lobbed more missiles and drones at the UAE. Rubio says someone's going to have to teach these guys a lesson.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, instead of just trying to fire at our ships, they fired at an easier target, our ally, the UAE. And now the UAE was able to intercept most of those missiles, but yes, some made it through. And that's a problem with these missile defense systems. Even as sophisticated ones like the Iron Dome, they could be overwhelmed or bypassed through with a hypersonic missile.
Or the whole world will turn into pirates.
Iran now claims that they have a right to control an international waterway. They claim that they have a right to control it. What is the world going to do about that? Is the world going to accept that Iran now controls an international waterway?
Well, here's a problem. I mean, the world is looking at us like, yo, you started this, you made the mess, now clean it up. And that's perfectly fair for them to say. Like, yes, we started this war, we created this mess. I think it's fair that the world sits back and be like, no, bro, you clean this up. I ain't risking my military equipment. I'm not putting no money into this. I'm not the one who wanted to get into this. You did, so you clean it up. Not just sit there, make this fucking mess and be like, oh, you're a bitch ass nigga for not wanting to help me clean it. Like, bro, you made the mess. Sorry.
If the world is prepared to accept that, then be ready, because there's like 10 other countries that are going to start doing the same thing in their international waterways, or in international waterways near their countries. That's an unacceptable thing that they're trying to normalize.
The president's wall of steel's working. The blockades already turned around 57 commercial ships. Here's the USS Truxtun.
Oh, and here's the thing. I'm sorry, but if the strongest navy in the world cannot open up the Strait of Hormuz, what makes you think these guys can? Oh, I'm sorry, but like, bro, if there's ever an army that descended from the sky that can beat us, the rest of the world is cooked. Because if you could beat us, you could beat everybody else. If you can keep off our navy, you can keep off everybody else's navy. So I'm sorry, but they're looking at us going like, bro, if y'all can't do it, neither can we. So what do you want us to get involved for when y'all are literally the strongest army in the world and y'all can't do it? But you want us to join? Bruh, all right, bro, you better kick rocks on that note. And that's how a lot of these countries are looking at us right now.
USS Rafael Peralta and USS Mason operating in the Arabian Sea, just a day after they sank a Mosquito Fleet 6-pack. CENTCOM says 70 Iranian tankers are trapped with over 160 million barrels of oil on board. That's $13 billion of oil just rocking on the docks. They're filled to the brim and can't squeak out of the embargo.
Yeah, I know. So's our allies like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, like, bro, Iraq, like, bro, all these guys are going through the same thing Iran is. So it's kind of crazy when you sit here and just focus on Iran when I'm like, bro, you know, our allies are getting hurt in the same way, right? They're going through the same struggle, but not as worse as Iran, but just, well, not as actually, but Iran's actually going through it a little better. Why? Because they have the Caspian Sea that they can transport their oil through. These other countries don't. I mean, they could try to go through the Red Sea, but the Houthis might just start popping off and close that down. Well, they could, actually.
And now the New York Times, they're reporting that the Iranians are dumping millions of barrels of crude into the Gulf. Satellite images show a massive oil slick spreading into the water off Karg Island. That doesn't look too good. Primetime reached out to Al Gore for comment. Haven't heard back. We haven't heard anything from any Democrat condemning Iranian economic or environmental terrorism.
Bro, I'm sorry, but why would they? I'm sorry. Here's the thing. Look, we all condemn it. And actually, I've had heard Democrats condemn it. The problem is, though, they're still going to sit there and be like, yeah, but we weren't dealing with any of this until you got into this war that nobody agrees with. Well, but the sicko fans for Donald Trump, except for them. So why would they sit there and harp on Iran when we're over here looking at our leadership like, you know, you're complaining about all this shit that we wouldn't be dealing with, whatsoever if you didn't hop inside this war. If you didn't let Israel drag us into this war, we wouldn't be dealing with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. We wouldn't be wasting money and wasting munition in Iran. I mean, none of this would be happening. Oh, and gas prices wouldn't be through the fucking roof. So yeah, they're gonna sit there and get on y'all ass and completely ignore the fact that yeah, Iran is closing down an international waterway. They're gonna ignore the fact that yes, there's also environmental terrorism, whatever the fuck that means. So, bro, yeah, we get it, but you guys started it. The Trump administration started this and dragging us along with all the consequences that's coming with it. And now y'all telling us, well, why don't y'all get mad at the Democrats for not calling out what the Iranians doing? Because the Iranians wasn't doing this before you started this war. But all right. Oh, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video.
Another thing we're waiting on, the mullahs.
We should know something today. I mean, we're expecting a response from them. We'll see what the response entails. The hope is it's something that it can put us into a serious process of negotiation.
We can get it at any moment tonight.
But can we trust it? The hardliners want war because they don't know if they can survive another round of protests. And no one's seen or heard from the gay Ayatollah. Sources say his status is Wizard of Oz meets Weekend at Bernie's. The people we're negotiating with can't be.
I'm sorry, but if you don't know that this war is more unpopular than Iran, that majority of the majority of the American people do not agree with this war. Over 60%, this war is less popular than Vietnam. Like, if you don't understand that, then I'm sorry, but you're living under, I mean, really, I ain't gonna say you're living under a rock. You're just choosing not to hear out the other side. And this is the problem with MAGA, is that y'all insulating yourselves within each other. You're not willing to listen to the independents and see how they're doing. You're definitely not gonna listen to the Dems. You're just gonna stay inside y'all little echo chamber, and anybody who tried to burst y'all little bubble, you're gonna lash out at. And that's all I've been seeing. Is that crazy with you guys at this point? I mean, it's crazy to a point where I tell you the truth and you're saying you're on the side of Iran. Like, no, I'm literally telling you what the people in the center and the left are thinking, like on the other side. And for some reason, you only care about what y'all side think, but it's more than just y'all side that votes. It's more than just y'all side that live in this country. I would hope that you know this and remember it. Remember it, because it's going to smack your hard come midterms.
Be trusted either. Their lead guy, a bit of a swindler.
We've said we're not going to take him out initially, and at least we have somebody reasonable to talk to. But he wrote a book in 2024 about the power of negotiation, and his parents were rug merchants. And you have to, if you've ever bought a rug at a bazaar, you kind of understand the bartering that goes back and forth. I don't trust him.
The president says he might restart Project Freedom and plus other things, quote unquote, if the mullahs don't sign the deal. General Jack Keane says the best deal.
Oh, and bro, just for transparency, no, I voted for Donald Trump. Yes, I voted for Donald Trump. But when I voted for Donald Trump, I ain't vote for Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump because of his America First agenda. Once he started going outside of that America First agenda, he started turning into a complete corporatist and neocon. That's when I can no longer support, because I didn't support Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump. I supported Donald Trump because of what he ran on. And once he went outside of that, I'm not supporting that no more. And I'm surprised that there are people in MAGA still supporting it, because they'd agreed with me when they was agreeing with me during the election. They was agreeing with me all through 2025. Now Trump pops off this war, become a neocon, a corporatist, and now they're making excuses for it. It's insane, but hey, this is where we're at.
Deal? Probably no deal.
But no, I would say I'm more center-right.
I think the prospects of a good deal are likely slim. And even if we do get a deal, here's the problem with any deal that we make, assuming it meets all of our objectives. To get a deal, we will have to provide some funding for the Iranians, admittedly condition-based, and also sanction relief. So when you draw back from that,
no, shout out to what Brian's saying, because like that's honestly what I truly stand for. Like, you guys got to understand. When I voted for Donald Trump and his whole Make America Great Again agenda, I'm honestly voting in the best intention, not just for myself or what I see best for the American people. Like, I want all of us to eat. I want all of us to win. And our government should want that too. But that's not the case. So, and here's the thing. I could disagree with Donald Trump and still love my country, of course, and still love my people. And that's the reason why I'm disagreeing with Donald Trump, because I love my people so much, to the point where I don't want to see you pay higher gas prices. I don't want to see inflation go up and see your dollar worth less. I don't want to see none of that for myself or you as an American. We're all on the same side at the end of the day here. So trust me, I can disagree with Donald Trump because I love my American people so much. I love my nation that much to not want to see any of us go through this. But apparently some of you guys love Donald Trump more than you love the American people. And that's just the facts right there. Which I wish what wasn't, but I mean, look, man, the way y'all talking, y'all showing it. All right.
After a negotiated settlement, what do we have? We have a regime that survives and also ability to recover. And I think that is fundamentally flawed.
The president could go either way, epic fury or economic fury. Two great tools. Trump's used both of them. The question is, which one gets the best results? If their pea shooters keep firing, why not knock out the toll booths? Keane says, why not go for the crown jewel?
We have an ace here. Up our sleeve, so to speak. It's Carg Island, and we're obviously blocking it now from any transport coming out of there, and that represents 90%, of their oil resources. So clearly, the blockade over time will force an economic collapse. But we can hold Carg Island hostage if you're going to take
Oza. That is a terrible argument. I do not think you want to use that. He said, so you forgot that Trump's been talking about Iran for 40 years. No, bro, because you're bringing up an interview that he did in the 80s where he was talking like a war hawk for Iran. But what happened after the 80s? Oh, yeah, Middle Eastern intervention that kind of showed how bad of an idea like getting into a war with Iran was, how bad of an idea getting into Iraq was, how bad of an idea getting into Afghanistan was. Yeah, all that. So it's kind of crazy and insane to bring up. I'm sorry, not insane, but it's kind of crazy to sit there and bring up an interview from the 1980s to substantiate your point on, oh, he was always for war with Iran. No, he wasn't. I'm sorry, but it is really disingenuous to bring up an interview from the 80s when in 2016 he was talking about no new wars with Iran, no new wars in the Middle East. And thing is, he explicitly called out Iran. So it's kind of even more insane how you guys even make that argument like we weren't there. Like we all weren't there in 2016, hearing this man condemn Barack Obama, talking about if you get into war with Iran, you can't negotiate and you should be fired as a president. You hearing Donald Trump talking about, oh, all this stuff in the Middle East was a waste, forever wars, no new more. But and yet here you are defending the same shit this man was speaking out against. I cannot believe it.
Qatar's natural gas or the Saudis or the UAE's oil fields, we're going to begin to take Carg
and
out.
I got you. Guys, quick little intervention, quick little break, 4-minute break. Enjoy the video.
Hey, President Trump, how are those mass deportations going?
They said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people and they're working now on farms.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Oh. Well, surely no new wars in the Middle East like you've campaigned on for years, right?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Donald Trump issued an ultimatum to Iran: open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours or America will attack their power plants.
Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape.
Oh. So why are we going to war with Iran again?
If we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that.
Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our Commander-in-Chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make.
Miriam gave my campaign, indirectly and directly, $250 million. She was number one. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights.
Oh. Well, I'm sure there will be zero repercussions for this war, and it's probably only going to go on for like a week, right?
As we head into week 4 of this war. As gas prices climb across the country, President Trump pressured allies to help secure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. A major shipping route for oil has effectively been shut down amid this war, sending shockwaves through the markets, with gas jumping nationwide from an average of $2.92 in Kansas to more than $5 a gallon in California.
Look, gas prices are up. And we know they're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it.
Well, at least we as the MAGA movement still collectively agree that child transitioning is wrong, right? Okay, how about those Epstein files?
So this is a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. What this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party had. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump? To flag any records which included his name?
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this.
Oh. Well, it kind of seems to me like the Republican president has slowly transitioned into a Democrat president. Hey, MAGA, why are we voting for these people again? One thing is certain. We didn't leave MAGA. MAGA left us. But the question is, are we going to allow that? Or are we going to take the reins from the man who started it all, but has sadly become the opposition to everything that we stand for? Or are we going to continue to lick the boot and bend the knee to people who don't give a shit about us? They use us for our vote. They lie directly to our faces. They protect child predators. They want to grant mass amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. And now they're totally fine with children being mutilated and indoctrinated by their crazy-ass liberal parents. Fuck Trump, fuck Vance, fuck Rubio, fuck the Republican Party as a whole, fuck the Democrats, fuck them all. This is not the shit that we signed up for. Wake the fuck up.
Please wake up. And didn't that disprove my point? Oh, yeah, if you're wondering what you were talking about, oh, yeah, Republicans are going for this whole Dignity Act, and it's to give amnesty to undocumented immigrants. And it's being pushed by Republicans, by the way. So, yeah. And, oh, wait, yeah, didn't that video also prove that Iran, that Trump was pretty much against war with Iran, you know, in 2016, 15, even 14? So, what does that tell you? All right, then, let's get back to it. And don't forget to like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Away from you in terms of physical destruction.
And this just in. The U.S. Special Operations Command ship.
I'm sorry. Somebody said I listened to the news, not the man. I'm sorry, bro. Go through my catalog. Bro, during the election, I pretty much listened to every Trump rally. Every one. I've listened to Trump more than you guys, and I know that for a fact. I've listened to almost every Trump rally. I probably listened to maybe over 1 million hours of Trump interviews included. So please, don't tell me I'm not listening to the man. I hear this man every goddamn day, like even when I don't want to.
Trader was just spotted near our base in Diego Garcia. The last time it came out to play, the Maduro raid. The ship hasn't even been photographed in 3 years. These things come packed with super stallions, ospreys, night stalkers, with a 50 caliber machine gun station on the upper deck and a floating command center. This could mean something's about to go down. And Southcom's been working on some new next-gen drone tech, you know, toys for the boys. So who knows what...
But all right, though, let's get into, excuse me, another... Oh, wow. My bad. The energy drink is getting to me. But let's go ahead and get into the next video here. Where is it at? Here it is. Russia exposed for secret plan to help Iran in new report. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Oh, and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. I think we're over 100 likes. Let's even get to 200 likes, guys. And make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Hit that icon above. Subscribe to the channel. We do this every day. Or, 6 days out the week. One day.
Senator? John, as the U.S. awaits Iran's response, a brand new report is revealing more about how Russia is assisting Iran, offering up training and thousands of drones. Let's bring in Dan Hoffman, former CIA station chief in Moscow and Fox News contributor. Dan, you've seen the report. What do you make of it?
Well, there are a lot of unanswered questions. It's a report that The Economist obtained. We don't know from whom or when. And it's purported to be an intelligence report from Russia's military intelligence, the GRU, about how Russia would support Iran by providing them with drones that we would be unable to jam. So the Russians have been using those in Ukraine to great effect. And that would create problems for us if they're not giving out radio signals that we might be able to jam. That and tactical intelligence would enhance Iran's war effort against us. Now, the report indicated, The Economist indicated that the report might have been obtained around the time that the Trump administration...
Yo, that's crazy. So hold on. Russia to give Iran 5K drones and training. Wait, training? For what? The drones? All right, crap. I knew it. It makes sense. It makes sense. Because think about it like this, guys. I kind of knew Russia was going to do this because, like, it's kind of get back for what we're doing to them in, in Ukraine. You know, how we're sending, well, we used to send weapons to Ukraine, but we were pretty much giving Ukraine weapons. And we were kind of pretty much making the war kind of stretch out because we was giving Ukraine all these weapons. So I think Russia is trying to get their get back. They're like, all right, cool. You want to do that to me in Ukraine? Let's see how you like it in Iran. I'm gonna start sending weapons. I'm gonna start giving them training, and F it, I'm gonna start giving them money too. And we'll see how long it takes for you guys to take them out. Now, I'm just speculating, but I'm gonna be real with you. This actually looks like that's the plan. This looks like get back.
Was contemplating mounting a ground incursion of Karg Island. And so the Russian response may have been designed to counter that sort of
And shout out to my man Guest Duty says hooligan politics need to end. Both parties are trash. Both sides are fucked, and both are too busy hating the other side to realize they are both. Yeah, they are being fucked. I mean, no, you're on, bro. Shout out Guest Duty on that one. Because at this point, no, we got to admit it. Both parties suck. Both parties are bought off by the corporate elites. Both parties, for some reason, want the same thing, but act like they don't. I mean, bro, we got Republicans pushing for amnesty. I thought that was a Democrat thing. I thought that was for the leftists, the liberals. But no, we got so-called conservatives out here pushing for amnesty, so-called the Dignity Act. And it's Republicans, by the way. So it kind of lets you know that, yeah, both sides are very shady individuals. They don't really care about the American people. They just care about getting your vote and then selling out to the highest bidder. And once they set out to the highest bidder, they toss y'all asses off to the side, and then they'll come back to you for election. You know, they'll be like, please, I know I sold you out to the corporate billionaires, but please vote for me again.
An attack by the Trump administration.
And you will.
Look, in spite of what we don't know about this report, it's absolutely consistent with the way Vladimir Putin would be.
I do like migrants. I love immigrants. I just don't like the undocumented immigrants that are here that's pretty much driving down wages. And because they're here, yes, I mean, they can drive down wages and these people can pay you less. And I mean, bro, even with H-1B visas, these guys take jobs from scholars and drive down wages at the same damn time. So it's not that I don't like immigrants. It's just not immigrants, but immigration just does not work out for America. Nor does it work out for the country that they're leaving, because they're just leaving that country in tatters or just leaving it war-torn while they're coming over to a country that really don't have the resources for them to be here, and the people are only getting more frustrated towards that group of people. And I don't want hatred towards the immigrants, but when we're going through such hard economic times and we're seeing scarcity in resources, bro, dumping people into here is the worst thing you can do. And all you're going to do is create a bitterness towards those people that they really don't deserve. But hey, it is what it is. That, and we have laws. So I would hope we want to follow the law, make sure nobody who's not supposed to be in here is out of here, and we just leave it at that. But I'm going to be real with you. Overall immigration does not help America. All it does is hurt us, and it hurts the country that they're coming from as well.
Behave towards the United States in the Middle East.
But I do love people, though. What can I say? I do love people. I love people in my country the most, but I love the people around the world as well.
We saw it in Afghanistan, where Russia provided material support to the Taliban to help their effort against us.
Here is some of the report from The Economist on the secret document, Dan, revealing what they say are Russia's plans to aid Iran. The secret plan involves Russia providing Iran with 5,000 short-range fiber optic drones of the sort used in the war in Ukraine, an unknown number of longer-range satellite-guided drones, and training to use both sorts. Here's more from The Economist report. It details, Dan, fiber optic drones, by contrast, have transformed the battlefield in Ukraine by creating large...
Nah, those fiber optic drones are crazy. So pretty much it's like these drones on these little fiber wires that go for miles and miles, like a big old roll, and it's just connected to this string. I think those are the fiber optic drones that I was watching a video of these little war videos in Ukraine, and I was seeing how they were in use, and you can literally see like the little wire behind them while it's flying. it's low-key kind of cool.
Gray zones in which vehicles and soldiers in the open are attacked remorselessly. Instead of being guided using radio signals, which can be jammed, operators control them through thin wires that spool out behind them. Operators can use them to conduct pinpoint attacks at ranges of over 40 kilometers. So considering all of this, Dan, how could or should this change or alter our strategy, the United States strategy with Iran?
Well, I think we've already been factoring this into our strategy. Look, the Russians have been unable to deter the United States from launching the attacks on Iran. Russia was unable to do anything when their ally Bashar al-Assad was toppled from power. He's now living in Moscow. I'm quite sure that the Iranians have been asking the Russians for help, and I'm sure we're detecting that, collecting on that through our intelligence sources from CIA and other agencies.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be real with you. It's really hard. Well, one, Iran's a way more formidable foe than Syria. I mean, yeah, and their army is way more. I would say their army's way more formidable than Syria. So you can't really compare the two. I mean, that's the problem why nobody really wants to go to war with Iran, because it's literally the strongest country in that region outside of Israel, of course. Because Israel got nukes.
So I don't think this would be much of a surprise to Director Ratcliffe, as well as President Trump. And as far as how we counteract this, I think we need to be prepared for it. And perhaps we may seek to interdict any shipments from Russia and carry on with our policy, which, as Hugh Hewitt eloquently described, means denying Iran any nuclear enrichment, staying with our strategic objectives. I don't think that these drones are a game breaker. We have the military capability to deal with them.
Meanwhile, I'll finish off with Marco Rubio earlier today saying that U.S. isn't a stupid country. He firmly responded to the activity and questions about it earlier today. Listen.
What you saw yesterday was U.S. destroyers moving through international waters being fired upon by the Iranians, and the U.S. responded defensively to protect itself. Of course, we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at, and we're not a stupid country.
Dan, I'll give you a final thought on that.
Fair.
Yeah, look, there's lots of ways to deal with the drones, and whatever Iran has left of their ballistic missiles, that's at the point of attack. Hit the launchers, hit the sites where the drones are being launched, and we'll have the intelligence to do that.
Got it. Dan, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, let's get over to the next video. Somebody said something in the chat that was extremely fair. I mean, that's fair. Somebody said, all right, everybody want to go after immigrants, but nobody want to go after the guys or the business owners who hire these immigrants. And that's true. That is definitely true. It's like there is a lack of attention on the people who hire illegal immigrants. Like we just don't go after them for some reason. And I think we do that because we know it's like construction guys, farmers, and all that good stuff. And yeah, for some reason, those guys are being protected. But I promise you, if we did start locking up people for hiring illegal immigrants, it would stop. Like they would honestly have nowhere to go when they stop coming here. If these owners was to actually go to jail, bro, let's lock like 3 business owners, a couple CEOs up for hiring illegal immigrants. I promise you it's going to stop. And give them some long ass sentences too. Give them like 10, 15 years. Guarantee you they all going to stop. But all right, though, let's get into the next video here. All right, debate. If job numbers are up, why is consumer sentiment so low? Because the job numbers are up. Like pretty much we did over 100K. We added over 100K jobs to the economy. So shout out to the jobs report number. I cannot be mad at that. I'm just scared when the inflation report comes out. That's what I'm waiting on. I kind of knew the jobs might actually look good, but the inflation report, though, that's what I'm looking for.
Are we seeing like a gap between the stock market, between the expectations of the market, which is really what we're talking about here, and what real people are experiencing, how they're feeling, their own anxieties about this economy?
So it's a paradox. I mean, you're right. Some of these statistics have shown improvement. I remember when I was on the show 4 or 5 weeks ago, we were talking about, are we going to have stagflation, rising unemployment and rising inflation at the same time. And it looks like, I like that word you use, resilient, because the U.S. economy is pretty resilient.
Yeah.
And this,
even though we added 1,000 jobs, you got to remember, we lost a good amount of jobs over the past, 2 months. We lost a good amount of jobs. So even though we went up over 100,000 jobs, we're still at 4.3% unemployment. Unemployment didn't go anywhere. It just stayed the same, even though we added jobs this month.
This report shows that. But, and look, you're right. We have the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, and the Dow Jones are at or near all-time highs. Now, that's a good thing. We want a good, healthy stock market, and most Americans are invested in the market. But, and the jobs numbers were good. But people are angry. People are really angry about gas prices. They're angry about food, grocery prices. And it's going to be really important for Republicans, if they want to be competitive in November, get this economy moving and get those prices down. And that means, step one is get the Strait of Hormuz open so that oil is flowing, so people aren't paying $4.50 a gallon. But remember, by the way, before this all happened, we had the lowest gas prices in 50 years adjusted for inflation. We can get back to that.
Can I ask a question? I'm not an economist by any means. So on the surface, I can see that the labor market looks stable, right? The unemployment is holding, this kind of thing. But underneath, isn't the market really being reshaped? Like, I feel like it's been happening for a long time with the inventions of things like the tractor and the assembly line and computers and the internet and that kind of thing. And now we have this next iteration of AI coming in with things like data centers, and they're going to be replacing human workers with no real plan as to how we're going to give jobs to the humans that are being replaced. So I feel like we're right at the edge of a real.
People are talking about what AI. I mean, when it comes to AI, people need to start talking about universal income, or we need to start working in like partnership with AI. AKA AI can't take your job, but it can make your job easier. So we need to pick what we're going to do with that, because if AI starts taking jobs, people are going to start rioting in the streets. And I'm telling you, they're coming for the heads of the AI tech guys. And I mean, that's what's just going to happen if people start losing their jobs to AI, or these guys make money hand over fist. People are going to go crazy. And rightfully so. And rightfully so. I wouldn't even be mad at y'all. All right, though. But let's go ahead and get into this jobs report real quick, as Rudders continues to kind of irritate me. Rudders. All right, so non-farm payroll increased too. Like I said, over 100,000, 115,000 in April, above expectations of 62,000 gain. All right, the number of part-time workers, it rose from 455,000 to 4.9 million. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, that's not really the best thing. I was hoping for more full-time. I mean, there's a lot of part-time work out there apparently. Shit, not over here in Ohio, though. But I don't need any part-time work. All right. Unemployment rate changed unemployment remained unchanged at 4.3% as people drop out of the labor force. Oh, shit. But yes, U.S. unemployment increased more than expected in April, pointing to a labor market stability and reinforcing expectations in the Federal Reserve would keep interest rates unchanged for some time as the war with Iran, fans inflation. Oof. Yeah. So that's what we're going through. And somebody was trying to say, no, that's not what it says. I'm like, yeah, it's right here, bro. I mean, look. I mean, Trump could have good numbers. Like, dang. Like, geez, TDS much? People think I got TDS, but I'd be like, no. No, I do not. Trust me. There'd be some people with some real TDS. You say anything good about Trump, you say any good numbers under Trump, and they are just in disbelief because they think that, under Trump, the sky is supposed to be falling. It's like, no. No, guys. Like, this situation sucks that we're in, but the sky ain't falling. Well, yeah. Hopefully not, though.
Real crisis, and we're not dealing with that. Does that seem reasonable?
Very good point you're making. So we are on the precipice of one of the greatest productivity revolutions in the history of the world, and it's coming very quickly. Robotics is going to change everything. We have 2 million truck drivers in this country. Probably in 15 years, there will be 0 truck drivers. It'll all be automated, and people are very nervous about that. In fact, if you look at the polling, people are more nervous about this coming revolution than they are optimistic about it. The technology companies have done it. They're investing trillions of dollars in this, and they're not asking the American people what they want. Have you noticed what's going on in these communities, Abby? All over the country. People are saying, no, we don't want the data centers. We don't want it.
Not asking. They don't. They're like, we don't care.
They're not listening.
Exactly.
And I mean, even looking deeply at the job numbers, underemployment is up. I think there's a lot of movement in the economy that is some of it due to AI, but I think people are seeing the writing on the wall. They're experiencing right now their budgets getting stretched.
I mean, yeah, there's a whole lot of college graduates out here pretty much not working in their field. I'll tell you that. And what was it? I was recently looking at a video about how AI done wiped out like 600,000 jobs that were supposed to be for the college educated students that are graduating out of our colleges. So this is the fucked up part that our scholars got to deal with. And this is what irritates me. Not only do these guys got to deal with AI, but they also got to deal with H-1B visas. Like, bro, we're not even giving our young talent a chance out here. Bro, if we don't replace them with H-1B visa, it's AI taking their job. If it ain't AI, it's some Indian named Pajit. Like, come on now. We are not doing our fellow scholars right. We're not doing them right, guys. And if we're going to do them like this, then I'm going to be real with you. What's the point of telling these kids to go to college for and letting them go in debt for this, if that's the case?
And they feel truly nervous.
I think there's a couple of things. I have an AI company, which is so interesting that you asked that question, by the way. So I've hired about 20 or 30 people in the last 4 to 5 months. The scary thing is when you're talking about AI is that you're right. When we're looking at some of the actual development that we're doing, we're able to actually have some shortcuts based on artificial intelligence. The other thing, though, that we're finding is we need to hire more people for certain other trades that we're actually finding out, and we can have a whole conversation about it. It's been fascinating for me to run an AI company. The other thing, Stephen, I was thinking about what you said about the jobs. 115,000 feels okay. I also own whiskey distilleries, and we got a 50% tariff on bottles, and we had to raise our prices by $2 per bottle based on some random tariff. But here's the thing. I feel like I'm in 8th grade, and I go to my mom, and I'm like, Mom, I did so much better on my math test today. And she goes, how'd you do, honey? I said, look, a C-. Look at that. And that's what we're getting right now from the White House, right?
It's better than the D you were
It's better than the D that I usually
semester.
got because I didn't go to school. I was a vagrant. But anyway, but the thing I'm sorry. But the thing that Stephen said too, that I was thinking about the jobs created in the 16 months since Trump was president. It's 420,000, give or take. I wanted to do a real comparison with Biden. The last 16 months of Biden was 2 million jobs. So that's where I have this like weird jittery feeling based on.
Now, and here's the thing, here's a problem between Trump's numbers and Biden numbers. Biden, well, he made a whole bunch of government positions that he would have, multiple candidates for. So I'll say you're a government analyst or you're an analyst in the Department of Defense, right? Well, they would have 4 people at your job pretty much doing the same task. You're all getting paid the same salary. And this is a way how Biden would pretty much fudge the job numbers. Now, not all the way up to 2 million, but this does explain why it's exponentially higher than Donald Trump's. And then also, we're also talking about, foreign-born workers that they received a lot of jobs under Biden, and that also boosts his numbers as well. But let's be real, not going to sit here in front. There was also a good amount of job gain under Biden as well. It's just that, the high inflation kind of fucked that up for the rest of us. It's nice getting jobs, but when you're dealing with higher prices and wages ain't going up with those higher prices, the jobs really don't mean much. But he did have high job growth, but the inflation kind of fucked it all up.
Sort of the reshaping of the baseline of the American economy, but I'm also looking at the tariffs that our families are still dealing with. My wife is a CEO. We're dealing with glass tariffs. We're dealing with cork tariffs. We're dealing with supply chain issues. We're still dealing with COVID surcharges, right, on some of the actual things that we're getting in our supply chain. So my thing is, we don't see it at a micro level at our distillery. We were 45% down on sales over the last 2 years, 45% in people, but we're up about 38% per ticket. But that's because we upped our prices so gosh dang much. People have to spend money. So that's the issue that I'm talking about. It looks like it's a C- when everybody's saying it's an A+ from the administration.
Yeah, I mean, most Americans, 64% say the economy right now is weak.
Yeah.
They blame Trump, think that his approval ratings on handling of the economy and cost of living are really bargain.
And that's what I'm saying. It's only people inside the MAGA coalition or the MAGA cult that's honestly sitting here telling us, oh, you guys are just broke. Like, oh my goodness, bro. You're telling us the same thing that the Dems were telling us when we were looking at 9% inflation, and they were telling us it's the best economy ever. This is what I'm saying. MAGA, you're turning into a bunch of leftists. While everybody's telling you, not just the leftists, but the independents as well that also got Trump in, y'all even turned y'all back on them and just said, oh, you're broke. Oh, you're just a leftist, TDS. As soon as they tell you the reality of what's going on in the economy, now we're just a bunch of leftists. But when we said it under Biden, y'all was with us, though. Okay.
Basement right now. And I don't think the American people are stupid. I don't think that they're misguided. I think they're just telling it like it is for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think more jobs is great. But like you said, when you leave that job and you go put gas in the car so you can go back to work the next day, and then you go buy groceries and you go.
I mean, yeah, like great. You could say the same thing with Trump. You could say the same thing with Biden. More jobs, that's great. But when prices are high, gas is high, grocery prices are high, energy prices are high, but these wages for these jobs, all these jobs that you created ain't really go up too much. Did it really help anybody out? Of course not. So it's like there have to be a balance. If you're going to create jobs, make sure you find a way to raise wages or find a way to lower prices or do both. Because if you don't, then you really ain't doing too much. You're not really doing anything. You're not really helping out the American people. I mean, you're just making it look good. I'm like, oh, I added 2 million jobs. Yeah, but inflation went up 9% and all prices across the board went up 20%. So, oh yeah, and wages only went up like 3%. So how's that helping us? Exactly.
Go home and the kids need new shoes and you need a new washing machine and everything's more expensive because of the war, because of the tariffs, you're not going to be happy. So great, there are more jobs. That is undeniably a good thing, even if it's significantly less job growth than we saw during the last 16 months of Biden's term. It's actually more than 2 million. I know it's like 186,000 on average every month over the last 12 months of his presidency. But that's not making people's lives better. Their quality of life is down, and they know it.
I think we should also remember that foreclosures are up; they're through the roof.
Because, like I said, and I'm gonna drill this point in. You can't just sit there and brag about, oh, we had this much jobs, but inflation was this high and wages didn't match it. So, like, all these jobs didn't really do anything for the American people. I mean, what, you got more places to go? To still deal with an unaffordability problem? Like, come on now. Now, if you're saying that, oh, we added jobs and all these jobs raised their wages by, I don't know, like $3, $4, which might not really even help that much, but at least it's something that you can bring up. Not just added all these jobs, but wages were stagnant. But I added all these jobs, though, while wages were stagnant and prices were rising. So give me a medal. It's like, no.
Gentleman that was on talking about the economy being so good, he was the one that was just on a couple of days ago talking about how high credit card interest rates are coming in, and I'm like, credit card debt levels, yeah.
Let me let Horace have a word.
Okay, one observation is that every American is the best judge of how their financial circumstance is, and it is the job of the president, and it is the job of his political opponents to come to those Americans and say, here is what I offer as a way to address your concerns. At present, all we got is orange man bad from the partisan opponents, and then the president bringing a strategy some may argue is a mixed bag. The tariffs maybe aren't
Sir, I'm not orange man bad. There's a war no one wanted. There's healthcare that no one can get. There's foreclosures that are through the roof. People can't.
Hold on now. People can still get health care. Quick. Come on now. But foreclosure is through the roof. Prices are out of control. But I do hate how they try to fearmonger on health care. I'm like, no, people can still get health care.
Afford homes. It's not orange man bad.
Well,
if the economy is terrible, we're in a war. We have no health care. Our education is terrible. They're gerrymandering the entire country. So
education is trash. But I mean, do we really want to talk about that? Because that's going to be a very uncomfortable conversation that a lot of people don't want to deal with. Because I'm going to have to start pointing out people's hypocrisy. And y'all not going to like it.
Our votes aren't heard. Data centers are being built everywhere that people don't want them.
Patiently.
So here we go. And I'm saying,
okay,
hold on. If I may, if your solution is the federal government is going to do all of these things to make it better, there has been no example throughout recorded history of that working. In fact, everywhere on the planet where you give free health care, where you give all of this assistance,
every single country that's a peer nation of ours.
Actually,
okay, I want to take one step back here because, again, I think that's largely nonsense. I'll take it all the way back to the fundamental text of capitalism. Let's look at The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith. This is a direct quote. No society can truly be flourishing and happy for which the greater part of its members are poor and
But
miserable.
but what you know,
That's
look,
book
people are
book 1, chapter 8.
People you mentioned, but are you really trying to celebrate people that Biden economy was good? Because it was a disaster.
It was terrible.
The inflation that people are feeling.
I said nothing about Biden.
Yes,
I said
you said all these jobs that he created.
No, but this is my point.
Yeah.
Hazlitt's out there saying, oh my God, the job numbers are so good. The sentiment is bad. We're making the same mistake Biden did.
1 point. 86%.
No, I mean, no, it's basically the same thing Biden did. It's like, oh, look at these great job numbers for April, guys. Yeah, that's cool and all, but inflation's up, gas prices are up, and most people are still feeling like they're still dealing with the same unaffordability crisis that they were dealing with under Biden. So, I mean, I know you want a gold star, but you might have to wait on it.
Of the rise in prices since COVID happened under Biden. So people should be angry about rising prices.
We are 2 years into this administration. Could we maybe not be talking about Biden? We're in a war. The Biden did not start.
There was a
healthcare. The Biden did not
hard pivot away from like these fundamental
about between what you, Horace, was saying.
What about Biden is getting old?
I'm not sure what Lee was saying was that the government should do a bunch of things. In fact, maybe the argument here is that if Trump had not done a bunch of things, he might be dealing with a much better economy. I mean, had he not done tariffs, had he not pursued the war, there are a lot of options that would have involved the president.
The tax cut. That helped Americans.
That helped Americans. He chose to do a lot of things that created some of the headwinds that the economy is facing right now.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next one then.
This university in central Tehran is considered by the US and Israel one of the very first stages in Iran's nuclear supply chain. It was struck in mid-March.
What? Oh, that's weird.
One of the very first stages in Iran's nuclear supply chain.
What in God's name? No, hold on, guys. Hold up. Video active Fugazi. Refresh.
This university in central Tehran is considered by the US and Israel one of the very first stages in Iran's nuclear supply chain. It was struck in mid-March by the US-Israeli campaign, and it's one of dozens of sites across Iran we've been analysing to see how much of its nuclear supply chain has been wiped out. And the answer is not as much as the US and Israel would like. That university you just saw has been under US sanctions since 2012 for researching and developing weapons of mass destruction. It's a reminder of just how long the US has been tracking Iran's ability to make nuclear weapons. And we found that in these latest strikes by the US and Israel, while much of the production process has been substantially damaged, some of the most important parts of this process, the stores of
All right, I'm gonna go fix the video.
So much for coming in
Hold
today.
on.
Fantastic to be with you. Fun to be with you in the studio.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. So first of all, let's get your thoughts on the updates of the Iran war. Of course, you know a lot about oil. The Interior Department does a lot of the management of oil in the United States. Just give us your thoughts on blockading Iranian oil and producing American oil to offset some of those costs that we're seeing.
Well, first of all, I just say thank you to President Trump for his incredible leadership and, of course, the execution of our military, because essentially, from a military standpoint, the United States won. Now you get into the next phase, which is economic, and Scott Best.
All right. Let's get back to this video on, well, Iran's nuclear supply chain is not obliterated. Let's get right into it. All right. Fantastic. Oh, double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, or you can send a Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
This university in central Tehran is considered by the US and Israel one of the very first stages in Iran's nuclear supply chain. It was struck in mid-March by the US-Israeli campaign, and it's one of dozens of sites across Iran we've been analysing to see how much of its nuclear supply chain has been wiped out. And the answer is not as much as the US and Israel would like. That university you just saw has been under US sanctions since 2012 for researching and developing weapons of mass destruction. It's a reminder of just how long the US has been tracking Iran's ability to make nuclear weapons. And we found that in these latest strikes by the US and Israel, while much of the production process has been substantially damaged, some of the most important parts of this process, the stores of highly enriched uranium, may not have been touched at all.
Bruh.
Let's start at the beginning of the supply chain. Alongside the research, the process starts at places like these, Saghan Uranium Mine, where the raw material, uranium ore, is mined. In recent years, Saghan Mine has expanded significantly. You can see widening pits, growing piles of earth, and diggers. We looked at recent imagery since the latest strikes and found no evidence of damage. In fact, from between the clouds, you can still see diggers operating at the site. So far, this indicates this stage of the nuclear supply chain may remain untouched. Next, the mined uranium ore is transported to production plants like this one in Ardecan.
AKA, they're still mining uranium.
Here, it's converted into yellowcake, which is a type of concentrated uranium. We found this plant was substantially damaged in recent strikes on March 27th. An image taken the following month shows little change, suggesting the Iranians have not rebuilt this site yet. After this, the yellowcake is taken here to sites like this one in Isfahan to be purified and converted into uranium hexafluoride. And it's this stage of the supply chain, that has caused the biggest headache for the US and Israel. Back last June, French outlet Le Monde found this truck visible in imagery taken just days before the strikes. These blue containers are likely carrying uranium into the tunnels, experts told CNN. Days later, these facilities were substantially damaged in Israeli attacks. You can see several buildings wiped out. Then, in early 2026, Iran covered over several entrances to these underground tunnels with earth, preventing people from accessing them. Further measures were taken this April when these roadblocks were put up in front of the entrances to the tunnels. It could suggest there still remains something valuable down there. They were not, however, hit in the latest US-Israeli strikes. Even experts we spoke to are unsure why. David Albright is a world-leading expert on nuclear weapons.
How much of a risk in the future is that stores in Isfahan Mountain?
Well, I think it's a big risk. That's quite a bit of money in the bank. I mean, the amount of enriched uranium they've produced was equivalent to a full years of production of their entire enrichment complex, and is believed to be mostly, and almost all of it, at Isfahan.
In fact, the US believes this too, and their demand to remove this uranium has been a key issue in the stalling peace negotiations. And finding out exactly how much is down there is central to determining whether Iran remains a nuclear threat. Katie Poglaze, CNN, London.
What is important to understand is there are a lot of different components of the nuclear program. There's the supply chain, there's the nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched.
Pretty much what I got from that video is that their nuclear capability has not been decimated whatsoever, and that they could still pretty much rebuild the supply chain. And even parts of the supply chain has been damaged. We don't even know if they've carried that underground or if they've moved it to another facility. So it doesn't look like we honestly stopped these guys from enriching uranium. They could do it at any moment because they're a uranium-rich country. But hey, it is what it is. That's what I'm saying. You could never really stop them from enriching uranium. Like, you can't stop it. Like, it's all in the ground. And they'll always have the knowledge, no matter how much scientists you decide to blow up Israel.
Up to 60%, which is the Iranians still have buried underground. Very difficult, in fact, for U.S. Aircraft to strike, even with big GBU-57s. It's just buried beneath the earth. And then there are other things that weren't in that, like scientists. The Iranians have scientists, so there's nuclear know-how. The Israelis have killed a little bit over a dozen Iranian nuclear scientists.
Bro, and they do these guys so dirty. Like, first off, we all know how Israel operates. If you don't know, I'm gonna tell you. Now, Israel, they just can't strike one house. They gotta blow up your entire fucking block. The whole block gotta go. You, your neighbors, the guy across the street you don't even like that much, all of you are dead now because you're an Iranian scientist and we need you gone. And that's what they're gonna do. And then there's another grimy way where they call you and your wife may pick up the phone and they're pretty much telling you, look, you're going to die and we're going to go bomb your house. I mean, you can sit there, you can get your kids out of there, but we're going to find you, we're going to bomb you. But just letting you know, we're going to bomb your house. So, I mean, at least they tell you. And then there's what they did to with this Hezbollah guy in Lebanon, where he was in the car with his wife and kids. And they called this guy and it was like, yeah, there's a drone coming to your location and we know you're in your car. You can either sit there and die with your family, or you can run off and die by yourself. Yeah, the Israelis are savages. I ain't gonna lie. They're something else.
but there's still many out there. So there's knowledge that still persists as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just, impossible to just kind of eviscerate or obliterate the whole thing, obviously, as had been put out there. Now, Iran said today, Seth, something I wanted to ask you about. That, yesterday, we know that the UAE was hit by a large number of missiles and drones, okay? In fact, almost the most since the quote-unquote ceasefire even began. And Iran then said that their armed forces did not carry out any attacks on the UAE. But the UAE says they did, right? And there was obviously evidence of that as well. There was a major oil port in flames. And the UAE says it was 19 missiles and drones yesterday. So what is going on here? And I know you're learning something new about that really could change, in a sense, one of the core trajectories of this war.
Yeah, Aaron, it looks like Iran is trying to publicly make it seem like this is a war between Iran and the United States. The reality, as we look at what Iran has conducted attacks against, or who it's conducted attacks against, even the last day or two, it's conducted strikes against the Emiratis and against Oman, targets in Oman, and their ships as well, including a South Korean tanker. So the number of countries that have been hit has grown. I mean, my sources are telling me that there is growing unhappiness within Gulf states who are increasingly looking at options to become more militarily involved, not just in defensive operations, but in offensive operations, including with potential for airstrikes. I mean, I understand that already one Gulf state has likely already conducted strikes in unpopulated islands in the Gulf as a signal that it could escalate. So I think we are on the verge of potentially seeing some escalation by Gulf states.
Joining me now is, well, the Gulf states kind of got a show face. I don't really think they're I don't know. They might attack Iran directly, but I don't think they will. Iran's really going to greenlight them. Like, Iran's only striking them because they're allies of Israel and the U.S. I mean, if they actually see them as an aggressor, Iran's just going to greenlight them like they greenlight Israel and start sending hundreds of missiles their way and start decimating infrastructure. And I don't think the Gulf countries want that. So I think what they did, I think what they're doing is just showing face. Just shooting into random ass places just to show, look, you just can't punch us around without us doing something. Not really attack you directly, but we're going to do something.
Physicist David Albright, the president and founder of the Institute for Science and International Security. He is also a former nuclear inspector. Thank you so much for being here. First, when you look at the images, satellite images about Iran's nuclear capabilities and what you know about its capabilities from before all of this, what do you glean from all this?
Well, one is before the war started in June, Iran was able to build a nuclear weapon, if it decided to do so, within months and have high certainty it would work. Now they aren't able to do that. I mean, there's intelligence assessments that have become public recently that say they'll need it a year. I would probably say perhaps longer, but more importantly, the weapon may not work. That much of the nuclear weaponization infrastructure of Iran's program has been destroyed. So it's not.
I mean, here's the thing too, though. Even if these guys were to try to go to 90% enrichment, we would catch them. So first off, you can't get a nuclear bomb with just 60% enrichment. So cut the BS on that. They have to enrich to 90%, and we would catch them doing so. Trust me, we caught North Korea doing so. The problem is, though, is that we didn't want to put boots on the ground on North Korea, and we just thought that we can, sanction their ass to death and they would stop. Well, boy, were we wrong about that. But I think we're in the same situation with Iran, but here's the problem, though. We know for sure we don't want to put boots on the ground, but here's the thing. They're a little bit more saner than North Korea, because North Korea, they were already decided that they wanted a nuke. Iran, they had at least a religious law that says they can't make a nuke. Now, we don't know if that religious law still stands because we blew the guy up who invoked it. But if it does, then we really don't got nothing to worry about when it comes to their when they're making a nuclear bomb. But when it comes to their enrichment, I mean, they're always going to say that they want that. Now, here's the thing. The reason why they got 60% enrichment is pretty much hedging. They're pretty much using it as a deterrent, even though it's one of the main reasons we attack them. but it was supposed to be a deterrent because, like, yo, if you keep attacking us, we're just going to go closer and closer towards a nuke. And that's what happened from 2018 to 2020 is every time we put an act of aggression on them, they went closer and closer towards a nuke. And that's why they ended up with 60% in 2021. And like he said, if they really wanted to go towards a nuke, they could have got it in 2022 while Biden was distracted with Ukraine and crazy inflation.
Just the enriched uranium that matters. That's critical, and that's really the centerpiece of all the negotiations right now. But the ability to make the bomb itself is important. So I think Iran has been seriously set back, and instead of us facing a program where at any moment Iran could decide to build a bomb quickly within months, now we're with a program that if it decided to build a bomb would take more like a year, and there'd be roadblocks along the way that would have, they would be facing their own uncertainty of whether they could succeed. And so the probability that it wouldn't work would be potentially substantial. So I think the war created quite a bit of damage to the program.
Yeah, there are a lot of damaged facilities, from the university where the research for a nuclear bomb was done to many of the other places that helped facilitate the creation of nuclear weapons. I do want to ask you about sort of what's happening right now. The Secretary of State says that the combat part of the war is over. The president says just this morning that negotiations are underway. They're promising. If the goal is to keep Iran from nuclear weapons capabilities, what must be part of the agreement when it comes to how it's handled, when it comes to how Iran is moving forward or not with their nuclear program?
Well, there's a couple things. One is the enriched uranium stocks that Katie pointed out.
Man, all right, yo, shout out Sally for reminding me about this debate. What was it? It was here it is. It was Pierce Morgan. Of course, it was John Bolton was on there. Scott Horton, legend Scott Horton. He was on there as well. So we're going to go ahead and get into that one. Just make sure you double tap that screen and like the video. Meantime, let me go ahead and get that pulled up.
Very important. And those have to be part of a deal to preferably, from a U.S. point of view, remove the enriched uranium from Iran. And you want to create further roadblocks on Iran's ability to build the bomb. And that's a very good way to do it. Another part of it, though, is that Iran has to, they've got to commit not to build nuclear weapons. And I, from my point of view, they've got to admit that
they've already committed not to building nuclear weapons. The problem is, though, Trump wants them to commit to never enriching. And that's just something that they're not doing. Like, bro, we've already got them to commit to never building a nuke. Actually, bro, the Ayatollah made the people commit to never build a nuke because it says to sin against God. These guys are crazy religious zealots, okay? So they're following the fatwa. They following that fatwa. Now, let's go ahead and get over to our guy, Pierce Morgan. Double tap that screen, like the video, guys. This should be a fun one.
So heavily, we're propagandized so heavily in the United States of America that the only reason anyone would.
Oh, guys, and support the stream with a super chat or a Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and get back to it, or a gift as well. Appreciate the support.
Ever criticize Israel, it's just because they hate Jews and want to kill them all or something. And for people to have gone from believing that to where they are now is due solely to two things: Israel's slaughter in the Gaza Strip, and then dragging us into another no-win war in the Middle East. Israel has threatened to nuke London and Paris and Berlin and Rome. It's called the Samson option. They said if the Western democracy...
You say you're not a crackpot conspiracist. No serious.
That's the second time you tried to say conspiracy to me, as though that debunks anything that I've said.
Is the IDF the most moral army in the world?
No. It tries to be. That's not true. They deliberately target women and children. I don't agree with you.
I wouldn't do a deal with the regime in Tehran. I don't trust them.
So what would you do? Well, there are many reasons why Israel gets to blame or the credit for the Iran war. They include the words of the U.S. Secretary of State, the Speaker of the House, several senior U.S. senators, the former U.S. Secretary of State, and the extremely detailed insider reporting of the New York Times and others. Even without all that, the fundamental truth is that Israel has the most to gain from the conflict, which has so far delivered only grave costs. After 9 weeks and $25 billion, the current peace talks are centered on opening a waterway that was open to maritime trade for thousands of years before this war began, and on limiting Iran's nuclear ambitions to the level they were at in the agreement, which the current US president scrapped. With inflation and gas prices heading up, while Trump's poll numbers head ever down, many are urging the US president to accept defeat, declare victory, and bring it all to an end.
Lord knows he ain't doing that, though. There is no way Donald Trump just going to walk away, leave. I mean, here's the thing. Walk away and leave them in control of the strait. Lord knows he ain't doing that. Man, the man doesn't even want to jump back into a stricter version of the JCPOA. He would see that as a loss. So trust me, there is no walking away for Trump on that note. And I wish he does. I wish he would. I hope he does. I hope he wakes up one beautiful morning on Sunday and just be like, you know what? Let me get out this war. I hope he does, but that doesn't look too likely. If anything, it looks like he might wake up one beautiful morning and be like, F it, I'm bombing Iran. So hopefully I'm wrong.
Few minutes, we'll debate that with a special studio panel assembled in honor of the visiting Scott Horton. Scott, great to see you in the Uncensored Studio. We finally meet. We'll begin with Ambassador John Bolton, former US National Security Advisor, who thinks the US must stay on and finish the job. Ambassador Bolton, welcome back to Uncensored.
Glad to be with you.
What does finish the job mean? Because most experts that I've talked to, whatever their view about whether this should have started or not, they agree that if the end game goal, which President Trump has now sort of tried to reinforce and ring fence, of stopping Iran developing a nuclear weapon is still the goal, then that has to mean that the enriched uranium is either destroyed or handed over. And that the only way, if the Iranians resist that, of getting the enriched uranium is to have a ground invasion. Otherwise, there's no way of getting it. So what does finish the job to you mean?
Well, let's start with Trump. I don't know what his objectives are, and they've been unclear from the beginning. I know what my objective is and has been for 20 years, and that is there is no route to peace and security in the Middle East in any lasting basis until the regime in Tehran is removed. And that includes dealing with the nuclear program. Now, I thought that might have been Trump's objective.
You know, I mean, you think Trump is bad, bro, check out Bolton. I mean, bro, when you hear Bolton explain what he would do, it almost make you grateful that we have Trump. Ironically, I know everybody's kind of pissed off and go like, man, this sucks. But bro, if we had Bolton, there would be boots on the ground, guys. Okay. Like this guy he's sick. He's sick, man. He's a complete warhawk, complete neocon. And I mean, bro, this was a guy that really wanted to get into it with a nuclear power. I mean, we're talking about North Korea. The man does not care. He just wants war.
At the beginning of the attacks, I don't think it is today. I think today he desperately wants to get out. But over the long term, even if the nuclear issue is the center of attention for Trump, and that's understandable, there's simply no secure, guaranteed way to accomplish the objective that he says he wants until you get a regime in Tehran that flatly disavows any nuclear intentions and does what more
pretty much he wants regime change. And Lord knows we're not getting regime change, bro. And to get regime change, you would have to put boots on the ground. That's the only way you're going to effectuate regime change. And that's why Pierce looks so disgusted right now, because he's just like, bro, this dude is literally saying that he would make America just go balls to the wall. We're putting boots on the ground. We're risking hundreds of thousands of lives so we can get a regime change. So we can get what? A regime that's not okay with nuclear weapons. But we're not even going to get that. We're going to get a Iran and civil war. We're going to get a destabilized Iran, and it's going to cause problems throughout the Middle East. So we're not even going to get with his little fantasy of a regime that doesn't want nukes when we already got a regime that doesn't want nukes.
Muammar Gaddafi's regime in Libya did in 2003, 2004, and allow in that case, US and UK nuclear experts to come in and pack up the Libyan nuclear program and take it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where it resides today. That's how you deal with it with certainty.
Right. So what you're talking about, this job finishing can only come if there's a change of regime and they agree to hand over the enriched uranium or destroy it. Is that how you see it?
Well, I think that's the only certain way to do it. And it's not just on the nuclear side, it's on the support for international terrorism and on closing the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, I think the Ayatollahs and the Revolutionary Guard think they're in a position to open and close the strait like turning a light switch on and off.
I mean, they are. They've shown us that they're able to do so. And the problem is, we can't make them open up the strait. So guess what? Yes, they can turn it on and off like a light switch, just like they opened it back up. Just like they opened it and they closed it because Israel struck Lebanon. Yeah, like a light switch. Just like they opened it, then closed it because we didn't remove our naval blockade. Yep, exactly like a light switch, on and off. And we've shown that we can't release that control of the strait from them. And they're able to hold on to it. So when people try to sit there and say they don't have no cards, I'm like, bro, we're dealing with the effects of Iran's cards right now with higher gas prices because they closed the strait. So when you guys sit there and say Iran have no cards, y'all really looking dumb to the rest of us while we're sitting here looking at higher gas prices going like, well, is that not a card right there? The fact that they're closing the strait and they're causing economic turmoil? I mean, okay. I mean, I don't see how you don't count that as leverage, but all right.
And that's simply unacceptable, not just to the United States, but certainly to the Gulf.
How do you
Arabs
stop them? I mean,
and,
how do you actually stop them? I mean, I think that's true. And I think there's been this asymmetric war where you have a military war where America and Israel have been pounding the military capability of Iran, and I'm sure massively damaging it. But they very quickly realized, the Iranians, that if they control the Strait of Hormuz, they can cause enormous global damage to the global economic market, particularly in relation to energy.
Guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and support the channel with a super chat or gift. And also subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys. Go ahead and hit that yellow icon above with anime said on there. Go ahead and hit that and subscribe to the channel. Let's get right back into it.
And fertilizer and so on. And they've been whacking their neighboring Gulf states in a way that's been very damaging to their business models going forward. So if you're Iran and you think that the United States wants to get rid of the regime and decapitate your nuclear ambition as well, where's the incentive to do any deal that takes away your leverage? Now that you've realized you've got this tremendous leverage.
All right, that was funny. It's like, no, we have all the cards except Iran got nothing but like draw fours. Like, oof. Yeah, that's a tough hand to beat.
I wouldn't do a deal with the regime in Tehran. I don't trust them. And I don't think that simply doing a deal provides the kind of security you need. Well, let me make the predicate point, which I think is important. The regime didn't wake up 4 or 5 weeks ago and say, amazing, why don't we close the Strait of Hormuz? Nobody's ever thought of that before. Everybody knows, everybody who looks at a map knows that the Gulf itself, not just the Strait of Hormuz, is easily disrupted. In the U.S. Navy, they refer to sailing in the Arabian Gulf or Persian Gulf, you can take your pick, as like sailing in a bathtub. They don't like being in there. And it's not like Iran hasn't tried to disrupt commercial trafficking, particularly in oil, in the Gulf and through the Strait before. They did it in 1987 and 88. Reagan reflagged Kuwaiti tankers as American tankers, and we escorted them through. So this was obvious from the get-go, as was the possibility that Iran would attack the Gulf Arab states, which it did. And Trump knew that. He may say nobody expected that, but I will tell you in the first.
I mean, here's the thing, though. It was so wild when Trump said, oh, I didn't expect that. I didn't think they was going to close the strait or attack our allies. I was like, bro, they told us. Yeah, before we struck Iran literally said, look, if you hit us, not only are we going to close the strait, but we're going to start attacking your bases in the region. They told us before we popped off this war. We still did it. Then Trump want to go ahead and act surprised, like, oh, I didn't know they was going to close the strait. And oh, my God, look at them. They're attacking their neighbors. Yeah, because we got bases in there and we're attacking them from those bases. So guess what they did? They destroyed said bases. And now the Middle East don't even want us to rebuild some of them. Well, my bad. Saudi Arabia don't want us to rebuild some of them. And then we had to sit there and kind of rub the feet of Saudi Arabia because they were telling us that we can't even use their air base no more. Luckily, they reversed their decision, but they were about to be of the mindset that, yo, we don't want you guys here in your army no more because you just made us a target.
term, when I was arguing that our policy should be regime change, those who objected to it raised all of these potential contingencies. So the fact that this is a problem now is more due to Trump either not paying attention to what his advisors were telling them or thinking he could somehow fake his way through it without taking this into account. That's one of the problems with the way Trump has gone about this whole operation.
Okay, so you don't want to do a deal with the regime. I mean, do you think a ground invasion is the only way that you could get to where you want to get to? And if not,
No.
Okay. So let's rule that off the table as well. I'm still struggling to see how you get what you want as an end game.
Well, if you look at the situation inside Iran, I think the regime is, before the attacks, was at its weakest point since it took power in 1979. The population is overwhelmingly opposed to the regime.
I don't know about that, buddy. The problem is, guys, when they tell you that, 80% of the people don't want the Iranian regime to be there, well, that's not necessarily true. And they get these numbers from polls that they actually, yes, they polled actual Iranian citizens, but they only polled about 500,000 of them. And out of that 500,000, 80% said that, I don't like the government. And 20% said, yeah, they're cool. So here's a problem with that. We're going to go off that poll and we're just going to say that, that represents all 93 million of them with no other polling but those. Well, let me tell you this, because they got 500,000, but let me tell you about 61 million people that registered an election ran by the IRGC pretty much, ran by the Ayatollah, handpicked candidates, all 5 presidential candidates picked by the Ayatollah and the religious clerics. And 61 million people registered to vote in there. I'm sorry, but that's more of an indication to me than a bunch of random Iranians polled on do they like the government or not, which shows me what people are willing to do for their government when they're willing to register and possibly participate in an election they know is ran by them all the way through, all candidates picked by them. So if millions of people are participating in that election, what does that tell you about the support for the government? That it has millions of people supporting it, anywhere from 30 to 60 million people out of the 93 million Iranians.
Young people who make up 70% of the population are under 30, massively dissatisfied with the regime. When the internet's on, when they look across the Gulf, they know they could have a different life. Ever since the murder of the young Kurdish woman, Mahsa Amini, over 3 years ago, almost 50% of the population, i.e. the women, are dissatisfied. They've told the Ayatollahs, you do not speak the word of God when it comes to our dress code. It's not just about...
Well, actually, I mean, that's why I know you don't know anything about the religion or the culture, because the women, here's the thing. Yeah, they protested over Amana Amini, and trust me, even the women who actually love women, their burqas and all that good stuff, the women who love it hated it because they didn't like the fact that a woman got beat to death, basically, or I'm sorry, beat senseless. So yeah, that's why it wasn't really a protest of their dress. It was a protest of the treatment of the IRGC and their brutal treatment of the citizens. So they weren't protesting the right to, veil or unveil. They was protesting the brutality of the IRGC because here's the thing. It's part of their religion. Outside of the Ayatollah, it's part of Islam to be veiled. So it had really nothing to do with what the Ayatollah says. This has everything to do with them following their religion. But be real with you, though. Be real with you on this one. The Ayatollah and the IRGC, they, back in the day, I mean, if you were unveiled, that was your ass. Now, I guess with the old Ayatollah, because we blew that guy up, they actually had an unveiled female community. Yes, those females walk around unveiled, mainly in these more liberal cities, mainly in the major cities where women would do this, like, more liberal activities go on in big cities. Yeah, I know. Same thing happens in Iran, in Tehran specifically. So, yeah, there's that.
At the dress code, it's a fundamental attack on the legitimacy of the Ayatollah system. The ethnic groups are dissatisfied: the Kurds, the Baluchis, the Armenians, the Azeris. And inside Iran, the economy was a wreck. even before the attack began. That's why people were demonstrating in December.
Yeah, but none of these
January.
people have been demonstrating since the war started.
Nah, it wasn't because of the regime why these, I would say this. It wasn't because of the regime why they were protesting. They were protesting their government because the inflation got out of control and they felt like their government wasn't doing enough. That's why they started protesting. It wasn't for the regime, it was because of their currency. And because Mossad came in and started handing guns, people started making it about the regime.
Started. So again, I mean,
Well,
I know
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I know the Israelis.
The regime murdered over 40,000 of them.
Right,
That'll get your attention.
Right, and I just had that debate with a guy in Tehran. But the Israelis, according to the New York Times, sold Trump on a series of events that would be triggered by killing the supreme leader and a lot of the top members of the regime, that the IRGC would collapse from within, and that the people would rise up, and you would get a natural revolution. And that the Strait of Hormuz would be a distraction that no one would be interested in worrying about. Well, the top bit happened, but all that happened was the Supreme Leader got replaced by his son. The others all moved up and not.
Who's more extreme, who's more aligned with the IRGC. And, bro, this man's on a trail of vengeance. Bro, we killed his dad, his mother, and his daughter all in one strike. Yeah, let's not forget who we're dealing with here. I mean, honestly, I want to get this guy out the way because I'm like, bro, he's just the worst guy. We're really dealing with the Ayatollah's son, blood son, and we just killed this guy's dad, wife, and daughter. How do you think this man feels towards us right now?
The IRGC appears to still have an iron grip on the country. There have been no uprisings whatsoever since this war started for a number of reasons.
No, actually, no. If you actually talk to actual Iranian people, the Ayatollah and the government are actually seen separately because people in the government even vote. So yeah, even the Ayatollah votes in the election and he gets one vote. So yeah, that goes to show that people can be mad at their government, and this is how an actual Iranian explained it to me, that they were mad at their government, not the Ayatollah. Like, actually, a lot of people love and respect the Ayatollah member because they're religious zealots. I mean, not everybody hates the guy, but yeah, a lot of people love the Ayatollah, but they don't like their government, and they separate their government from their religious leader. So it's like pretty much like this. You get mad at your government, but you don't really get mad at the Pope. That's pretty much how it's going in Iran. It's like they don't get mad at the Pope for something that their government should be handling. And what is the Ayatollah? Basically, the Pope of the Shia Muslims. And what is Iran? 90% Shia Muslims. Highest Shia Muslim population in the world.
But none of the people that you're talking about have risen up in this war at all. And the Strait of Hormuz has become this enormously effective weapon for the Iranian regime in causing massive damage, both economically and politically. So again, I mean, I'm just asking, if you were in charge right now to get to finish the job, as you put it, what do you actually do?
Well, it would take me about 2 hours to go through everything you just said and explain what's wrong. Well, let's start with the idea that somehow Bibi Netanyahu conned Trump into this operation. You know, in the first term, Netanyahu was in favor.
Bro, the head of the Mossad was sleeping at the White House. I mean, bro, Bibi bought him and the head of the Mossad to convince Trump to drag us into this war. Like, what are you talking about? Of course he did.
For a regime change too. And he said to Trump, I'm sure, the same things he said in the second term. So and
we're talking about the same guy that's been asking for war with Iran for like years. Like, before I was born, this man was asking or was trying to push America into war with Iran. Before I was born, I'm 31. So past 31 years, Bibi Netanyahu been trying to convince America to go to war with Iran.
The idea that the U.S. government is an unwitting tool of the Israelis isn't true. I don't know what convinced Trump to do this. I was as amazed as anybody else, but it wasn't because of Bibi Netanyahu. There must have been some other factor. And indeed, Trump didn't do a lot of necessary preliminary work before the attacks began. It's not a question of the people going out into the streets willy-nilly so they can be machine gunned by the besieged militia again. It's a question of preparation. The widespread opposition needs resources. It needs telecommunications capabilities. It needs money. It needs weapons. all of which we could have been supplying, but do not.
Okay, but we
appear
are.
to have been.
Look, I've got to wrap this up, but we are where we are. And again, if you were the
if you actually look it up, no, the Ayatollah runs the army and intelligence. It low-key keeps itself. The only time it gets involved in government affairs is literally when it comes to the military and intelligence. Like, that's it. Other than that, I mean, that's why they lead. That's why they control who the president is, and they let the president deal with all the economics and the social stuff. They let them handle that. So that's pretty much how Iran. And here's the thing: you're right though, because he does have overwhelming authority as well. But that's how usually they do it. And if he feels like he needs to do something, he will overstep or be the supreme leader and get it done. But most of the time, the Ayatollah doesn't deal with anything outside of intelligence and military. And of course, religious practice.
President of the United States right now, and you say we got to finish the job, what do you do?
I would do two things. One, I would clear the Strait of Hormuz militarily.
Oza, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of all right. Look, guys, if there's a lot of guys who's hating Catholics, and I'm not saying this is you because you said you've been hating popes, and then why you're not Catholic. But all these people hating on Catholics, but then want to dick ride the Crusades. It's like, I'm sorry, but if you guys are going to shit on Catholics, get the crusade out y'all mouths, because it wasn't none of y'all Christians that did it. It was only the Catholics. The Catholics were the real steppers of the Christians. Those were the real steppers. Those were the real goons of the Christians. The rest of y'all sat on y'all asses. So y'all can't disrespect the Pope and then also champion the Crusades, because the Crusade was actually started by a Pope. The same crusade that y'all like to champion, that y'all like to whitewash and say was the best thing ever. So y'all got to pick and choose. What, do y'all respect Catholicism or not? Because if y'all don't, then shut the fuck up about the crusade, because it wasn't none of y'all. Unless you're Catholic, then I ain't gonna lie. Y'all the real steppers of the Christians. Now, I don't respect what happened to crusade. I see all forced conversion, killing. I see all of that as wrong. But I'm just saying, look, man, some of y'all like to go ahead and judge the Muslims. Well, I mean, the Christians did the same exact thing, but y'all want to champion that. So y'all got to pick and choose. I mean, y'all can't be picking and choosing. Y'all got to pick it, bro. Y'all with the Catholics or not? And if y'all not, then stop talking about the Crusades like y'all are.
Which I thought Trump had started about 48 hours ago until he paused it in typical Trump fashion. And I would massively ramp up support for opponents of the regime inside, including the ethnic groups, many of which are already armed and organized. I think that kind of internal pressure combined with maintaining the economic pressure of the blockade against Iranian exports and opening up the rest of the Gulf so that its oil could come out into international markets and bring the prices down globally, I think would be very powerful. It's not all I would do, but those are the two things I'd start with.
Okay. Ambassador Bolton, always good to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, joining me in the studio, as I said very excitedly, Scott Horton, author of Provoked, and a new book, which we'll discuss in a moment, journalist with The Spectator, Jonathan Sacerdoti, and Bob Stewart, the former Conservative MP and Army Colonel. Welcome to all of you. Unusual to have a three-man panel in the studio, so great to have you all. Scott, you were, I would say, sniggering was probably a right way of describing it, some of the things you were hearing there from Ambassador Bolton.
He's an entertaining guy.
Go on, explain. I mean, he thinks this is quite straightforward. What you do is you basically militarily seize back control of the Strait of Hormuz, and you empower and arm.
And bro, it's just like he lives in a fantasy land. That's the problem with Bolton. In his mind, there is nothing that the U.S. can't do. Well, actually, you know what? Actually, no. Let me rephrase that. In his mind, because there isn't nothing we can't do. But in his mind, there isn't no price he's not willing to pay to get what he wants. So if he got to sacrifice 10,000 American lives, he'll do it to take Karg Island. If he got to sacrifice 50,000 American lives to get regime change in Iran, he'll do it. That's the problem with guys like John Bolton. They'll effing do it regardless of the cost. And that's what I kind of respect about Trump still in this moment, is it does seem like he has a bit of restraint. Like he's looking at the losses and he's not willing to do that. And that's how you can tell that Trump's not really a real neocon like Bolton. Bolton, you heard how he was talking. That man would have committed to a ground invasion, not giving a fuck about how many people in a casket would be returned. He doesn't care. None of them do, or they wouldn't get into these wars.
The people of Iran to rise up against the regime.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's what he's been saying.
And Israel didn't force any of this.
Yeah. Well, He added the word unwitting, as though Donald Trump wasn't convinced.
No, actually, like this actually, well, I'm gonna tell you like this. The problem with the crusade, and it's really dumb when people say, oh, it's because of a Muslim takeover. No, it was just Christians trying to expand their land. Just like the Muslims were trying to expand their land because they were a growing population in the middle of the desert, so they needed to take over other places for resources, just like every other civilization was doing back in that time. I mean, that's why I say it's kind of useless to blame religion, because that's what everybody was doing. Like, it's useless to sit there and get mad at Muhammad for marrying a 6 or 9-year-old, because back in that time, that's what everybody was doing, regardless of race or religion. So, I mean, that's the funny thing. And here's the thing, though. If you're going to sit there and get mad at the Muslims, I mean, you got to get mad at the Crusaders as well, because they did it too. I mean, the Muslims was like, oh, well, not only do we need resources, but these damn pagans. The Pope, oh, well, we need resources, but these damn Muslims. What's the difference? They both took over. They both took over and killed people because they weren't their religion. Here's the thing. The Christians were worse. Bro, at least the Muslims spared the Jews. Bro, y'all took out other Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Did you forget about that part, bro? That's why I said y'all whitewashed the fuck out of the Crusades like it wasn't one of the most atrocious things that ever happened in Christian history. Like, y'all killed 3 different sects of religions. Like, bro, actually, you know what's so crazy now? Let me show you something that, because it's kind of funny, because a rabbi actually mentioned this about how reckless the Christians were during the Crusades, and how, you know, it's gonna be funny because I think it's Rabbi Shmuley. Is it Rabbi Shmuley? This guy is this ugly bastard. Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley. You know, pro-Israel, all Muslims are evil, and all this good stuff, right? But hear what he got to say.
Now, Islam's not as bad as Christianity. Christianity slaughtered all their Jews in the First Crusade, Second Crusade, Third Crusade. They slaughtered all their Jews in the Holocaust. So I give my Muslim brothers a tremendous, but don't give me the stuff.
Yeah, y'all slaughtered Jews. While Muslims took over and let the Christians and Jews live under them, the Crusades came through and killed the Christian Jews and Muslims. And I mean, you got a Jewish guy saying it right here, though. Christianity is way worse. I mean, y'all slaughtered the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims. The Jews, I mean, the Muslims, they came, took over, and at least let them niggas live. Y'all didn't even let them live. It was Jesus or nothing.
Now, Islam's not as bad as Christianity. Christianity slaughtered all their Jews in the First Crusade, Second Crusade, Third Crusade. They slaughtered all their Jews in the Holocaust. So I give my Muslim brothers a tremendous, but don't give me the stuff about it.
No, what you don't understand, Oza, is that the crusade wasn't just about Muslims. That's what you don't understand. It was literally about expansion, but it was hidden behind religion. And just like the Muslims did, we got to take out the pagans. The pagans are a problem. But really, they were just expanding for resources, just like every other nation was doing. And how do you sell war to your people? Because they had to sell it to the people. Oh, they're pagans, they're evil, they're Muslims, they're evil, they're Christians, they're evil. That's how every war has been propagandized throughout history. And y'all still fall for it. But it is what it is.
Of course, Donald Trump is the president. He's the one who issues the orders and pulls the trigger, but he was convinced by Netanyahu. We all know that. No question about that. That the question was, where do you move the red line? And Netanyahu convinced him to move the red line to enrichment at all. Any enrichment is the same thing as a...
Bro, just look up, Oza. Just look up the crusade. No, that's literally how it went down. They killed Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike and took their land. And the thing is, bro, the Crusades were worse than the Muslims. At least the Muslims let your ass live under them. Y'all didn't even accept that. And it was 3 Crusades where y'all did it. So that's all. He was just reflecting on history. And I was showing you how it's funny that, you know, the Jews who sit there and try to fear, no, not all Jews, but Rabbi Shmuley and the pro-Israel crowd who try to sit there and fearmonger on Muslims all day will sit there in your face and say that, oh, well, I ain't gonna lie though. Well, in history, Muslims did the Jews way better than Christians. And that's facts. But here you guys are, I mean, all fear mongering on Muslims, you know, whitewashing the crusade as if it was just the best thing ever. And I say any killing in the name of religion is an atrocity. But for some reason, like I said, people pick and choose.
Weapons program, and we won't tolerate it. As Trump says, no nuclear. and just, exceptionally vague like that. But, we have John Bolton on a recorded conference call with AIPAC in 2007 saying that through all the sanctions and all the bullying, this is in the W. Bush administration, they were trying to get Iran to withdraw from the Non-Proliferation Treaty and kick the inspectors out of the country. As he said then, that would put us in a better position to launch the war. He wants full regime change. And then you hear his answer. He has no answer to how to do this. Oh, we'll arm some Kurdish communists from...
Bro, like literally, he had no plan. It was just like, look, maybe we'll give some guns to some communist Kurds and they'll go in and they'll, destabilize the entire country. Like at a certain point, let's be real, John Bolton didn't care. Is either we get regime change or we destabilize the country. Either way, he's happy.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing way that this all gets resolved, I must say.
Yeah, and then he says, we'll arm the Balukis. He means Jundala, the bin Ladenite head-chopping, suicide-bombing lunatics. That's who he means by the Baluchi dissenters, which America and Israel backed against Iran in the W. Bush and Obama administrations. And then I think it's so crucial that he continues in the war party.
I know, isn't it crazy how we call Iran the biggest state sponsor of terrorism while we continuously try to support terrorism? Like, 'cause that's literally what he suggested. It's like, yeah, we're just going to support a whole bunch of terrorists who's going to go in and terrorize the Iranian people with guns. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, come on now. Come on. Here's the thing. Trusting the Kurds to go in there and give these guys guns when the Kurds have their own idea of creating Kurdistan, like taking like what parts of different lands to create their own. I don't think that's the best idea. They have their own agenda, and their agenda is create their own country. You think they're not going to steal our guns and try to, do that instead of trying to free the Iranian people? That doesn't give them their own country, bro.
On the media and the government continue to push this lie, this completely preposterous hoax, Pierce, that the Iranian government massacred 40,000 people in January to put down that insurrection. First of all, we already know, Donald Trump admitted, now that we're living in the future here, Donald Trump admitted last week or 2 weeks ago that Israel armed those Kurdish groups. Those weren't peaceful protesters. There were peaceful protests, but the fighting was not the massacre of peaceful protests. The fighting was fighting against Kurdish communists who were sacking police stations and burning mosques and trying.
Bro, I said this many times. The worst part about that was, bro, these people were shooting behind the peaceful protesters. So while the police were in front of the protesters, you got pretty much the protesters with guns or the agitators with guns shooting and pretty much sandwiching these innocent protesters, behind bullets, sandwich them between bullets. And that's just the sad reality of how many people were dying because they were getting shot by the agitators and the Iranian police.
To overthrow the government there. And then just think about that casualty count, 40,000. That's like the Battle of Gettysburg.
Bro.
The worst, I don't know about all of them, but in Ukraine, the worst massacre of the Holocaust was at Babin Yar in September of 1941, where the German Nazis corralled 30,000 Jews and massacred them and dumped them in a ravine. 30,000 of them. It was one of the absolute worst atrocities of the entire Second World War. We're to believe that the Ayatollah pulled that off, something like that, maybe 10,000 more than that in January without carpet bombing his own city, without...
Literally. It's just like, come on, guys, make it make sense. You can't. You just got to sit there, radicalize the regime. All right, bro. And be like, oh, no, they killed 40,000 Set. All right, can you explain how they did that without bombing Tehran? Without bombing, I don't know, like the capital? No, they just did it by guns, bro. I'm sorry, but they're not doing that in 2 days with just guns. In 2 days, not with just guns, bro. It's not possible. Bombing? I mean, even then, I don't even think you can bomb people in 2 days and get to 40,000.
Committing some kind of Dresden without leaving
maybe nuke them,
tens of thousands of body bags everywhere. And what do we see in the propaganda?
That's the only time we ever did reach over 30,000 with just in 1 day is when we just nuked them. It's like, so if we ain't nuke them and we ain't carpet bombed them for like a week or two straight, how the hell y'all getting 40,000?
12 body bags. And then they go, oh, how can you deny the massacre? But see, here's the important point: this was propaganda to get you outraged so you'll support the war. But
Nah, they do that. Like, bro, you don't know how so much people show me. Don't you see the body bags? Like, how can you deny it? Because you guys are saying 40,000. I don't see 40,000 body bags. Is it really that hard? Sorry.
Two, it still bolsters this propaganda line that the regime in Tehran has no support whatsoever. Because why, after all, in January, they had to kill 40,000 of their own people to presumably make what, I don't know, the other hundreds of thousands of them go home. But it's just not true. It was some Kurdish communists who were attacking in a protest that they kind of co-opted, a protest that was started by the United States, waging economic war against the currency. So it's just a lie that they were so desperate to cling on to power that they had to use that level of ultra-violence to do so. And that's why John Bolton and Donald Trump were so surprised when once the war started, there were rallies of hundreds of thousands of people in downtown Tehran in support of the regime there. Now, I'm not saying I support the regime there. I'm saying people there do, and especially when you bomb them.
Well, there's no doubt that they have a body of support there. I think that's unquestionable. Jonathan Sacerdoti, your response to that?
I'd rather respond, if I can, to what Trump's actually doing, because obviously we don't agree on quite a lot of things to do with the view of what's going on now. But what Ambassador Bolton said, I firmly agree with, which is this seems like a really strange moment for Trump. You could have been thinking about this 24 hours, 48 hours ago, and thought Trump is pulling off the masterstroke. He's paused the actual war, the military action, and instead he's now strangling the Iranian regime with this economic move. And it was working. It was costing them $400, $500 million a day, the Iranians, the longer.
But how much has it all been costing the global economy?
Sure, but if you ask Trump,
but isn't that the calculation?
He says, absolutely, and time became the weapon. So I think that what happened here was that many people said, well, who can hold out the longest? And Trump said gas prices will go up a bit. They're not up as high as people thought they would be. He said people said $300. He said they're around $100. He said we can cope with that for a short while.
No, Trump just said that to save face. Like, Lord knows it wasn't about to be no $200-300, but we all know that gas prices were going to go up. Well, Trump just said that to put the American people at ease. Like, oh no, we thought it was going to be this guy. We thought y'all going to be paying $10 a gallon, but y'all only paying $5. Oh, that's not that bad. Yeah, man, bro, get y'all asses out of here with that dumbass excuse. I'm sorry, but not even really an excuse, but that's just manipulation off the rip. Like, what? Oh, all right, man. Some people believe in it, though. So, hey, it is what it is.
And every so often he tries to manipulate them with different statements. That might be what he's doing now, because the idea that he's capitulated to the regime, to the barbarians of the Islamic Republic regime now, after all of this, is almost unthinkable. And the reason
But is it not also a possibility that Donald Trump, who's always trusted his gut instinct, that he has realized that politically and economically this is turning into a disaster? Because he's got the midterm elections coming within 6 months. They've already predicted the Republicans to lose the House in that, which is normal, actually.
Oh, shout out AJ for sending a thumbs up for 10 joules, and she sent the press F for 10 joules as well. Appreciate the support.
For an incumbent president. But they now are highly likely to lose the Senate. He becomes a lame duck president. His nightmare to have 2 years probably of facing new impeachments and so on. And he's scrabbling, as he has been, it seems to me from day one of this war, scrabbling for a way to declare victory. And now he's, I think, scrabbling for a way to get out of this where it doesn't look like he's capitulated, as you put it.
Well, I think that if he does capitulate, and if this isn't another moment of Trump calling people's bluff or lying or trying to regain an element of surprise, because he has no element of surprise. If he's planning to re-engage militarily, it's not a surprise. All he can do is make a tactical surprise, as he did last time, by start negotiations and then act. But what I'm saying is I don't think he gets out of it in your version of this, because what does it look like? It looks like the Iranian regime beat Donald Trump.
Well, I agree.
United States
I agree.
If he backs down. And so I don't think Trump is a stupid man. I think Trump knows that. I don't think it helps him domestically either. They'll say he took us to war with this huge expenditure and all this effort, and then he capitulated. And I don't think it helps Iran. It certainly doesn't help the Iranians who want to get rid of the regime. It destroys the credibility of the United States in the whole Gulf region.
I agree.
The Gulf partners don't want him to back down now and allow.
No, but it may be he's calculating that he's got to do something.
And I hope he isn't. I hope that this is another Trump bluff. And you'll know Trump from your days when you were in his entertainment world. And he is an entertainer as well. He's a guy that understands TV. He understands the news cycle. And
but that's been my problem with this.
How to distract us. That's
but in a way, I think he's treated the whole thing a bit like a reality TV show.
For sure, I think.
And I don't think it's been helpful that he every day has been out there with a new episode dropping, with constant flip-flopping of both the mission goals and what he's going to do. 1 minute we're told he's going to annihilate the whole of Iran, 90 million people, right? It's all going to happen tomorrow morning. And then the next thing, he's doing a deal or this or that. I just think eventually you fall into the boy that cried wolf territory or the emperor with no clothes.
I mean, bro, it was the craziest flip-flop when he went from, man, we don't even need the Strait, man. Like, we don't even need it. And then all of a sudden he's like, I will end your entire civilization if you don't open up that fucking Strait. I'm like, whoa, bro. Whoa. Calm down with the homicidal, genocidal language. But you were just telling us that we don't need it and it should be NATO's problem. Now you're over here threatening to what? End the civilization over something you said we didn't need? That's a crazy ass flip-flop right there.
I think the interesting thing about that, and I completely understand your position on that, and all of us, I think, watch Trump geopolitics and Trump diplomacy aghast because nobody's done it this way before. But maybe you get the US presidents that your time deserves and calls for. I don't know. I'm just saying that because that is his technique, we never know. When he says, I have a one-page deal, it could all be over tomorrow or by the time I go to China next week. I don't know if we can believe him and I don't know if we can't. And whether or not it's a good thing that he operates that way or not.
I think in this one,
if he does carry out 50% of his threats on X or Truth Social and not the other 50%, the only benefit of that strategy is nobody, ally or adversary, knows ever if this time is real.
But that's the boy that cried wolf problem. Colonel Stewart, great to see you. Looking in fine fettle, if I may say so.
Thank you.
I'm very envious of your jacket. Militarily first, if Trump wants to prevent and have it be seen to be that he's prevented Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, then he has to, it seems to me, get either Iran to provably destroy their enriched uranium or to get in there and get it himself with the US forces.
Here's the thing, though. Iran's not doing that unless they dropping sanctions. And I mean, if you over here dropping sanctions, they're going to call you Obama 2.0 or Orange Obama. Because basically you just be the JCPOA 2.0 and the Iranians are actually like 10 to 20 billion unfrozen Iranian assets. Now, I would actually ask y'all, will y'all be okay with that? Because I would personally, if it gets them to water down your enrichment and we ain't got worried no more, F it. Let them have their money back.
Would mean a substantial ground invasion. Am I missing something, or is that the only way that this can actually represent stopping them?
Two options. The Iranian regime voluntarily gets rid of its nuclear intentions and proves it. Or if you really want to get rid of that, you've got to do some sort of invasion. Now, invasion, people think Iran's a huge country. What do you invade? I mean, we
have no idea where this uranium is.
Yeah, quite. So I personally agree. To start with, the aims were not clear. I hoped that a bash on the nose at the start of the war would actually bring everyone out on the streets again and actually topple the regime. But frankly, they're terrified. The Iranian people are terrified because as soon as they put their head above the parapet, the revolution.
Well, there's another reason they're terrified. Is because there's Iranian people literally in the streets with AK-47 pretty much saying they're going to protect their regime. That's a problem. I mean, look, when you got, what was it? I think it was the Iranian women out there carrying AK-47s. And what was it? There was a protest where there was this yelling Allah Akbar while missiles were going off in the back. I mean, here's the thing. Those are people that probably hated the government, but after we bombed them, now they're rallying around the flag. So, I know we were trying to get people to go against the regime, but we actually put people on the regime side, believe it or not.
Revolutionary Guard will murder them.
But they're terrified because the IRGC remains in firm control.
Exactly.
So all these claims that they've been destroyed and wiped out and the leaders have all gone, none of that can actually be true if the people on the ground, 90 million of them, if none of them are coming out, it means they must.
So let me show you this, guys. This is pretty much, what was it, footage of a mass public demonstration in Iran showing support for the leadership and the armed forces while condemning American blockade. If they don't show you. So yeah, and there's more videos like this. I mean, like I said, they got them with them in the streets with AK-47s. I mean, you got all types of protests going on there in Iran. Why? Because we bombed their country and they're rallying around the flag. It is what it is. And I'm like, guys, let's be real. Let's say that a country tried to, let's say a country blew up Joe Biden. Like, regardless of how you felt towards Biden, you would sit there and we'd rally around the flag. We'd be like, bro, what the fuck? You killed our president. Now we got to take you out. Regardless of I like the president or not, you're not going to touch my president. Like, we can touch our president, but no other country can, or we're going to be pretty fucking upset. I mean, we can overthrow our government, but if another country does, we're going to be pretty fucking upset. Same thing with the Iranian people.
Must be seeing with their own eyes in the streets evidence that the IRGC remains in tight control.
And
otherwise they'd be doing it.
And it does. And that's the problem. I mean, how do you get rid of the IRGC? That is actually
250,000 heavily armed, very well trained, ruthless Revolutionary Guards
who benefit from the present regime.
Of course.
And that's the problem. These people benefit from keeping the Ayatollahs in charge. And actually, that is the problem.
So what would you do if you're Trump now?
Well, I know
if he has quietly thought to himself, I've got to get out of this. And I think he should, even if it means he has to, eat crow and just take a hit on it. I think the longer term damage of not doing that now is incalculable. So if you're Trump, what do you do?
Well, he's going to.
I don't think his ego going to let him just turn around.
He's actually going to try and get out of the whole situation.
Yeah.
And that's what he's going to do. I mean, you could see it beginning to occur. I mean, the fact of the matter is they want to have the Strait of Hormuz open. That's key now. But it was open before the war. It was open. Yeah. And we want to go back. The whole situation is quite absurd. It has gone wrong for the United States big time. And I think Trump now wants to get out of the situation. If he can call it victory, he will. He will call it victory regardless of whether it is or not. But actually, the situation will not be resolved, and the situation will remain as it is now. The Iranian government will remain in power, and the poor people of Iran, the long-suffering poor people of Iran, will continue to be absolutely dominated by the IRGC. Now, that's what's likely to happen.
Yeah.
And I cannot see the idea of invading a country like Iran is militarily mad.
But I think also, never mind militarily, politically.
Hell yeah. I mean, like, bro, they're literally protected. The country's built like a fortress. They're literally protected by two big ass mountains on each side. You can't attack them from the south because they'll get you from the ports. You can't attack them on the east and the west because they got two big ass mountain ranges going upside the country on both sides. So yeah, it's literally a fortress. And then they got the Caspian Sea on the north. It would literally be a dog fight, the wildest dog fight ever to literally invade Iran. To get inside of Iran past those mountains, oh man, bro, Saddam couldn't even do it. And with our help, with the help of us in the Gulf states, they couldn't even get past those mountain ranges.
Disastrous for Trump.
Yeah.
If you suddenly had a load of Marines getting killed, right, and they didn't get their hands on the enriched uranium, it's over for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I said at the start of this, Scott, I thought this was the biggest risk I've ever seen Donald Trump take. I always thought, interestingly, his foreign policy, certainly compared to people like George Bush and others, was actually reasonably measured. I mean, Trump was a guy that believed in taking out Soleimani and then getting out of there, right?
Yeah.
Maduro was a classic Trump foreign policy move. People may not agree with it, but actually as a military operation, in and out, snatch the leader, put a more emollient number two in place, and maybe you can,
Yeah, because it worked out for us. I mean, we took out Maduro. Dulce Rodriguez, who was the VP, is now the current leader, and she's playing ball. She's doing everything we want her to do and more. But the people of Venezuela are still living under the same regime. But at least that regime does what we say. So, I mean, that's always nice. Not so nice for the people of Venezuela, but it's great for us.
It's fine. There's no sort of casualty list. This one, from the moment he did it, I was like, wow. You're staking everything here. And I still believe that. And I think I sense, knowing him very well, that he's now wrestling with a massive dilemma. How do I get out of this without losing face and without America losing face?
Right. Well, yes. First of all, as Mr. Bolton said, they've always known what the potential consequences of this could be.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Because any attempt by any of them to try and say, well, we didn't realize they might do. Bolton was saying they had the open conversations about it.
I found an article that I wrote in August of 2005 for antiwar.com saying that this is what could happen.
Yeah.
Iran can close the whole gate, the Strait of Hormuz.
Out of interest, why have they never done it before?
Because we hadn't attacked them.
No, but why wouldn't they have done it as a strategic thing to cause economic
Well, that would have
mayhem?
provoked.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's going to provoke a war. And also, like I said, that just shows how measured Iran is. But the problem is people like to paint Iran as these crazy people who just, as soon as they have the capability to strike us, they will. Well, guys, according to that rocket that they shot 2,000 miles out, they've been had the capability to strike Europe, and they did it. I mean, according to the way things are playing out in this conflict/war, they've been had the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, but they didn't. Shit, during the 12-day war, they had the ability to close the strait and attack all of our allies in the region, but they did it. So Iran has actually shown us that they tried to avoid war at every trip, or I'd say at every turn, but we just keep on trying to pull them in. And I mean, they finally let us. They finally let us pull them in.
To war that they were trying to avoid this whole time too.
Right.
And the Bush administration, everybody but W. Bush, including John Bolton, pushed him very hard to do this. And it was the military that talked him out of it. In January 2007, the chiefs told W. Bush, we don't want to do this. We'll triple the Iraq war, but we don't want to go to Iran. And the reason why is because they can hit back in ways that we can't control. We don't want to fight anyone unless we know we control.
Facts. That's true. They try to push Bush into Iran as well, but I mean, they said no. They said no. We're stopping here. We're not going to go into Iran. Like Iraq was a mess, and y'all want to go into a more formidable country? Yeah, Bush was like, bro, kick rocks. I'm not doing it.
Every single stage of the conflict.
What do you think on the Gulf states? I've had lots of different views about this. I spent a lot of time in the Middle East in the last 2 years, in Saudi, in Qatar, in UAE. It's been a very vibrant, dynamic place to be. They've been pouring money into a new business model of opening up tourism, sport, sunshine, safety. And it's all designed to replace the dwindling oil supply.
Oh, guys, man, make sure to like the video, guys, by double tapping that screen, guys. Double tap the screen, like the video, and any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, please super chat that in or send a GIF.
And now you see their worst nightmare unfurling as a region, because actually it's what Iran has done, from a tactical point of view, pretty skillfully, is they've targeted the vulnerable spot of the whole region, which is if you can stop people going there, you're wrecking their business model going forward. That applies huge pressure.
Well, they've completely called America's conventional military.
But what do you think the Gulf states are really thinking about Trump and America in this? Are they, as some people argue, it's drawn them closer to America because of what Iran has done to them? Or do you think that they're blaming America for the whole mess unfurling in the first place?
Well, I don't know about the blame. I mean, I could see, part of the motive for them to want to get closer. But then again, our bluff has been called. The Iranians have just proven due to Trump's unforced error here, that America's conventional dominance of the Gulf, it was always a bluff. They closed down all of our bases. They kicked us out of the region. And, you know, our aircraft carriers, our Star Destroyers are now parked in orbit way off hundreds of miles away in the Arabian Sea. Can't even get anywhere near it. Have to fire their missiles from standoff ranges. So it seems to me like especially all those smaller states, they're probably going to have to take a stance closer to Qatar's, where they split the difference and try to get along with Iran. Now, as Justin Logan said, what good is a military base if you can't fight a war from it? So America's entire conventional posture in the region is over now, I think.
Jonathan, you're shaking your head.
Well, I think...
And guys, if you don't know, the reports already came out. Articles already been reporting on this, that yes, Iran has been able to make pretty much destroy military bases in the Middle East region or in the Gulf region. And they are now uninhabitable. And destroyed a whole bunch of radars as well.
You said about the Gulf states is important because I think...
I don't actually know the answer.
Sure.
I've not spoken to many
I don't think anyone knows the answer.
No.
I think the UAE and Saudi Arabia may be very much against capitulation, but you might find that Qatar and Oman are less averse to it. But that's one element of it. I would say that one thing we haven't discussed, because it seems unlikely, is that actually this so-called deal that Trump maybe is striking actually gets a lot of what he wanted. There was an interview that he did on PBS over the phone where he was asked, there is a rumor that the nuclear material will be transferred out of Iran, maybe to the US. He said, not maybe to the US, definitely to the US. Now, if that's part of an agreement...
Yo, Craftsman, we lost US bases. Like, that's not anything, bro. What? I mean, we lost servicemen. That's not anything important. Like, bro, you sure you're just not trying to clown a little bit too hard right there, dog? We lost radar, we lost military men, and we lost US bases and infrastructure. Like, yeah, we lost a lot. Oh, and $25 billion spent. So that's what we also losing money as well.
The Iranians will transfer it. That avoids your scenario of troops on the ground. But I will say this, that any deal made with the Iranian regime is a bad deal, because to make a deal with the barbarians of the Islamic Republic of Iran, to make any deal with them when their technique has always been to use negotiations to drag things on as long as possible, to wear people out, to use time to their favor rather than...
And they've done that even
US.
without the knowledge now. They have this tremendous leverage of what they can do with the Strait of Hormuz.
But that's what I mean. With the Strait of Hormuz, this is what's so perplexing about what Trump is doing now, because there is no reason not to have carried on what he had just started.
I absolutely agree with that.
He can strangle their economy, just keep...
Well, that's the big question.
And it's worth the high cost to do so.
What is the evidence that they cannot bear the economic pain of having the blockade on the strait?
The exchange rate is now way worse than it was when the uprising started, because it was
okay.
bad.
But America supported Saddam Hussein in a brutal war against him for 8 years, and they were able to withstand
I will
that.
say there is a fair amount of evidence, which is that they can't really afford to do anything. They are now having to subsidize things in the lives of their nation, who they don't really care about their citizens that much. There is a lot of evidence that if you carry on strangling them, their hopeful pivot towards China has not really worked out the way they'd hoped economically either. There is an enormous amount of pressure on the Islamic Republic regime. Certainly, they can withstand a lot of that pressure because they are ruthless, horrible people who will let their own population suffer.
All right, guys, hold on now. All right, guys, you know, the satellites is a bit different from those radars that's supposed to pick up missiles coming in, right? And, you know, and also weather as well. So, no, we're not talking about satellites, guys. We're talking about radar that's supposed to pick up missiles and other things, like, you know, on the ground, closer to the ground. We're not talking about our satellites. Satellite images isn't really going to help when it comes to intercepting missiles.
But eventually what Trump was doing was a non-violent method of continuing this war. He had moved out of the kinetic stage of airstrikes and all that we saw there into this stage of playing them at their own game with the Strait of Hormuz and trying to open it up to release the pressure on the rest of the world, not doing too well on that yet, but starting, and also managing to choke them off, to suffocate them, to gradually economically...
But the problem here, Jonathan,
and that's what you should carry on doing.
Well, hang on a second. You're a very pro-Israeli commentator. You'd accept that.
I think I'm a fair commenter.
Okay. I mean, in all your columns you've written for The Spectator, how many have been critical of Israel?
I often have criticisms of Israel.
Oh, it's a headline on the column.
I don't write the headlines.
Have you ever had a critical headline on one of your columns about Israel?
From the subs? I'd have to go back and check.
I can tell you, I checked.
Okay, have
you
I?
haven't.
Okay.
So you've never written a column that's
I think I did once, actually. I think I wrote one about...
Got him. He's like, dang, bro. Hold on. So you you write columns, write articles, and all that cool stuff, and you've never wrote one column that went against Israel, that condemned Israel in any way. Man, that's tough.
Something is pre-October 7th about.
Hey, that is some A1 shilling right there. You got to give it up to the man. I mean, that's a different level of shilling.
Okay, I need
forest issue in the West Bank or something.
I need checks since October 7th. But
Okay,
you would
fair
accept that you're a partisan commentator.
I don't think I'm partisan, no.
But you've never written a column that's been critical of Israel.
Plenty of my columns have criticisms of Israeli policy in them.
But not in the last 3 years.
No, within the last 3 years. Go and read them.
What was
did you read them, or did ChatGPT read them, or did your researchers read them?
I went and checked every one.
You read them all?
I checked every headline of every column.
None headlines. I didn't write the headlines.
My point being,
that you're an editor.
I don't know why you're complaining about being perceived as a.
Oh yeah, guy. You got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or some information you want to add? You can go ahead and super chat it in. Appreciate the support. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video.
Pro-Israeli comment.
No. Many of the things I say do defend positions of Israel because I think Israel.
There's a reason I'm asking.
This war has been. No, I get there's a reason.
No, the reason I'm asking is
you didn't ask me if I have sympathy for Israel's actions during the last 2 years of this war. You asked me if I consider myself a partisan,
yes.
or somehow, I think your words in your Spectator column about me slavishly pro-Israel.
Yes.
I'm not slavishly anything. I look at the facts and I look at what I see is going on in the region and I try to analyze it from a perspective, which does very often come down in this scenario in favor of the Israeli actions. It doesn't mean I'm slavishly no, I resent that. And I think, afterwards, let's talk about it. I'll find you the criticisms I've put in some.
You know what? The great thing is in the digital era, people can tap in your name to the Spectator website. They can check every column and they can see if any of them have a headline critical of Israel.
I don't like the headlines, Piers.
Maybe that's the theme of the column.
Good.
Well, sometimes I don't like the headlines. They give me both.
Here's why I'm asking the question.
Go for it.
I mean, that is a crazy excuse, though. It's like, so wait, hold on. So you write the article, but you don't come up with the title? I don't know if I believe that, but all right, maybe. I mean, that's probably I could see that. I could see it, but I find it a bit hard to believe. But I could see, I could see a media company doing that.
Point disputing this much longer, but I'm not trying to play gotcha. The reason I'm asking is that there is a belief that Israel's operating on a different side to this whole thing, that they don't care if there's total chaos in Iran. They've got a much wider, bigger picture that they're going after here. And that actually, if Trump does look like he's reining back too much here, and that the Iranian regime may stay intact and may have the enriched uranium and so on, then Netanyahu just won't accept it. And that Israel could actually unilaterally go and attack again. Do you think that's likely?
Well, I do think you're absolutely right. And that Israel and America don't have entirely the same aims in this war, and they never did. But they had a huge amount of overlap. And I think that's why it came together that this happened as a joint action. So from Israel's perspective, which, I do write a lot about Israel, and I am very sympathetic to many of the actions Israel takes and has taken, especially during this war period. From Israel's perspective, it's interesting to consider what this will mean if Trump capitulates now. Will it be good for them or will it be bad for them? In some respects, if you think about October the 7th.
Well, it's going to be cooked for them because then they won't be able to attack Lebanon anymore because Iran's going to do something about that. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, that's the whole reason why they try to annex Lebanon while with the war with Iran, because Iran's too distracted with us to actually help out the Houthis and, and put Israel at bay. So, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Israel kind of used us to annex southern Lebanon. And, I mean, that's literally what they're doing right now. They're bombing the Lebanese people and Christian villages, not unsurprisingly. And, well, they're displacing so far they displaced about over a million people. Over a million people have been displaced so far. While we've been over here handling Iran, these guys have been trying to take over southern Lebanon under the fog of war.
And pre-October the 7th and the end of the war, if we drew a line here, they are net up on that. If they were below zero on some kind of numerical scale on October the 7th, when that horror happened, on the 28th of October, when that war started in Gaza, they increased massively in that scale. Then with Lebanon and Hezbollah, with the 12-day war in Iran, they will have increased more. If he capitulates now, it will come down slightly. So they might have gone up to a 70 and now they'll come down to a 60 or 50. They're still up 50 from zero when they were below zero. But I do think that what it has done in some respects, whilst not conclusively, it has demolished a lot of the capability of the Shia axis that Iran leads in the region. The problem is it hasn't got rid of it, but it has stopped Syria being a corridor for Iran to funnel things towards Hezbollah. They are currently trying to deal with Hezbollah, but that's on pause because of this ceasefire that the Americans.
Okay, let me bring in Colonel.
So it swings and roundabouts. That's what I'd say.
Colonel Bob. I mean, I saw one report which said that in Gaza, for example, because of the destruction of 70-80% of Gaza, because of the killing of 80,000 people there, some of whom obviously were Hamas. We don't know the exact split of terrorists to civilians. But because of that, I read one report from American intelligence that for every Hamas terrorist who'd been killed, 5 more were now lining up with the same.
Out to my man Noah Joyner, he says, get the deal signed. If they attack, send in Delta to get BB and hold him for war crimes. I mean, yeah, that's probably the best thing we could do. Get a deal. Tell BB to cut the shit. Look, you're not going to war with Iran no more. You're not going to go ahead and annex southern Lebanon. Oh, yeah, and that fantasy of getting into war with Turkey, yeah, that's going too. You're going to sit there. You're just going to be a good little Jewish state. Oh, and you're also going to give the Palestinians a 1 or 2 state solution. I don't know how you're going to do it. I really don't care. But something's going to get done. It's either they're going to be Israelis or they're going to have their own state. But we're not going to keep perpetuating this long-ass conflict that just keeps sprouting more terrorism. Why? Because the way they treat the Palestinians is absolutely reckless. And one of the biggest problems in the Middle East is the Palestinian question of a 1-state or 2-state solution, or you just kill them all and just forget about them. And Lord knows nobody want to go with option 3. So what? It's either a 1 or 2-state solution. I would force Israel into that. I'd be like, hey, look, I don't really care. Just pick one.
Ideology, because they were so enraged by what Israel had done.
That's normal, Piers.
Right.
It's normal. If you.
But my point being, though, how big a problem is Israel potentially creating for itself by what many perceive to be, and I would be one of them now, that the disproportionate response to what happened on October the 7th, just in terms of what they did.
Oh, my bad. And shout out to my man Noah Joyner. I had to give you a shout out. Appreciate the support, bro.
To Gaza. That actually, if you look at, for example, I never thought I'd see a time when the majority of Americans had an anti-Israeli perspective in the polling. I didn't think that day would come. So clearly there's been a movement in public sentiment globally about what the Israeli government's been doing. And to be crystal clear, this is not aimed at Israeli people, my criticism, or Jewish people, certainly. It is aimed specifically at this Israeli government that I think is very hardline right, driven by, in cases of Smodrich and Ben-Gvir in particular, absolute main.
Yo, Ben-Gvir is wild. I think that's their No. I know the finance manager is Smoltrich, but Ben-Gvir, I forgot his position, but he has a high position in the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet. And this guy literally celebrated a law that you can hang Palestinians for, crimes of terrorism. But here's the thing, though. They're only doing it for Palestinians. So if you get caught as a Palestinian and they say, oh, yeah, crimes of terrorism, innocent or guilty, they're going to hang you. Actually, they're going hang crazy with the Palestinians, and this is why Ben-Gvir was celebrating, because apparently he likes seeing Palestinians suffer while getting hung. And here's the thing, they don't do it to Israelis. So yes, Israelis get caught up for act of terrorism too, but they're not going to hang them. But then they pass a law, saying that if you're Palestinian and you get caught for acts of terrorism, they're going to hang you. And act of terrorism and hanging, sure, go ahead and do what y'all want. But when you make it about race, that's when it becomes a problem. And then on his birthday, his wife brought him out a cake with a noose on it. Do you want to guess what that's for?
Maniacs. When Ben-Gvir's wife on his 50th birthday last week gives him a birthday cake of a golden noose, you're dealing with psychopathic mentality. I'm sorry. And Jonathan, you can respond to that in a moment. But I just feel like this has been part of the problem.
I'm not a spokesman for Itamar Ben-Gvir. I have to point out.
No, sure.
Israel has 2 objectives. 1, get rid of the nuclear threat. 2, bring down the regime. Make the place safe. Make the Middle East safe. That's understandable. The United States had one objective to start with, definitely, take out the nuclear facilities, and a more fuzzy one, when they did that, or as they attacked, perhaps the regime would fall.
Yeah.
We're now going to get to the situation where Trump may well maintain he's neutralized the nuclear situation and he can't change the regime, and he's actually going to draw stumps and say, actually, we've won this war, when he hasn't, because all he will have done is delayed.
So for my American viewers,
Yeah.
draw stumps is a cricket phrase,
Yeah, yeah.
which means you basically end the game.
Exactly. Yes.
May I jump in?
Quickly, yeah,
just
'cause
to
I wanna
say,
go to Scott.
I think that Israel actually, if it has undeniably come out of this war, though it may not have gone how they wanted or how the US wanted or to plan. There is no denying that its reputation has altered, but it's altered in both directions. So some of the Gulf states and many of the states in the Middle East now see Israel's deterrence as massively renewed after the day in which its deterrence was seen as massively compromised, October the 7th. And now, if it's got this renewed deterrence, if it has managed to do so much in that 2 years from the low point of October the 7th, if it also managed to do it in such tight collaboration and operational partnership with the US, albeit under this particular president, it has shown itself to be an extremely strong ally. It even gave an Iron Dome battery.
I don't know why, but I guess I kind of got to be a dick and answer this. So I was like, I don't know why we're making excuse for Iran. Who else in the world supports terrorism around the region? Us? Yeah, United States. Like, we supported the Taliban. I mean, Al Qaeda. We were just talking about supporting the communist Kurds. I mean, bro. Oh, and UAE, they support a terrorist group, the one that's terrorizing Sudan. So, yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, they're not the only people supporting terrorists in the region. We do it too, and so does the UAE, and so does Saudi Arabia as well.
To one of its Arab neighbors to use during the Iranian attacks on them. And those countries have seen as well that Iran will not hold back from attacking them and their people.
I mean, shoot, bro, we put the head of Al Qaeda as the president of Syria. I mean, bro, if that's not supporting terrorism, I don't know what is.
And that is something that has taught them a lesson about who their real allies are in the region. So I think Israel's reputation may be bad among some campuses in the West and even some Western and European parliaments. But if you look at the region that it exists in, many of the people in the region have understood that country as renewed in strength, renewed in alliance, a valuable partner to have. And I think that Europe, as it's getting weaker and weaker, Merz said that this has humiliated Trump. Merz would like Trump to capitulate, though he won't say so, because it will prove that Europe was right not to get involved, because if America can't do this, what could a depleted Europe have done? But the point is, Europe is depleted, sadly, and that means that Israel is far more concerned with.
But that goes into my earlier point, though. It's like, so if we can't do it, they're looking at us like, well, of course we can't. If America can't do it, no one can. When it comes to military might, yeah, I mean, if the strongest navy in the world can't get the Strait of Hormuz open, then what the hell they look like pulling up?
With how its neighbors see it, far more concerned with how the US and the US administration see it than how Merz and Europe sees it. And this is a problem for Israel, but also it is in a stronger position than it was on October the 7th, without any doubt.
Scott, could it be that Israel is...
I mean, Craftman, how about this? You stop being a puss, go sign up for the military and go out there and get it yourself.
Or unpopular in the way that Jonathan articulated in those areas.
When you're not in the action
actually
now.
is stronger as a result of all its actions, even if people don't agree with what they did.
Yeah, there's a document.
And bro, Iran can't have uranium ore when they literally mine it in their country, bro. Do you hear how you sound? It's like, come on, bro. You're not being realistic. And like I said, if you ain't, I mean, do you want to go fight? Oh, stop being a puss then.
From back in the 80s where they say, all our support for Iran in the Iran-Iraq war, it could backfire and Iran could conquer Baghdad, which they didn't want that. They just wanted the war to continue. Then they said, if that happens, that's okay, though, because that'll just help drive all the Sunni kings closer to us because of their fear of the Shiites. So the fact that, and I'm sure you saw the Ynet story the other day about how the military and intelligence officials in Israel consider this war to be an absolute and complete unmitigated disaster. They didn't get the regime change. They did not destroy the nuclear material. They did not end Iran's alliance with Hezbollah, the Iraqi PMUs, or the Ansar Allah in Yemen, or any other thing. They've accomplished absolutely none of their goals.
Hey, bro, I got family in the military too. I don't care. I don't care. What you said was still a pretty hypocritical thing to say because you're not out there fighting. You're not out there willing to stop Iran from getting uranium ore, but you're okay with letting young men go out there and risk their lives for it. Like, come on, bro. That is the biggest pussy move right there. I mean, your family members who served got the honor, not you. You out here saying pussy shit over the internet.
Instead, they proved that America's conventional footprint in the military east is in the Middle East is completely obsolete. So
I mean, that's kind of weird. Like, my family, bro. What did you do? What did you do? Exactly. Is that's why you're leaning on your family because you know you ain't did nothing yourself.
And then yes, I'm sure all the people in the region are upset, although the kings and sultans and emirs and potentates and monarchs and el presidentes of the GCC may have been driven closer to Israel in a way. But I want to talk about American public opinion that you cited there. We are propagandized so heavily in the United States of America that the only reason anyone would ever criticize Israel is just because they hate Jews and want to kill them all or something. And for people to have gone from believing that to where they are now is due solely to two things. Israel's slaughter in the Gaza Strip, unremitting cruelty, which we all can see them deliberately killing children, etc., and then dragging us into another no-win war in the Middle East, just like with W. Bush. Netanyahu and his men promised it'll be easy. We'll just tell them that they're making nuclear weapons. We'll go in there, we'll get a regime change, and everything will be fine. And, last time in Iraq...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, though. The IDF, I mean, what they're doing in Lebanon, atrocious. What they did in Gaza, horrific. And I mean, like, they're just catching a lot of heat. It's like, I don't know what's up with these guys, but they just get themselves in trouble literally like almost like for no reason. Like, what was it? First they smashed the Jesus statue, and then now they're putting a cigarette in the Mother Mary's mouth. I mean, it's like, I don't know what's up with them. Like, guys, check this out. Check out this bullshit right here. It's like they just can't help themselves. Like, bro. Desecrating it. And you see how they got blood on the chest and all that. Like, they're wilding. So, yeah, that's the problem. Like, the IDF, they create their own problems. It's not us just being hypercritical of Jews or Israel or anything. No, they're doing it to themselves. They bring the attention to themselves.
Too, they put Iran's best friends in power, from Dawa and the Supreme Islamic Council. They still rule Iraq to this day. They tried to support the bin Ladenites against Assad in Syria, which ended up driving Assad closer to Iran for 15 years, although they did finally get their victory when al-Qaeda seized Damascus at the end of 2024. And so Israel is definitely stronger there for having helped al-Qaeda, and Netanyahu bragged about it, by the way, that he helped al-Qaeda, so did Joe Biden, helped al-Qaeda seize Damascus. So that weakens Iran's ability to arm Hezbollah. But then again, they thought that Hezbollah had been severely weakened by the killing of their leader, by the pager attack and the airstrikes. And then when the current war broke out and Hezbollah jumped in, all the Israeli intelligence officials said, oh my God, they're much more powerful than we thought. They had survived in a much stronger capacity than we thought before. So now we're right where John Bolton left off. Which none of this is going to work, Piers, unless we drop an H-bomb on Tehran or we send in the entire, conscript 10 million men and invade Persia and take over the place.
You actually just touched on what I was going to ask Jonathan. One of the interesting aspects of all this is that I've asked repeatedly Israeli guests, pro-Israeli guests, why is it that as we talk about Iran not being allowed to have a nuclear weapon, why is it that Israel is consistently allowed and given a pass to never say whether it has a nuclear weapon or not?
Because it's the Holy Land, man. Oy vey. But actually, it's because they got to claim strategic ambiguity because honestly, if the world does know, well, everybody knows. It's like the secret that everybody knows. But the thing is, if they're upfront about it, then we have to stop giving them aid because they'd be considered a rogue state with nukes, which they are. But hey, now here's the problem though with Israel's nukes though is that, well, one, they stole it from us. They stole the material from us. Two, JFK tried to get a handle on it, ask them, and actually pretty much got intel that they were building nukes, try to get them to stop, threatened the prime minister. The prime minister quit. JFK ends up getting assassinated. Lyndon B. Johnson comes in and give them everything they ever wanted. So yeah, Israel's nuclear history is pretty complicated, but no, they got nukes for sure.
You know, I interviewed an American commentator on a show yesterday, and he said that Israel obviously has 170 nuclear weapons. Everybody knows that. I see, but they've never admitted it.
I know the answer to that question.
I saw the.
I've heard 90, but 170 is crazy. But I could believe it. I could believe they might have stocked up.
It's illegal for America to give aid to Israel if they're a nuclear weapon state that has not signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So they lie and they give the strategic ambiguity and pretend they don't know that Israel is a nuclear weapon state. That way, conspiracy nothing. It's the Glenn Symington law.
And here's a problem with, Israel having a nuke. Let's go over 3 things that concern me, right? So in 1973, the Yom Kippur War. Now, it was, let's see here. It was Seymour Herschel. He argued that Israeli leaders considered or prepared their nuclear assets in 1973 if the U.S. did not send immediate conventional aid. This has been interpreted as a form of implicit nuclear blackmail. Then there is the Samson option. Now, this phrase refers to a strategy where Israel could use nuclear weapons as a last resort if it faces an existential threat. Some analysts have urged that Israel could theoretically use this threat to force the U.S. for support for its conventional operations. And then there's the 1960s nuclear deployment. President John F. Kennedy placed placed severe pressure on Israel regarding their nuclear program in 1963, signaling that the U.S. support could be seriously jeopardized if inspections of the Dimona reactor were not allowed. I know, right? 1963, guy ends up dead. And in 1973, 10 years later, they're talking about, if you don't help us, we'll hit these guys with a nuke. You see the reason why we don't want, a rogue nuclear state? Because they could be like Israel and, commit nuclear blackmail.
Because it's illegal to give them aid if they're a nuclear weapon state that does not sign the NPT.
Is that right, Jonathan?
So my answer to the question would be that Israel's policy of nuclear ambiguity is what it's usually referred to. And you're quite right that most of the world assumes / knows about Israel's nuclear bombs. Has been, I think it was Shimon Peres who introduced the phrase, Israel will never introduce nuclear weapons into the region. It was this weird phrase that meant to say, well, we're not going to say we've got them, that will be to introduce them. The reason for it, you're right, because it's one of those sticky things that you might wonder, why should Israel have them and not Iran? But basically, the answer is kind of obvious. It's what it sounds like, because Israel got the nuclear weapons to protect itself from basically a region which in every direction wanted to annihilate it since.
Bro, they stole it. They stole the nuke from us in a facility, Numac in Pennsylvania. They stole it. And I'm be real with you, we know they stole it. There was CIA, classified documents that proved Israel stole, I think it was uranium or plutonium, one of them, to make their nuke. And I believe it was France and South Africa that helped them get to their nuke. So really, there's 3 countries that we need to hop on their ass, but it is what it is. Because all 3 of those countries now have nukes today. I mean, isn't that a coincidence?
It was born or reborn in 1948 and has never used those weapons to threaten the annihilation of another country, as Iran frequently does. For example, the Islamic Republic of Iran does to Israel. They have a countdown.
But why should Iran?
Maybe even threaten Western countries.
Why should Iran? Why should Iran have to be? But just to be clear, why should Iran have to be completely transparent about its own nuclear aspirations?
Because it is a regime which wishes to kill us.
Well, okay, that's your opinion.
It's their opinion. They say it.
But there are other.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. No. When they say death to America, they don't mean death to all of America, all the people. They're saying death to our government. And the Iranian people then sat down with our meeting and explained this extensively. That we're not talking about death to the American people. We like the American people. The problem is, though, that your government has been causing terror in our region forever now. And that is true. I mean, in 1950s, we overthrew a democratically elected official because he wanted to make the Iranian oil work for his people. We didn't like that. So we overthrew him. And then we put in the Shah, who was basically an authoritarian dictator with the secret police. And the Iranian people overthrew him. And we brought in, France brought in the Khomeini, the old Ayatollah, the OG Ayatollah, the real savage, that we green stamp. So isn't it kind of crazy how all of the problems of Iran that we're dealing with today is of our own making? And maybe we just leave them the F alone. We stop creating problems. Shoot, if we just did that in the Middle East altogether, we stop creating problems.
To America,
there are other countries.
To Israel, the great Satan, the little Satan.
There are other countries. But if you go to Russia or China or North,
well, I mean, shoot, let's explain that. The reason why Israel's called the little Satan is because they're the ones causing terror in the region, bombing. They bombed 7 countries in 1 year. They admit to being in a 7-front war. And they also said once they're done with Iran, they're moving on to Turkey. So this is a country dedicated to destabilizing the region. And Big Satan, which would be us, funds it, supports it all the way through with devotion. And a lot of our head officials in our country supports Israel vociferously with a passion, with a burning passion that's a bit scary because it feels like they love Israel more than their home country. But that's them. So yeah.
North Korea, vast swathes of the world don't agree with you, right? So the point being,
what do you mean they don't agree that those are facts? That Iran says death to Israel and death to America?
No, I didn't say that.
Has launched.
I mean, they are supportive of the regime that you detest, right? So my point being that there are globally.
Okay, but they're
hang on, Jonathan.
Right.
Hang on. This is your opinion.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's what I'm.
That's fine. I'm saying they're
uncensored.
Of course. Oh, no, of course. Well, my point being, a lot of the world has a different opinion about Iran.
Sure, they do,
right?
But I'm
so my question.
The
point of my question. No, but the point of my question: why should we be compelling Iran to be transparent about what it has?
Because if they have a nuclear weapon.
But why is Israel not compelled to be as transparent?
Because Iran signed the NPT and Israel didn't. That's why. Iran is actually obligated.
Which is crazy, by the way, because if you really think about it, it's like, hold on. So why do you have more trust for Israel, who didn't sign the non-proliferation treaty, who stole their nukes, who got it through duplicitous means? But we got to sit there and distrust Iran, who actually signed a nuclear proliferation treaty, who actually agreed to have inspectors, who actually have a religious fatwa not to make nukes. Like, these guys have actually shown their resistance towards going towards a nuke. They've shown cooperation in the global sphere. But not Israel. But for some reason, we're supposed to believe that Iran's the rogue nation here. I mean, all right.
That's correct. Iran is obligated, and Israel
would it not be a powerful thing for Israel to say, in full transparency,
I don't know.
We have 170 nukes?
Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't.
How do you claim to be a transparent democracy?
Well, I'm saying, listen,
you're not remotely transparent.
I personally have not seen the nuclear weapons of Israel, and I personally is not something that I have personal proof of. Okay,
do you think they have them?
Well, yes, that seems to be the received opinion. However, if it were some giant bluff, then it would be a magnificent one they've pulled off. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm telling you that the difference between the two states, why should Iran be transparent or stopped when they're not being transparent? It's because they are a threat to the West.
Whoa. Somebody said Israel doesn't call for the destruction of the U.S. and other nations. I mean, actually, yeah, they have. What you mean? They call for the destruction of Palestinians. They call for the destruction of Iran. They call for the destruction of Iraq and Saddam. I mean, Israel is called for the destruction of a lot of places. Shoot, they're calling for the destruction of Turkey right now. Like, bruh, you been paying attention?
A threat to civilization. Israel is not.
Israel has threatened to nuke London and Paris and Berlin and Rome. It's called the Samson option. They said if the Western democracy...
And you say you're not a crackpot conspiracist.
There's a book by Seymour...
No, I mean, the Samson option is a real thing. If it ever came under an existential threat, it will sit there and use nuclear blackmail to pull us into a conflict, or they'll say they'll just strike everybody. And they got enough nukes to do so. So Israel's pretty much saying, like, yo, if you ever let us go out, we'll just take the entire world with us. And like I said, this is why you don't let rogue nations get nukes.
Israel
wants the Samson option.
Israel wants to nuke the West.
I didn't say they want to. I said they have threatened that if the Western states abandon Israel to be overrun, that they'll nuke us too. And I'm not saying that's always been the permanent doctrine, but it's called the Samson option, and it was their doctrine, at least in the 1970s. There's a book about it by Seymour Hersh. You can pretend like you've never.
I mean, what else happened in the 1970s? That's where Israeli, what was it? Israeli prime minister pretty much threatened the president at the 1970s. Was Nixon? No, I'm not sure actually. Was it? Sorry, guys, kind of blanking out right now. But yes, pretty much Israeli officials approached our president and said, like, look, bro, if you don't give us aid, we're just going to nuke these countries. And America was like, whoa, we cannot have that now. Like, dog, you're going to destroy the whole region. We'd rather just give you aid that we don't want to give you. And we were resisting giving them aid. We wanted them to end the Yom Kippur War, but they didn't want to end it. So they just said, look, if you don't help us out the regular way, we'll just blow these guys to smithereens. And you'll just deal with that on the back end. Whatever blowback you get, I mean, we'll all deal with it together. And oh man, I can only imagine the blowback from nuking two countries.
Never heard of such a thing, but everyone else watching this can just Google up the Samson option and read it for themselves.
There is no serious.
That's the second time you tried to say conspiracy to me, as though that debunks anything that I've said.
From the state of Israel to the West of it having nuclear weapons. That's been proven by the fact that it has never used them. It's never threatened to use them. It's not threatening the annihilation of any other country. At most, what it does is uses its military strength, shielded by a nuclear umbrella, to fight back people who try to eradicate Israel, who try to eradicate the Jewish people.
Yeah, so isn't that kind of crazy how Iran's doing the same thing? Like literally the same thing, you know, from people who literally want to overthrow it, who want to see it destroyed and all that wild stuff. Even though they frame it to you as we're saving the Iranian people. No, the F we're not. We don't care about the Iranian people. If we can get them, trust me, the way the government officials think, if they can get the regime out of power, they could give a damn about the Iranian people. I mean, you care, but the government officials don't. The army generals don't. They're just in it to win it.
Who have a genocidal intent, who have united Shia militias in the entire region.
Y'all started
against
this
Israel,
war.
Who have attacked Americans for over 40 years, who have attacked Europeans, who bombed during this war a British base, who tried to bomb Diego Garcia. This is a regime which cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons, and there is no such similar
Israel
threat.
and America started this war.
You know, so funny. You know, they got our nuclear reactors through us. Yeah, Atoms for Peace. It was in the 1953? Yeah, in the 1950s, what was it? We was running this little program, Atoms for Peace, and we were just giving out reactors. And that's how Iran's nuclear, program got started, was through us. So their nuclear program is a problem we created. The Ayatollah is a problem they created. I mean, even the revolution was a problem that we created. The Iraq war, the Iraq-Iran war was a situation that we created because we supported Saddam in attacking Iran. And we also helped them get the precursor for the chemical weapons. So all of these atrocities we've done to Iran, and they know this, just like I know this, they know this. What do you think they're going to feel towards us? What do you think they're going to feel towards our government that they know that's doing this? Not the American people, but our government.
Let me bring in Colonel Bob. The constant refrain we hear from the IDF or people talking about the IDF is they are the most moral army in the world. You were a colonel in the British Army, as my brother was. Is the IDF, from everything we've seen in the last few years, the most moral army in the world?
No. I don't suppose any army is the most moral. There are always people that do things wrong.
Fair.
It tries to be, like all armies do. It tries to be, but sometimes, because human beings are involved, they get it wrong.
That's not true. They deliberately target women and children.
Sorry, I honestly don't believe that. I've got an.
Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. I mean, even Israeli media is saying there's an 8-to-1 civilian to militant ratio in Gaza. So for every 8 civilians, they killed one member of Hamas. I mean, guys, they killed like 80,000 people there. Most of them are citizens. That's the worst part about it. And here's the thing. If you ask an Israeli official, they'll tell you, we killed 80,000 people. All right, how much was Hamas? They do not know. And that's the scary reality of it.
Number of.
Oh, I mean, look what they're doing in Lebanon now. I mean, they're killing innocent civilians right now. Bombing people in cities right now. So, I mean, shoot, a little girl died yesterday because of an Israeli bombing. 12 years old.
friends in the IDF who actually are appalled if that was the case. I don't agree with you. I think,
Well, a lot of them keep blowing their brains out because of the orders that they were made to follow.
But could it be that?
Oh man. So you can look this up. Let's see here. It was the IDF soldiers. It was IDF soldiers that pretty much quit. And they pretty much came out in a documentary and started speaking about how horrific was it for them in Gaza. And the stuff that they did and seen in Gaza, like it haunts them. And they commit suicide over it. Because after a while, I mean, there's only so much kids you can kill before you just be like, what the fuck am I doing?
Actually, the reality is that they have used, and they're doing the same with Hezbollah in Lebanon, I think, that is the Israeli government has used the fact that undoubtedly Hamas and Hezbollah embed themselves in civilian areas.
Yeah.
And that they have used that as the excuse to go and just obliterate these areas, full knowing that in the process, a lot of civilians get killed, women, children who have nothing to do with this. And that it's a kind of umbrella excuse. In other words, they could say, we don't deliberately target the women and children, but they know for a fact.
Oh, and the name of that documentary is called Breaking Ranks Inside Israel's War 2025. So there's that one. So yeah, it's called Breaking Ranks. You know what? I'm actually playing it on stream one day. So it's going to be in Hebrew, so we're going to be reading along together.
If they blow up that whole, I mean, some of the scenes I've seen from Lebanon recently are very reminiscent of Gaza, where just obliteration has been the order of the day. They know, this most moral army in the world, that when they attack in that way, a lot of civilians are going to get killed. So they can say we're not deliberately targeting the civilians, but they also know a lot of civilians are going to die. Now, the argument back at that, Bob, is World War II, Dresden.
But like I said, here's a problem with Israel, is that they'll go after, let's say they're going after like Hamas leadership or Hezbollah leadership. Like I said, they'll blow up an entire neighborhood. They'll blow up an entire village to hit one guy or a group of people. That's unacceptable. Find out what building they're in and bomb that building. If there's citizens in that building just so happen to be it, all right. I mean, it's terrible, but at least you didn't blow up an entire fucking village or an entire fucking block, killing hundreds of innocent people just to get a group or two people. Because that's what Israel does right now. Like, dog. They're sending drones in the street bombing innocent people just to get one guy. Like, that's the problem. They don't care who they hit. Well, that's true. Well, that's also true. I'm sorry, but really they don't care who's around the person they hit. And they'll they ain't just using drones, they're using missiles. They're dropping full-on missiles, acting like it's not going to have a surrounding effect, like they don't have a blast radius.
You know, the nuclear bombs.
The Geneva Conventions were all written after all that.
I know. And that's the argument I put forward, which is that's why.
And all right, guys, we done ran out of time on this one, but hey, I do appreciate you guys for pulling up. Make sure you like and subscribe, man. Appreciate the support. So double tap that screen to like the video and go ahead and hit that icon above there. Yep, that yellow one right there. Yep, right there. Go ahead and tap that for me and go subscribe to the channel. Appreciate that. And then go ahead and come on back. So I guess I can do a quick little monologue, I guess. I haven't done one of those in a minute. All right. Let's just get right into it. So since we're on the Iran war, there's a lot I got to talk about when it comes to this Iran war, because what's going on is crazy. It's like there's literally too many people caught up in their pride over their vote of Donald Trump, and they're just afraid to be wrong. And nobody likes being wrong, and I get that. But I'm sorry, but you're letting your wanting not to be wrong, bro, is getting in the way of the prosperity of this country. Just because you don't want to be wrong about this war, you don't want to be wrong about your vote for Trump, you're willing to champion a war that's hurting the American people. And then here's the worst part. As a Republican, as a conservative, I hate to see this, because this war is almost assuring victory for the Democrats. Like, I know y'all are happy over Trump pretty much replacing all the other Republicans with Republicans that he wanted. It shows that, yeah, he still has power in the Republican Party, but that's the Republican Party. He's losing people in his own party and in the independents, and he needs those two. So if you guys want to sit there in your bubble and get mad at everybody who just don't agree with you guys, all you're going to do is ostracize yourselves. And MAGA is going to be the cult that the Democrats, well, made y'all out to be. And I ain't going to act like these guys don't have their own cultish attitudes or own cultish ways. But here's the thing. I expected better out of MAGA. I thought you guys were the free thinkers. But apparently you just fall in line whatever Trump wants to do. And I get it. Nobody likes to be wrong. Nobody likes to admit they made a mistake. But I mean, for your country, you should. And you know what? I would ask the Dems to show some grace, even though this is probably why. Let me get on the Dems' ass for a little bit. So here's the thing. You guys don't want us to support Donald Trump. You want us to be on your side, but you're going to start insulting us, when we start coming around. I mean, that's why I said Cenk Uygur Loki had a really good point. Like, why are you insulting them? Why aren't you just accepting them in? They're finally out, and you're just going to try to push them back in. And do you see why people don't like to admit they're wrong? Because of people like you, who's just going to keep them stubborn and stupid. Just like your stubborn and stupid ass. So it is what it is. Let's hop on the economy, though, because of this war, the economy might be going towards a downturn. We might be facing a food crisis, definitely an energy crisis. That I hope can be avoided. But the way things are going, I don't know. Be real with you. I'm not going to sit there and act like I can see the future, but I can see where things are falling. It's kind of leaning in that direction. And once again, it's because people just don't want to just speak out against Trump. And I'm not even asking all the voters to. I mean, at least the officials should. And all of them are going along. We got Tulsi Gabbard, who was talking about, Iran doesn't have no nuclear missiles. They're not going towards one. Our intelligence assessment says it. And then all of a sudden, Trump pops off, and now she's just going along with the agenda as if she never said that. And that's how a lot of the voters are acting as well. And it makes sense because, trust me, if the high officials are doing it, it makes sense. But I would beg you to practice some critical thinking here. Like, Trump said no new wars. He gets into a war and you guys cheerlead it. Do you not understand how people are going to look at you like you're a cult? When this man literally said he's not going to do something, he does it, and you're doing backflips to excuse it. The man damn near insulted Jesus. He's supposed to be this bastion for white Christian nationalism, but he's insulting religion. And y'all still don't want to condemn him? Like, come on, guys. You got to understand where at this point, it does look like a cult at this point. And all we're doing is just to ask you to hold. We're not asking you just to sit there and have straight TDS. I know that's what you're thinking, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need you to have some type of criticism of Trump just for the one time. If it's not just for this one moment for this war, then you can go back to loving the man. But you got to show us that you at least have some criticism and you care more about the American people than your fanaticism of Trump. I would hope that you care more about the American people than your fandism of Trump, okay? Like, I'm just going to keep it real with you. I could never. Like I said, the only reason I ever voted for Trump was because I believe his agenda was what's best for the people. And here's the thing, I'm sorry. I didn't even get my agenda. I didn't get America first. I got Israel first. I got war first. I got the corporate agenda first. So of course I'm going to walk away from MAGA. And if you guys aren't willing to walk away after we're seeing all this, I'm kind of looking at you crazy. And I'm not insulting you. I'm not going to sit there and say you're stupid, but I am going to sit there and say, bro, you're not being consistent. Like in 2025, we was all on the same page. Now, when Trump done switched up, now you guys are defending this. Now you're talking the same way as the liberals, just as defensive, just as, just as insulting. So here's the problem. You've let Donald Trump turn you into a Biden turned the Dems into. And y'all need to reconcile with that. Y'all need to address that instead of attacking everybody who just criticized Trump. Because you're not even coming up with good arguments. And it's just over this war. I'm sorry, we can talk about tariffs all day. I'll agree with you. We'll talk about immigration all day, and I'll agree with you. But when it comes to this war, it's crazy how you can't see how that goes against immigration. We get into these Middle Eastern wars, destabilize the country. Next thing you know, we're inviting these people into our country. We get into this war and gas prices go up. Prices go up. That goes against the whole, let's help out with affordability. Let's make the economy better. But and yet you're going to sit here and let this man dangle a high stock market in your face. You're like, hip, hip, hooray. You know what that means, right? That just means that the corporations are turning over a profit, not you. Like, your buying power is not getting any better, bro. But for some reason, I'm the jackass for pointing that out. I feel like I'm just trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you see clearly. But hey, I don't know. Maybe that just might be my own hubris getting ahead of me thinking I can actually change your mind. But I think I can over time. Or once you see how everything plays out, you'll start to see like, ah, shit, this man said was cooking. But probably not now. You're still listening to Fox, still believing the propaganda. I mean, it's good propaganda. I'll give it to them. I mean, it makes you feel good. It's bragging about American weaponry. It's all patriotic, America. But it's not helping America. It's hurting America. And I think you guys need to realize that instead of trying to call all of us broke or trying to call us liberals, I think you should actually just hear us out. But just my suggestion. It is what it is. I mean, I'll take some questions real quick. Let's see here. What did Biden do, by the way? I'm weak. He said, make Iran a parking ride. Okay. Check real wages chart, bro. It's up. No, it's not. Actually, inflation is still outpacing wages. Bro, we lost $3,000 in buying power under Biden. We only got 12,000 to 15,000 of it back. We're still in the hole. And think about it. Think about how generous I'm being. I literally am telling you that, yeah, we gained buying power back under Trump, but we're losing it now because inflation went up and so did gas. And we lost all that within 2 months. A year of progress we lost in 2 months because of this war. How is that not alarming to nobody? It's crazy. It's beyond me. And of course, I know what BRICS is. Of course, we all know Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and their attempt to try to de-dollarize and take over with their little currency that they have not invented yet, but we'll see what they come up with. I think they're just going to use the Chinese yuan and try to de-dollarize through that. That's what it looks like the direction they're going in. And here's the thing: we're only pushing these countries towards BRICS doing this. You know that, right? The fact that we get into constant war and, we just be throwing out sanctions every time a country don't agree with us or they don't do what we want, that's pushing these people towards BRICS. I just want to let y'all know that as well. But hey, it is what it is. Tariffs ain't helping either. I'm weak. You know what? I mean, now they ain't helping. I'll be real with you guys. Like tariffs were actually working in the beginning. I mean, let's just keep it real. I know y'all like to say that, it was increasing pricing, but it wasn't because prices were going down, gas was going down, inflation was going down. So y'all was even saying, it's inflationary, and it wasn't. Now, but what is inflationary? Shoot, war with Iran, apparently. So war with Iran is hell of inflationary. But all right, guys, I'm going to head out on that one. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel while you're at it for when I release clips of this live. So, you'll catch the parts that you missed. Don't worry, I'm clutch like that. And I'll see you guys on the next one. See you tomorrow, guys. Set with Set Media. Peace. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETMedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know. And if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So, all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who would Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi.